Thank you. We appreciate everybody taking time out of the day to come to the board meeting. We'll go ahead and start off with our Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have Supervisor Brandon lead us.
Please rise, this flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll get going here. So next will be our oral communications. So as you can see, everyone, again, we have a very full agenda. Your board values your participation and encourages community members to take the time to provide comments on matters that of county interest. Each person will have 3 minutes. At the end of 15 minutes, if there's still a line, we'll go ahead and have a board vote to continue public comment. We encourage everyone to approach the board, discuss anything that is not currently on the agenda. If you wish to speak about something that's on the agenda, you have to wait until that time. We'll have public comments at that time. Lastly, we want this to be civil. We don't want anybody to be yelling or clapping or booing or cheering. This is your moment to address the board. The board will not be addressing you back unless it's something that we feel critical upon, and then we'll move from there. So with that being said, we'll go. Yes, sir.
Just a question, I guess, on our policies related to public comment. I'm not aware that we've had anything that's changed that would put a limit or a vote at 15 minutes. I believe there are estimates on here about how long. But if we were to implement a policy like that, I would recommend we bring that back to vote for adoption.
So we did this last meeting where we did have a long line, and it's an issue that we are trying to address, giving everybody a fair shake. It doesn't mean that they won't have a moment to speak. We can always come back and do it, but because we do have appointments and we have people coming in from throughout the county, we want to stay as close to our time as possible. We did this at the last meeting, like I said. So we'll go ahead.
I'll just say I agree with Supervisor Brandon. We ended up with a situation last meeting where there were people standing in line to speak that didn't get an opportunity, and I don't recall that ever happening. So.
And I appreciate that, Supervisor, but again, it says on our agenda that it's 15 minutes, and per the code, if we want to go over that, we can do that. We just have to vote on it, because there are people, like I said, that were coming in that we are trying to hit these times. So if we want to do that, we can. And I don't have a problem with that. We would just have to suspend public comment, stick to our schedule, and then reopen public comment. Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open up oral communications.
Good morning. My name is Renee Orth. I'm a constituent of Supervisor Griefer. 2 weeks ago, Supervisor Griefer, I challenged you to do 2 things. First, to publicly state your position on the rights of your transgender constituents. Second, to tell us what you're doing to investigate the allegedly fabricated post containing hate speech that appeared under your name. You have done neither. Instead, on social media, where you apparently feel most comfortable behind the relative safety of your keyboard, you invoked innocent until proven guilty. That standard applies in criminal court, not in the court of public opinion, where you as an elected official serve. Steve, you're not on trial. You are, however, accountable to the people you represent. You have said many times that you represent all of your constituents. Do you believe that there are no transgender people in District 4? Or is there a carve-out for them and those of us who care deeply for the well-being of our transgender neighbors and brothers and sisters? Your silence answers the questions that your words will not. If the post was fabricated, prove it. Show us. You've asked law enforcement or the grand jury to investigate the alleged defamation. You could also pursue a defamation case against the source of this post. And if you don't defend your own reputation, how can we, as your constituents, trust you to defend our rights and our dignity? And now, if the post reflects your actual views, own it. Have the integrity, Steve, to at least let us know where you stand. The people of District 4, all of us, deserve better than silence, deflection, and cowardice. Our community is still waiting for an answer, and we are not going anywhere. This issue is not going to go away until it's resolved. You have 2 choices. Continue to cower behind silence and your keyboard like someone with something to hide, or step up and tell us where you stand and what you stand for. Show the leadership this county and your District 4 constituents deserve. What is it going to be? Thank you.
All right.
Hard act to follow.
Good morning.
Good morning, Steve Green, District 2 candidate. I'd like to talk about accountability and responsibility. The board sits above all the department heads. Road superintendent answers to the public works director. Public works director answers to the board, the way it should be. Trying to get anything done, pretty much impossible. And when was the last time, as a supervisor, you guys drove through your district, see what's going on, see if things are getting done right? Recently, we had a thing on Launchway Road, big potholes. Submit request through the portal, goes into the black hole. Potholes did get worked on. They were filled up 1 inch below the road surface. They weren't done right. Who's following up on this? Who's checking on it? Your jobs. You're responsible to the people in your district. Ryan Campbell, I have an email here dated July 20th, 2024 that I sent to your official county email address, asking you to simply take a drive, come over Ridgewood, drive down Launchway to South Fork, and just look at the conditions of the ditches and the brush. That was it. Politely worded. I know you read it. I got a read receipt. Those things are great. Never did get a response. Never saw you. My county road, county maintained road, the ditches are cleared. You know why they're cleared? Because I spend my Sunday and do it. There's 8 houses. I shouldn't have to do it so that we don't have an ice slick come down the hill and go sliding out into Launchway Road. It's a county maintained road. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be repaved. It does. We can't afford that. But the ditches can get cleaned out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Isaac Luke, and I live in the area that would be impacted by the closure of Fire Station 56. My neighbor, Barbara Harvey, asked me to read this letter for her because she cannot be at this meeting as she is 92 years old and in a wheelchair. Her letter reads, "Dear Board of Supervisors, I became acutely ill last Saturday. A fire truck came, an ambulance was called, and I was able to come home late that night. Several months ago, a person working in my yard had difficulty breathing with chest pain. I called 911. It was a cardiac arrest. Due to the fast response, this person survived. Insurance is less expensive with a station nearby. My neighbor a few years ago had a fire break out on her wooden deck early in the morning. I watched as the fire truck pulled up from my kitchen window. The deck fire started so fast, had it gone on much longer, it probably would have burned her house down. A fast response is all that saved it. The decision to eliminate the fire station on Sunshine Road is wrong. I've been a permanent resident of Tuolumne County since 1988 and a resident of Ridgewood since 91. We pay our fair share of taxes and are careful to keep our property safe, but sometimes even if you do everything that's called for, it's not enough. Please keep our fire station open. Thank you, Barbara Harvey." Mrs. Harvey's letter reflects the vulnerability of the 32%, that's nearly 1/3 of the population of Tuolumne County, who are age 60 and above. Medical emergencies are a concern, as well as mobility issues, which would make it difficult to evacuate during a fire. In September, my family had a lightning fire break out directly behind our house. Our home might not be here today if it weren't for the fast response of our local firefighters. We're indebted to the firefighters who protect our lives and property. Our support for them should be unwavering. We should never put an extra burden on them or on our community by reducing already limited resources. Mono Vista Station receives well over 1,000 emergency calls per year. Closing this station would not only increase response times for emergency calls, but put an extra burden on Twain Harte and Mono Village stations. In the past few years, we have witnessed devastating fires close to us. The Rim Fire with over 112 structures destroyed. The Butte Fire in Calaveras and Amador County with over 945 structures destroyed. In our own county, the fire in Chinese Camp with over 90 structures destroyed. We know that it could happen again. Our Ridgewood Neighborhood Association started a petition to save our fire station, and it has over 1,266 signatures today. Given how vital this issue is to our community, we trust that the Board of Supervisors can come up with a creative solution to save our Fire Station 56. Thank you for listening to the concerns of our community.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Julie Fountain, and I live in Sonora. On January 6th, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors voted to close Fire Station 56. 2 weeks ago, I stood before this board and spoke about the decision and the fact that we came to the January 6th meeting with no idea that there was to be a vote to close one of our stations. Following my statement to the board, Supervisor Griefer emailed me to state that former CAO Tracy Riggs had penned a memo advising the county that this was coming. I've not been able to locate that memo, and the supervisor was unable to point me to where I could find it. But CAO Riggs left over a year ago under a dark cloud. And if this memo was to divine that there was to be a vote on January 6, 2026, I would have hoped that it would have been shared far and wide to notify all of us that we all needed to come here, prepare, and be here on that date to have our voices heard. In posts on Facebook and my Motherlode, Supervisor Griefer also mentions a memo that talks about the shortfall and the need to make a decision on January 6th. But that memo was not penned or posted until January 6th. So that would have done very little, and I've got it, I can give it to you, would have done very little to help any of us prepare in advance for that meeting's outcome. But more than that fact, that we were not made aware in advance, I would have wanted our supervisors to be spending all that time that they knew about this memo or that memo or whatever to do something truly to save our fire station and our fire protection. But what was done? Yeah, there was Measure Z, but that didn't address only fire protection. And the funds that were raised, if it was approved, would go into the general fund. And again, that Measure Z not passing stated more about the lack of trust in the Board of Supervisors than a lack of desire to save our fire station. Taxes with revenue going to the general fund historically do not get passed in this county, and this could not have been seriously the one and only plan to save our fire station. We, the people of the county, will be forced to pay much higher fire insurance rates. We can't afford that. But we also cannot afford the loss of our fire station and all it does to protect life and property. Page 14 of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Governance Manual, revised on April 22nd, 2025, addresses the board's strategic goals. The very first one is listed as fire prevention and safety objectives, with subcategories including prevent loss of life and property, improve wildlife resiliency, stabilize funding to maintain appropriate service levels. It's time that you all follow your own strategic goals and listen to the people. Last time I handed you 120 signatures on a petition. Here's 20 more. And as just referenced, the change.org petition has over 1,266 signatures.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you wish to submit the signatures? Thank you. Bless you.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Glenn Gottschall, past president of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council, and presently the Tuolumne County Fire Safe Council. I urge you to keep engine number 56, whether it stays where it is or where it gets even positioned to a better location. I know for a fact that this is a really critical component of our fire protection in this county. Now, we do very well with open land fire protection, probably one of the best counties in the state as far as the efforts that's been put forward to that. Fuels reduction on all of our lands, whether they're private or whether they're federal, have been, you might say, a classic in that area. Fire protection of homes is also a very important component of our fire safety in this county. Almost 10 years ago, our neighbor's house caught fire early due to an attic fire in the obviously in the upper part of the house, and it was quite a major fire. It burned that particular home, which I said was right next to our house. Had not the Engine 56 crew arrived when they did and put that fire out, I think our house would have also been burned down. That's a very classic example of how important it is for fire engines to reach outer parts of their responsibility. Fire insurance, I think, was mentioned. I don't know how that might be affected, but I want this county and this board to consider what that might be in our areas where that engine is removed. At least we need to know if that is going to be an issue. Please reconsider your decision. If you need any information at all, I have tons of stuff that I can provide for you from my experience in fire and as president of the Fire Safe Council. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we have 4 speakers left. I'd like to just go ahead and get the last 4 done, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, good morning. The heavy industrial landfill in my residential neighborhood is called a recycling center now. And we're told the county's #1 goal is to get it in compliance. I'm the county, my neighbors are the county, we're stakeholders, we're ignored. We've got a crazy map showing a driveway in the wrong place, setbacks that do not exist, access info scribbled in by hand, and 30% of the parcel called the fill area, not 10%, as the ministerial permits these guys keep getting renewed says can be scraped. Also, the water ongoing controversy, where we are told that the materials dumped in great quantities are harmless and won't percolate any pollutants down to our aquifer. However, there has never been testing of those materials or the water or the effluent, and therefore the claims of the LEA that these materials are harmless are unsubstantiated. Now, it seems the environmental health director is an appointed position, but appears to lead the Board of Supervisors around by rings in their noses. I will reiterate, we need the dump gone by whatever name it is wearing a mask of. Thank you.
Hello, Ree Anderson. Also talking about the dump. That's what we call it in our neighborhood. I'll just read what Cal Recycle states the LEA should be doing. Cal Recycle's enforcement programs ensure regulated entities comply with state laws, regulations, and standards. Enforcement goals include protecting public health, safety, and the environment. No comment there. Providing the public with convenient opportunities to recycle. Preventing illegal recycling or waste disposal. What happened? Ensuring a level playing field for related businesses. Developing evaluation results for an LEA pursuant to PRC 43215. Evaluation staff find that an LEA is not fulfilling duties if, number one, local enforcement agency has failed to exercise due diligence in the inspection of solid waste facilities and disposal sites. There's been one inspection. It was done by air pollution, and that was in 2022. The local enforcement agency has intentionally misrepresented results of inspections. Number three, the local enforcement agency has failed to prepare or cause to be prepared permits, permit revisions, closure, and post-closure maintenance plans. For the local enforcement agency has approved permits, permit revisions, or closure and post-closure maintenance plans which are not consistent with certain regulations of the Public Resources Code. We have a ministerial building permit that he's operating a disposal facility on. That doesn't exactly fit this, does it? The local enforcement agency, this is number 5, the local enforcement agency has failed to take appropriate enforcement actions. And number 6, the local enforcement agency has failed to comply with or has taken actions that are inconsistent with or unauthorized by state statute or regulations. I would think that our regulations are pretty much supported by the state statutes and regulations, especially public health and safety, which is always absent from all of the things that were issued regarding this disposal facility. In addition, there's general design requirements. Title 14, subsection 17406.2, general design requirements. None of them are anything that this disposal facility is compliant with. And now it's going to be a recycling facility. So this conveniently will be exempt from complying with. But there are other things, county code, public health and safety. And I don't think you could just decide to call something a recycling facility to make it exempt from certain requirements of public health and safety and site development permits or conditional use permits. Thank you.
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Caleb Brock from Caltrans District 10 down in Stockton. I just wanted to come up and I provided Ms. Miller with a fact sheet about a project that we're going to be doing on State Route 49 in the city of Sonora. So we've upgraded the crosswalk paint there near the fairgrounds, as well as signage, but we're going to be installing a rapid flashing beacon next month to increase safety and make pedestrians more visible when they're crossing that area. It is a Caltrans Minor B project, so we don't go through the normal procedures of the engagement, and so the community isn't as informed on these types of projects as normal projects. So last week I was at City Council, and you can find me every month at the TCTC, the Tuolumne County Transportation Commission meeting. I go to that and provide Caltrans update, but just wanted to share that information with you and your constituents, that you guys were all informed of that. That's all I have for today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Edward Luke. I've resided in Tuolumne County for over 25 years. I would like to present to Tuolumne Board of Supervisors a petition that came to petition with the help of the Ridgewood Neighborhood Association. We have over 1,200 signatures and counting. I want to thank all the signees who took time out of to read and support the Saving Monte Vista Fire Station. We all know here, sitting here today, that we're in a fire-prone area, and we all know that there will be a fire in the future. That's a true statement. No one can doubt that. Fires will come. Fire Station 56 receives over 1,000 calls annually, including those for fires and medical emergencies. That's important. Closing Fire Station 56 will increase emergency response time, overburden nearby fire station, and put lives and business and personal property at risk. That is a fact. That's a true statement. There's been some confusion that Station 56 is a part-time station. This is not exactly accurate. I visited Fire Station 56 yesterday, and I was told by staff on duty that fire engine 561 is on duty 24/7. That's a fact. Yes, the station closes at 4 p.m. That's a fact. And that the staff moves to Station 51, which is 3.6 miles away from that station in Monte Vista. Yes, there's no sleeping arrangement at Fire Station 56, but there's a kitchen, an office, a bathroom, a comfortable sitting area, and the firefighters I talked to one of the firefighters I talked to lives nearby, and his main concern is to protect our community. It is not a solution to roll the dice and hope that nothing bad will happen. It's not a solution to kick the can down the road and sacrifice our present safety for an unknown future. All of us sitting here today can come to one agreement that fire will come, that safety is our well-being of the residents of Tuolumne County and should be our first priority. Cal Fire Local 2881 and Tuolumne Fire Station Council both opposed closing Fire Station 56. I stand with them. In my last 49 seconds, I will state this. I woke up this morning thinking, some of the best people I've met who are calm and quiet are firefighters. And I realize that now that it has to happen, they're up against something that's unbelievable. So you have to have a calm personality to fight fires. And they're sincere people. I've never met a firefighter, I know several of them, have that same personality. Why would we want to give that up? I beg the three people that are voting to close Fire Station 56, one of you have to change your mind and look at and respect our community. That's it. Oh, one more thing. Thank you. I have a petition here that we collected. I'd like to present to the board. We have over 1,200 signatures here, and that took a lot of work. And one more thing, I give it our best shot. Thank you.
Did you wish for, you can give that to Mr. Root, please. Yeah, last person, please.
Good morning, Mark Brooks, District 2 candidate. This morning I'd like to talk about minutes matter. You know, closing Station 56 has made a big void in response times. You know, yes, they've gotten a lot of calls, but a small majority of those are fire. A big majority of those calls are to emergency responses. And as you guys like to, you know, approve these experimental systems in our ambulances and police cruisers, thankfully fire hasn't adopted them. It affects response times. So about a month or two ago, there was this call and there's a response from Station 56, but an infant was choking, okay? The mapping on the ambulance wasn't correct and the ambulance ended off about a mile away from the location, but that fire truck was there on scene helping that choking child. If they would have, you know, been another 2 or 3 minutes later, who knows what could have happened. That kind of situation happens every single day. Now, what I propose is that Google offers mapping services, so anybody can go over there and ask for mapping equipment. And as we're trying to look for surveyors, have them get that mapping equipment and start going down these back roads so our emergency services have accurate maps. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jerry Moore. I'm a Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner, and also I'm president of the California County Planning Commission Association. I represent the 58 counties in California. I was supposed to be on the agenda this morning at 10 o'clock, but because of scheduling in that area, I kind of left some paraphernalia on your desk, so I'll be back in March, your first meeting, and I'll be on your agenda at that time to speak a little bit about the California County Planning Commission Association. I give you some bags. You can give those to your wives. But if you bring your binders next time in March when I'll be here to speak. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and take our 9:30 appointment. Is it? So, consideration of adopting resolution 2226 proclaiming the month of February 26th as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month.
Ryan's supposed to have for you the proclamation.
Okay, we could, we're working on a new system, so I apologize. I was told that due to some time frames that we had to hit this 9:30. So tell you what, why don't we put you in the batter's box and we'll go ahead and do our board reports.
All right, thank you. I want to acknowledge the Superior Court and the presiding judge for.
Luis,
providing this.
yeah, hold on. We're gonna come back to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Okay, so I guess we'll, now that we've had oral communications, we'll do staff reports. Are there any members of the staff that wish to give a report?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Katie Henry. I work for the County of Tuolumne and specifically the Forest Health Department for our Mastered Stewardship Agreement that we have with the Stanislaus National Forest on behalf of the collaborative YSS. I just wanted to give a quick update on our projects because it's been a minute since I've come and given an update. We have recently completed one of our fuel reduction projects in the Jupiter area. It's the first half of two parts for that, a northern and a southern portion. This project was paid for by CAL FIRE and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We completed 2,100 acres of fuel reductions and fuel breaks, which consisted of 354 acres of private land and 22.8 acres of archaeological site treatment, which was super exciting because we collaborated with our local tribes to get those treated and monitored. We awarded the second part of that project, and we have currently 20 acres in progress of that 3,200 total project area with 332 acres of private land treatment connecting fuel breaks with an additional 6 acres of fuel, arc site treatment. We have awarded and executed agreements for our Excelsior fuel breaks, which is the first project for Cerro 2.0, which is on the east side of the 108 down to the Clavey. This project is 3,900 acres total of fuel breaks. There's no private land or arc site and very minimal arc site treatment there. We are also starting kickoff meetings with those contracts, so that implementation will begin soon. We have also finalized some preparation for some timber projects that the Forest Service is implementing, some resource surveys, which is a lot of prep work that goes into these projects prior to hitting the ground. We have to do botanical surveys, archaeological surveys, and landline surveys to define the boundaries between private and public land. And we are also preparing for an additional fuel reduction project of 1,900 acres, which is a fuel reduction project north of Arasterville. We have also received a grant through CAL FIRE's Workforce and Development Program, which we have our training workers to support the biomass and fuel workforce. So we have trained 1.5 workers through this partnership with CAL FIRE and the Motherlode Job Training, which is super exciting to see the support there. We also have been awarded $1 million for fuel breaks through BLM to put in on Wagner Ridge, and that agreement is in process. We also have completed this fall 800 acres of site prep for reforestation activities that we plan to plant this spring. We have 1,000 acres of freshly site prepped units and 1,300 acres of interplanting. So we will be planting around 537,000 seedlings this spring, and we have almost 3,200 acres that are really close to being certified as stocked, which is super exciting. So we just released that RFP on Friday, and that is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Debbie Reagan, Assistant Director of Public Works. I'm wearing my solid waste hat today. I just wanted to bring to your attention a couple of upcoming events and a new program or two. First, our monthly household hazardous waste event is happening on February 18th. You call 533-5588 to make an appointment to drop off your household hazardous waste. We can give you the info of what we do and don't accept. The other thing you can bring there without an appointment are mattresses, electronic waste, your old computers, things with a board or a cord, And now up to 9 passenger tires not on the rims. So those are things that can come, it's free, no appointment. I'm going to do something I normally don't do and tell you it's 17855 High School Road. Normally we don't give out the address because we don't want to encourage dumping outside of that. February 18th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's an existing program. Another existing program is we're giving out the Keep Tuolumne Clean dump coupons, 1 trip up to 2 cubic yards at the transfer station with Cal Sierra. We've already handed out 300 of these this year, and I haven't even hit the Home and Garden Show. The new program, green waste vouchers. I heard everybody's lack of excitement about the dollar dump days. That, 4 times a year, 1 Saturday, 1 cubic yard, $1. No one was happy. So with this one, we went for flexibility, basically. It's a punch card. You can take it multiple times, 1/2 cubic yard increments up to 5 cubic yards. This is 1 per household per year. You can endorse it over to somebody if you don't have the pickup truck or trailer. So you can endorse it for the number of items that you can, number of punches you want them to be allowed to have. So we went for flexibility. Both those vouchers and coupons are good through the end of the year. Please do not wait until the end of the year, particularly on the dump coupon. You can overwhelm the facilities on December 30th and 31st, and they have permit requirements that they are required to shut down after a certain number of vehicles. I had those complaints. We did what we could to accommodate, but that's not my rule. That's a state permitting rule. Last, I want to talk about something that has been my happy thought for the year. When I was at the meeting and heard the ATCA board presentation from Joseph Boers about the food bank and its struggles, I had a wild hair idea. And I reached out to every single one of you individually. I truly appreciate the unanimous support I got for this. I had grant funds that were originally meant to implement curbside green waste recycling. We had subsequent legislation that allowed us to extend our rural exemption for that. Well, that money was still there, and with the help of Akimi Myers, our Cal Recycle grant manager, we repurposed $150,000 of that money to the food bank. That started February 1st. It is not a permanent fix. It's not permanent funding. What it is meant to do is cover a portion of the personnel costs there between now and October. Gives them some time. It slows down the burn on the reserves to seek additional funding and pull other grants in. The reason I can build that intersection between solid waste and the food bank is we are not exempt from edible food recovery as a jurisdiction under that Senate Bill 1383 requirements. Exempt from curbside collection, not edible food recovery. So I wanted to take the moment and thank you for helping me with that. Thank ATCA for working so quickly. We all got it done in 2 weeks, so the county can move quickly when we need to. And it's just a good human thing to do. Those are my updates for right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Kim Freeman, your Health Officer and EMS Medical Director. Today I come to you to let you know that the EMS assessment is available online. We had hired healthcare strategists last year about this time to conduct a EMS assessment because we are always trying to innovate and do our best for every single resident and visitor to the county. As far as EMS goes, from the call of 911 through the final destination, whether it be the hospital in county or out of county. So a healthcare strategist conducted this assessment, very comprehensive, talking to many, many stakeholders, and the final report is available. It does state that the model we have currently is working well to continue this current model, but also has some tweaks so that we are looking to incorporate in the future. So please read it. It's on the website, Tuolumne County EMS Agency. It's at the bottom. Click on it and you'll find it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Chairman Griefer, members of the board, Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director, here this morning to give a very brief update on the status of the Miners Motel, which is located at 18740 Highway 108 in Jamestown. As this board is aware, the property was purchased back in December of 2023 using encampment resolution funds grants. The intent of the project was to increase inventory of transitional and permanent supportive housing in Tuolumne County. On December 9th, 2025, your board approved a resolution declaring the property surplus and expressing the intent to donate it to a qualified housing sponsor. This action followed extensive public discussion and multiple board presentations focused on the long-term viability of a project of this scale. The direction that ultimately emerged from those discussions was to pursue a partnership with a community-based organization. So, in alignment with that direction, Health and Human Services released a request for proposals, or an RFP, on December 19th. We facilitated 2 site tours of the location so folks could get a sense of the space, responded to questions during that open period. The RFP ultimately closed on January 23rd, and we received a total of 4 proposals. Following a competitive review process, a notice of intent to award was issued on February 4th, 2026, identifying Habitat for Humanity as the selected proposer. We are currently within the standard protest period required for all RFPs. Once that period concludes, staff will begin working with the final selected organization to develop a contract for your board's consideration. We are on track to return to your board by March 3rd. The remaining steps of this process will involve close coordination with the California Department of Housing and Community Development to ensure full compliance with statutory requirements and that we are meeting all the objectives of the ERF grant. We appreciate the board's continued direction on this project, and we look forward to bringing back a proposal very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff for Tuolumne County. A lot of things to be grateful for. It's been a little while since I last gave an update on the status of our office, but nonetheless, it has been extremely busy, and also trying to balance being respectful of the board's time, as many of the agendas have been dynamic and full. So I'd like to start out with some things that I'm extremely grateful for. Our search and rescue team recently, within the last week, had a successful find, undoubtedly saving the life of Mr. Dan Iwata, who was an at-risk elderly gentleman that went for a walk and became lost. It's extremely important to remember that all of our search and rescue members are volunteers, with the exception of our department liaisons, which are sworn peace officers, but these are people who dedicate their own personal time, energy, effort, and sometimes resources, including money, to fulfill this vision of saving other people. So it's a very selfless act. It's a very selfless service that they give, and I just always take the opportunity to extend my gratitude for the service that they provide for the county. That includes all of our partner agencies as well that assist in these search and rescue efforts. We always hear the status of when an individual is lost, especially overnight, the outcome starts to look grim, but I think through everybody's courage and perseverance, we had a successful outcome. And when I say our partner agencies, specifically our local CHP Sonora unit, our fire partners, EMS, and the community for their support. A special thank you to Sonora Area Foundation that gave us a generous donation about 1.5 years ago to purchase e-bikes, which were instrumental in the recovery of Mr. Iwata. I say that because in a previous save that Search and Rescue had in our county, one of the developmental feedback points that we had from the mission was that the ATVs and other motorized mobiles or modes of service were too loud to hear people calling for help. And in that case, that ended up being something that probably contributed to a delayed save. So we are proud of that, and we're always grateful to the community for that. So we can't do it without our partners, and we can't do it without the community. On another positive note, I attended a graduation last Friday. We graduated 3 academy recruits, and we also hired 1 lateral from Orange County. I know that's normally unheard of. We don't attract a lot of laterals based on our typical pay scale, but that's a good thing, and we're proud of that. So that's 4 new deputy sheriffs that will be coming, 1 on a somewhat minimized training program as long as they meet the requirements, and then 3 that will go through a full training program because 1 is in fact a lateral and experienced peace officer. We remain hopeful that we will be able to keep all of those individuals and putting them in the operating forces as quickly as possible. The communication center is scheduled for go live February 26th. We have had some hiccups here and there regarding the 911 infrastructure and just having to wait and certain delays regarding working with the state and other partner agencies such as our telecommunications partners. So again, little hiccups, but nothing that's thrown us completely off track. And so we're grateful for all of our partners that have helped make that a success, from the county administration to our information technology partners and also our folks with facilities. So just everybody all coming together to make this happen. And we are grateful and fortunate that the weather has held out, where we haven't experienced any extensive outages. In the realm of homeless outreach and accountability, the deputy sheriffs that are assigned to that continue to reach out to not only current camps that have been located to ensure that those folks make their way to Camp Justice, but also the other previously inhabited campgrounds. The majority of those remain uninhabited, and so that's a good thing. When they do go in and find folks, we find that there's a high level of cooperation where people ended up packing their things and they leave pretty quickly. We have one issue right now that we are working on down at O'Byrne's Ferry that's involving a more of a lengthier process because it is a privately owned property, but nonetheless there are violations that do require us to take action on that through a partnership with code enforcement and our county administrator's office. Notices have been sent. So if you're receiving phone calls from constituents, know that that administrative process is in the order, and the sheriff's office is working closely with county administration to facilitate that process as quickly as possible. Our school resource deputies have logged, I can't tell you how many hundreds of hours on school campuses working directly with school administration to deal with any potential crimes, penal code violations, or any other areas of concern in dealing with our youth. We continue to receive an abundance of high-quality feedback on what an asset those deputy sheriffs are to the campuses, and we are even having conversations with school administration, individual districts, and also county superintendent of schools about building sustainability. Now, naturally, those deputy sheriffs are permanent positions that we are leveraging with our 911 operational tempo to meet those needs of the schools, so we have a pretty good strategy right now, but nonetheless, it's hopeful to know that our partners are recognizing that return on the investment and willing to invest hopefully in the future in that as well. The narcotics team remains extremely busy. They are currently have several folks that they are working with that are at one point either justice involved or non-justice involved, but nonetheless care about their community and ridding it of dangerous drugs. They just had a case, I want to say about a week and a half ago, where they were able to execute several search warrants and follow-up search warrants to basically take down another fentanyl dealer that was specific to Tuolumne County and working their way out into the Bay Area and back, bringing that controlled substance into Tuolumne County. I don't need to reiterate about how deadly fentanyl is. We're all aware of that. And they currently have approximately 9 other investigations in the pipeline, all specific to multi-jurisdiction, multi-agency cooperative type cases. One of my most notable quotes that I heard from one of our narcotics detectives in a recent statement, I won't tie down the timeline, but these individuals are making multiple trips because they, quote unquote, don't want to transport that much weight into Tuolumne County. And that's a huge thing for us because what it is, it's a symbol of not only the sheriff's office, but our California Highway Patrol, our Sonora Police Department, all of our law enforcement partners, our community pushing back on what they're willing to tolerate in this community when it comes to drugs, including our district attorney's office, who is willing to prosecute for manslaughter up into second-degree murder for these types of drug charges. So I think the word is out, the message is out that we are not willing to tolerate deadly substances in our community, and that's a big thing. Lastly, the inmate work crew has been extremely busy. They are out in the community right now doing the people's work to try and build safer roads by road brush clearing. We are currently working to accomplish the roadside brush clearing grant that was obtained, I think, a few years ago by OES, and I think maybe Sean Hembry was the author of that, so the very talented Sean Hembry. We've been billing that grant, and that money has been going directly into the JIF, the Jail Industry Fund that this board helped create based on the government code. And that is a fund that's specific to the sheriff's office and the work crew to provide services and build education for those who are justice involved, equip them with a set of skills that people are willing to pay for once upon their release. So it really is a great program. We have completed about half of that contract. We just re-upped an MOU to finish the remaining of that, which was originally scheduled for about 22 miles of road brush clearing. I'm proud to say that because of this inmate work crew and the team and everybody pushing together to accomplish this goal, we are going to expand that with the money that we've been able to bill from that grant and complete an additional 20 miles plus of roadside brush clearing. So originally the grant was somewhere about 22 miles of total. We're going to complete that. The extended MOU that we just did includes Big Hill Road, and we're looking for an additional 10 miles that I think that my staff is working closely with county roads, county administration to identify what the most needed roads are so we can knock those roads out as well. And again, it's a team effort. Public Works has been a great partner. Couldn't do it without them. They help us with traffic control and also other types of services in accomplishing that. So again, it's a team effort, and I just thought I wanted to capitalize on all that to make sure that the community knows that we're firing on all 8 cylinders to get the work done. So much appreciated. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any other staff reports? All right, we'll just do board reports. I have the documentation for the appointment, so I appreciate that. So do we have any board reports? Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Station 56. The rumors are flying. I'm not going to speak to any rumors going on until something's solidified and I have something to bring to the board. But somebody used the word some creative solutions. I am working on a creative solution, and there will be something coming to the board for the board to make the decision whether or not to fund or staff Station 56. So stay tuned.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, what he's saying is he's having meetings behind closed doors with special districts and not wanting to share that with the public because what it involves is shifting some of the resources that we have under county fire to special districts, and then pretending that that is the same as supporting county fire services. So I think that's what you're alluding to. Is that correct?
As I stated, you are not part of those meetings, so when I have something solid, I will be presenting it to the public.
I will be part of those meetings from now on. So what I have to report is, unfortunately, my thunder was stolen by both our sheriff and by Debbie Reagan, who are both phenomenal county public servants. So I watched, as most of us did, Mr. Awada. He's a resident of Cedar Ridge. He was lost, and I was very concerned about that, but all I could do was just look on Facebook like everybody else, and Search and Rescue found him, and it was a huge relief to the entire community. And what I did was I talked to some folks at I'm on the board for Area 12 Agency on Aging, and I thought, are there phone numbers or is there a contact for people that you can call to check in on senior citizens that might have the disabilities or some kind of issue where you would want to check up on them? You can call the Area 12 Agency on Aging. Their hotline is 209-532-6272. And that's for senior services, checkups, that kind of thing. So please, take care of your neighbors, take care of your loved ones that you might not be able to personally go visit with. And then the other was the food bank. I was very grateful for the call from Debbie Reagan. And again, she stole thunder, but called, and then within 24 hours or 48 hours, we had a meeting with Joe Boers, and we're able to work out the MOU, and then within another week, the MOU is processed. And then also want to have share thanks with Supervisor Brandon. He was integral in developing that as well. And we'll be meeting on Friday with the ATCA board to finalize the ATCA side of that MOU. So it doesn't solve the long-term issue for the food bank going, 2 years, 3 years in the future, but it does buy us some time to be able to work through those issues with funding that's been reduced at the federal level, and to work through some of the audit issues that the county's been having. So very critical importance to food bank, and great thanks to Search and Rescue and to Debbie Reagan.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. I wanted to maybe keep this to 15 seconds. We'll see how I do. But just with the exchange there, I just wanted to say that this has happened recently within my district as well. I wanted to encourage that we try our best to make sure we are respecting district boundaries and working on issues, working as a team, and operating in such a way that it's in the public sector and transparent. I think with the best of intentions, if it's not in a public meeting, If it is happening without the participation of the district supervisor, again, I've been in that position. I try not to put others in that position. We end up with more waves and friction when it comes to the board than simply bringing it to the board, whether I lose. And I know probably better than anybody on here about losing votes. I totally understand that. But doing so in a transparent way. So I only just wanted to encourage that. I've seen that, I feel, happen a little bit more, where we're making decisions without formalizing a policy, without bringing it for a public discussion, without having it go through a well-agendized, committee meeting, and then bring it through a process that people can participate in. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I only have, so the Special Olympics, I want to give them a big shout out. They have their polar plunge coming up on 2/21 on this Friday, or sorry, the 21st of February. The original location was going to be at Lake Tulloch. I want to thank Lake Don Pedro and their administration to help moving that to the Moccasin boat launch. Special Olympics, as you know, they use the polar plunge as a big fundraiser. I'll be sending out some information, some links that you can view in on. I encourage everyone to go down there. I was specifically asked to thank both Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Brandon for their work on that. They strongly encourage you guys to take the plunge. I unfortunately will be out of town, so I can't do it. So, convenient, yes, that's right. So they hope to see you down there. But with that being said, so it opens up at 10 o'clock at Moccasin on the 21st, the judging of costumes. This is a great event for the local law enforcement and the kids. Maybe the sheriff, I know he's not paying attention to me as normal, we'll go do it. And then obviously at noon, high noon is the plunge. So I encourage everyone to go down and check out Moccasin and do that. I know that the sheriff alluded to one of the graduation that came up, Robbie Roberts, now Deputy Roberts. If you don't know now Deputy Roberts, he has had an amazing journey just through some personal choices that have, if you saw him several years ago and you saw him today, you wouldn't recognize him. So not only that, he's done just phenomenal, but he was also a dispatcher. So I want to give a big shout out to going from behind the microphone to in front of the microphone. It's a big responsibility. So I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the graduation, but please extend him the harshest of break-in as possible. So, all right. And then last, I want to say thank you to Matt Galvin, who was the head of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. He's stepping down from that. I know that we had talked about there was an issue that had gotten pulled. I didn't see it on here, so we just want to make sure that we acknowledge that the people who volunteer and take time to help out in their community is recognized. So I do appreciate that. So with that being said, no further board reports. I see none. Now we'll go to the 9:30 appointment. So, grand jury, you're up. Luis. I'm ready when I'm just waiting for you to get in the spot. All right. Yes, so we'll go ahead and have
9:30 a.m. Consideration of adopting Resolution 22-26 proclaiming the month of February 2026 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month.
all right, as Madam Clerk stated, before me, which I was asked to read, is the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas every year, each of California's 58 counties, 19 ordinary citizens take an oath to voluntarily serve a term of 1 year as a civil grand juror. And whereas grand juries have been in existence since the adoption of California's original Constitution in 1849 and 1850, civil grand juries conduct their investigations under the auspices of the Superior Court of California and have broad access to public officials, employees, records, and information. One of the most important functions of the grand jury is to review the operations of the officers, departments, and agencies of local government. And civil grand juries are charged with investigating and reporting local government operations to assure that their responsibilities are being fulfilled legally, efficiently, honestly, and with the best interests of the public. Civil grand juries serve as a watchdog authority and are well suited to the effective investigations of local governments because they are independent bodies operating separately from entities and officials they investigate. The civil grand jury's fact-finding efforts result in reports that contain specific recommendations aimed at identifying problems and offering ways to improve government operation and enhance responsiveness. Whereas the hard work done by the civil grand jury has a great effort on our community and makes California a better place to live. And the reward of being a civil grand juror is the satisfaction received from working with fellow residents and community members to improve local government for all. And it is appropriate to recognize the efforts of those grand juries, both past and present, who have volunteered their time and service to the Tuolumne County Civil Grand Jury. Take it away.
I want to thank you and recognize the Superior Court for this effort to empower all of us, the 19 of us, to serve as a grand jurors. I want to publicly thank the current grand jurors and the former grand jurors that have donated their time and effort, and I stay away from their families and put the county first. Also, I want to say thank you for the supervisors to provide where to meet and provide for us a safe place to conduct our meetings. So with that, I want to say good morning. And my name is Luis Alicio, current grand juror and also member of the local chapter Mother Law for our local Grand Jury Association, and also a lifetime member of California Grand Jurors Association. The U.S. Constitution, Fifth Amendment, and the California Constitution call for the grand jury. In 1849, the California legislature provide the grand juries, and in 1880, were empowered to investigate counties' government. In 1983, the amendment calls to include incorporated cities. So there are three different types of duties: trial duty, criminal grand jury, and civil grand jury. To make what we do as a civil grand jury, I'm going to introduce a representative from the local chapter, Honorable Joe von Herman. Thank you.
Luis is here representing the current grand jury. I'm here representing the Civil Grand Jury Association of California, which is a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization whose main purpose is to support the civil grand jury system throughout California. I feel somewhat silly talking to you five guys because you know more than we have time to. You know what civil grand juries are, you know how they work. But the main focus of today, the reason that this chapter sent me to talk to you was to encourage you to pass this resolution. The main thing that the Civil Grand Jury Association does is through education and through public outreach, we try to support the civil grand jury system. People like you passing resolutions like this does a great deal to bring the awareness of grand juries out. So the main thing they wanted me to say was thank you. Seeing you haven't voted yet, I'm going to say thank you for your anticipated concern and cooperation in this matter. But the real audience is behind me and maybe on, the video. The main thing that the one point to get me out of here and get you guys moving is civil grand juries have a lot of power to investigate local government entities and to write reports. They have zero power to enforce the recommendations that they make. A civil grand jury is not, another organization to write regulations or whatever. And that's as it should be, because the people that can push any finding or recommendation are the voters. And that's all a civil grand jury does, is it sheds light, it writes a report. Hopefully the people read that and then contact you guys to say either we support the recommendations or what the heck are these people talking about, don't do that. But the power is the people. And that's what a civil grand jury does. They investigate, they report, and that's it. That's the end of what a grand jury does. In fact, they can't even talk about anything other than what's in the report. So the folks behind me talking to you is how they can affect change. So anyway, I hope you guys pass it today. I appreciate everything you're doing, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it to the board for discussion. Supervisor Brandon?
I only wanted to make the comment, are we in comments or doing questions? Don't have any questions.
No questions for you?
No, are we doing comments and questions?
Let's see if we have any questions. We'll go down the board real quick. None. Supervisor Campbell? None? All right, we'll switch to comments real quick.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I think I heard questions and comments, and then I caught myself that you didn't say comments, so appreciate that. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this resolution being forward. I've always been a huge fan of the grand jury process. You know, everybody up here is popularly elected, which means a majority of the residents in our district select us. Nonetheless, when you have an entity with a lot of money, a lot of decision-making, a lot of authority, there's always a level of distrust, and I think some of that is very healthy. And having an independent group of citizens who spend over a year, sometimes serving multiple terms, who are diving into the weeds of some of the stuff we see on a daily basis, but bringing a new perspective, I greatly appreciate it. I wanted to highlight a few things. Is that I believe you can apply to be on grand juries now. In the past, it was a little more random. And so if you're interested in that, it's some of the coolest access you get to figuring out how something actually works behind the scenes. The worst part is, you can't really talk about what you learned, but it ends up being a huge ground, especially if you're thinking you want to get involved, you want to run for office. Man, the grand jury process is going to be really good at seeing, I hate the term, but how the sausage is made, really learning the nitty-gritty of something. The second is you can read old reports. This has been immense for me. I know the roads report, in particular, I believe it was 2018. Getting independent review of some of the hardest problems is incredibly helpful, and that's greatly appreciated. And I just want to encourage the Grand Jury Association too. I know we have those reports. I don't think a lot of people look them up unless they are trying to look for them. That would be great content to package and do some type of, with the court's promotion to the community, because they have value there too. Beyond what you are currently investigating, I think folks should see what 5 years ago people were looking at fire departments, or they were looking at our law enforcement, looking at road agencies. I think that would be a fantastic partnership. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, public comment.
Good morning again. I figured this would be a great place to mention this. Last week, Supervisor Campbell had a special meeting in my HOA and, posted signs all over the place, said it's open to the public. And then he decided to personally escort me out of this public meeting. I didn't think it was very appropriate, but I think it's something the grand jury should look into. Also, as far as Habitat Humanity getting the Miners Motel, there's several people that was applying for that RFP, and it was specially designed so Habitat for Humanity can get
Mr.
that
Roberts?
RFP.
Sir, hold on, give me 1 second.
Chair, I just want to say, since we're not in general oral communications, it's specific to our 9:30 appointment. I think all comments are welcome, but it has to be germane to the topic at hand. I would say neither of those are germane to the Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month.
It has to do with the grand jury.
We have to kind of stay within a bracket, and that's why I appreciate that, Supervisor. I'll go to County Council on this.
I think as long as he comments on the grand jury and the resolution that's in front of you, it's appropriate. I think individual things that ought to be referred to the grand jury are probably outside the scope of the agenda item.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Sabrina Beal. I am speaking as a citizen, making a public comment. I am also a current Tuolumne County Grand Juror, and I would like to recognize the other members of the current Tuolumne County Grand Jury, and with your permission, ask for them to stand up because they did make an effort for several of them to be here today, and it is public knowledge who we are. Should I say, the process of talking and interacting with the grand jury is managed by making submitting a complaint through the website, or you can talk to our grand jury foreperson. But try to respect that we are in a small town and not come to us with your issues. So use the report form that is on the county website. So can I ask?
Sure, if you wish to have them stand up. I think there's a lot of people that don't know how as he said, how it gets done. And we don't want to embarrass anybody, but obviously we want to recognize them. So if you wish to have your mates stand, that's okay. All right. Well, I'm going to give you a round of applause for coming in. Thank you very much. All right. Any other public comments?
I am one of those people that has submitted things to the grand jury, and I just want to say that I really appreciate what they do. It gives the population of anywhere in the state, particular we're referring to our county, a lot of hope that someone else, some outsider is going to read about the problems that we're having. So I just really appreciate their time and their focus on laws and what's correct and what isn't, what is applicable and what isn't, and going through the process. It is a lot of work, and it is truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll start. I just want to say that I think a lot of people don't, like I said, it's one of the best kept secrets that I think in the county is people just don't know how it gets done and the importance of it. And I know some of you personally that you've been, I think as long as I've been up here, you've been on the grand jury. So thank you for serving. And appreciate the comment about how to get something moved forward through the website and not contact directly. I think that's important too. So when this came before me, I wanted to make sure that we acknowledged accordingly, right? Volunteer, you get out there and you do it, and it's a lot of reading, it's a lot of digging, it's a lot of thankless work. I do want to say that the last set of reports that were released, I appreciate the format. That was very easy. I got a lot of positive feedback from the community that it was easy. Sometimes the reports are quite thick and it gets lost in the details. So keep up the good work. Other than that, I will look to the board for final comment. Seeing none, I'll look to the board for a vote.
I'll move to consider and adopt Resolution 2226, proclaiming the month of February 2026 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So with that vote, the last thing I did not read on was, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of County of Tuolumne, State of California on today's date, February of 2026, the Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month is now in the County of Tuolumne's books. So thank you for that. All right. Do we need to take a break to get set up for the next two appointments?
I do have a question, Chair.
Sure.
I think there's quite a few handful of folks here for the Pinecrest conversation. After our 10 a.m.s, could we jump to the Pinecrest conversation?
I'm good with that if the board is good.
Point on this, I believe we have not done our consent calendar.
Correct.
Yet, which would normally be coming up. So just to bring that up, if our consent calendar is at the end, I don't know how many, just since that is a number of items, might be waiting for anything on there too.
Okay.
Well, I'm not planning on pulling anything on consent, so I don't know. Maybe we want to do a poll.
No, and we've had some feedback recently that we're trying to stick to our timelines because we have a number of people from the community, business owners and things like that, that we want to value their time. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll let everybody get set up, little bio break, and then.
And just one note on the consent, we have staff members that are here and available for consent items should they be pulled, and when we get through consent, then they can be released to go back.
I fully understand. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll come back in 10:20. Okay. Appreciate everyone. So, Madam Clerk, if you could read item number 10, number 1.
10 a.m. 1,
what I
public
meant.
hearing to consider Phila Brown LUNR-25-11. 1, adoption of resolution 23-26 for a general plan amendment to amend the general planned land use designation of an approximately 0.5 plus acre portion of the 1.14 plus acre site from MU mixed use to GC general commercial. 2, Site development permit to allow a 1,025 plus square foot drive-through Dutch Bros Coffee and 1,352 square foot drive-through express oil change facility on a 1.14 plus acre site zoned C-1 general commercial under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Notice of exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
All right, so this is a public hearing, so we'll go ahead and officially open the public hearing. And we'll go ahead with staff. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Natalie Rizzi, Senior Planner for the Tuolumne County Community Development Department. The item we have before you is Lunar 2511. Lunar 2511 consists of a general plan amendment to amend the general plan designation of approximately half-acre portion of a 1.14 acre site from mixed use to general commercial, and site development permit to allow for a 1,025 square foot drive-through Dutch Bros Coffee Shop and a 1,350 square foot drive-through oil change facility on the site. The project site consists of 3 parcels totaling 1.14 acres located at 12840 and 12842 Mono Way in Sonora. Mono Way and the parcels to the south are within the City of Sonora's jurisdiction. The project site is currently zoned C1. The general plan designation of the site is mixed use and general commercial. In order for the existing C1 zoning to be fully consistent with the general plan, the application includes a general plan amendment so that the entire site would contain the general commercial general plan, which is depicted by the red. The general plan amendment would not change the allowable uses beyond what is currently permitted in the C1 zone. This is the proposed site plan, with the Dutch Bros being on the western half and the oil change facility being on the eastern half. Site access would be off Mono Way with a single driveway providing access to both facilities. The project consists of 3 separate legal parcels. The applicant has applied for a lot line adjustment with the surveyor's office to reconfigure parcel boundaries. The proposed buildings would be on separate parcels but would share the driveway and access and encroachment. These are the proposed elevation for the Dutch Bros facility. The elevations were designed to be consistent with the East Sonora design guidelines. The facility includes a drive-through service window and walk-up service window. These are the proposed elevations for the Take 5 oil change facility. They have been designed to be consistent with the East Sonora design guidelines. The facility would include 3 drive-through bays. The stakeholder notification was sent to surrounding property owners and advisory agencies on August 4, 2025. The notification was also posted to the planning stakeholder page. Advisory agencies including Caltrans, Fire Prevention Division, Public Works, State Water Board, Tuolumne Utilities District provided comments which are included in the packet. Any applicable conditions were incorporated into the project's conditions of approval. Comments were received from members of the public. One comment had questions regarding the project applicant, which was addressed by staff. The comment letter also questioned the proximity of the City of Sonora, and staff clarified that the project site itself is within the county's jurisdiction, but Mono Way and parcels to the south are within the city's jurisdiction. The applicant is required to obtain an encroachment permit from the city. Another comment letter requested an appropriate right-of-way width along Rogers Road, which is located adjacent to the westerly boundary of the project site. The Department of Public Works did not include a specific condition to increase the dedicated easement for Rogers Road. Rogers Road would not provide access for the project, and the Rogers Road easement is located west of the project site, not within the project site. Due to the proximity of the city and the requirement of an encroachment permit, the City of Sonora and the county worked together to provide the scope of the traffic study and subsequent review of the traffic study to ensure the project would comply with any county and city road and traffic requirements. Additional concerns were addressed regarding traffic and queuing, which the traffic study concluded that there would be no significant impacts. Lunar 2511 was considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on January 21st, 2026. The commission raised questions regarding fire flow, Rogers Road, and queuing capacity for the left turn lane. 2 members of the public spoke in favor of the project and 1 raised concern regarding traffic. The commission did not cite any concern with the project. The commission unanimously voted to recommend approval of Lunar 2511. The project consists of a general plan amendment and site development permit. To approve a general plan amendment, the approving body must make findings that the project is consistent with general plan and zoning code. The project would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of the community. The project site is suited to the uses permitted under the proposed zone, and the anticipated land uses would be compatible with surrounding existing and future uses. The project was found to be exempt pursuant to Section 15303 of the state CEQA guidelines. The project has been found to be consistent with these findings. To approve a site development permit, the approving body must make findings that the project is consistent with the general plan and ordinance code, and that the project would not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the community. The proposed development has been found to be consistent with these findings. Based on the evidence discussed and contained within the staff report, staff recommends to approve General Plan Amendment Lunar 2511 based on findings A through E, and recommends to approve Site Development Permit Lunar 2511 based on findings A through D and subject to conditions 1 through 60. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it to the board for discussion. Move it to the left. Pardon? I think it's his district. None? Okay. Then we'll go to public comment. Any public comments? Come on up. You have 3 minutes. At the 1 minute mark, you'll hit a little beep.
Hello, my name's David Ragland. I'm a neighbor of the project. Right off the bat, I'm not here to speak against it, but I am the person who sent a letter regarding the access along Rogers Road. This parcel and several others were carved from a larger parcel a long time ago with the ill-advised method of access of a 10-foot wide easement, which now serves about 5 or 6 acres of mixed-use general plan area solely. It may look like Roseland Road gets to there, but Roseland Road does not get there. Only Rogers Road serves these. And I had asked that additional road easement be dedicated to there. So we have something like a physical 8-foot wide roadway. I worry about emergency services. We can't get trash removal. We can't get, our mailboxes have been moved out onto the monoway, which is fine. I can take a walk. What I would like to see, having looked more closely at the plans, is ask for dedication at least to the top back of the retaining wall that they are building along Rogers Road. And then, of course, there would probably need to be built into that the project proponent would be given a break from their landscape area needs if that did get developed. I'd like to see our road at least meet driveway standards at 12 feet in width. I did write this letter. I missed the Planning Commission meeting. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Amy Augustine, Augustine Planning Associates. In response to Dave's question, we had this at the Planning Commission. There's a topographic issue at the beginning of Rogers Lane, which, as mentioned, is not on the property. So topographically, you end up with, here's the bottom of the property for Dutch Bros, and here is Rogers Lane. Very importantly, Rogers Road, that 10 feet, is a separately owned single parcel by a person who does not even live in the county. So the accessibility of even using Rogers Road, that would take a lot of investigation. More importantly, most of the development on the right-hand side of the road as you go back is much closer to the road, whereas on the uphill side where Subaru was going to go, it's much further away. And the recommendation would be, at least from our perspective, or even from a reasonable planning perspective, would be to take it from that side of the road. There was an old ditch there that's been declared ineligible for the register. So we would actually recommend that. Otherwise, the cost, losing landscaping, it would definitely increase the cost of this project if it could in fact be done. Lastly, I'd like to thank Natalie, Blossom, Galen, and Tyler. As you know, this was both a city and county project, made traffic impact studies a challenge, and I would be happy to answer any questions if you had any.
We'll do public comments now, and we might bring you back up if the board has questions at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back for discussion. Board members, any discussion or comments? Questions?
Thank you. First, I just wanted to ask, so related to the easement, correct, this is a private easement, private road or something like that? This is not a county maintained on Rogers?
Yes, as far as I know, it's not a county maintained road.
Okay. And for fire clearance, we did adopt a couple of years ago standards for what it would take to, as an emergency, be able to have a fire truck go through. If I remember correctly, I thought it was 15 feet vertical, 25 feet across. Are you aware of?
I don't know the specific amounts. I know there's somewhere in that range because I see that.
Yeah, I think it's
condition
that or
pop
it's
up.
vice versa.
Yeah.
It's something like that. I don't know if we happen to have, I don't think we have fire in here, do we? That might be able to speak to it. My impression is I think it's valid. It seems like it would be difficult for an engine to be able to access back there, and that even though it's a private road with, you know, more traffic or development there, I am concerned about whether that basically puts anybody at risk. It was mentioned too that there's only one property, and I just got basic Google Maps up too and zooming around on the terrain map. It seems that it does go to a little almost cul-de-sac looking thing at the end that has about 6 to 8 houses. Do we know about how many houses need to have access to that road?
I don't know the exact number, but I believe, yeah, there's about 5 or 6 parcels back there.
Yeah, it looks like just from the terrain map, it's about 6. So that's just a concern that there does seem to be multiple residents. The second question I had is, so this would be the elimination of the birdhouse, correct?
Correct. This is the parcel with the birdhouse, and that's proposed to go away.
Okay, and so what's the review specific though to, because I'm not to say like, I don't know, Rawhide Bridge is a perfect example where we have to keep something just because it is old. My understanding though is buildings that are unique in their historical kind of importance or 50 years old and or very indicative of the architecture of the time or something are ones that are often eligible for historic protections. The birdhouse kind of has historical connections to, you know, a prominent local leader. And then it's also obviously of a very iconic design there. What was the historical review process on looking at a property like that? Did it go before the Historic Preservation Review Committee to present some of that history?
They did a cultural study which included an evaluation of that structure, and it was determined to be ineligible for listing, meaning that it wasn't considered significant.
Okay, and they being?
A qualified professional prepares the cultural studies, such as an archaeologist or historian that are able to prepare those studies.
From the developer, the proponent of the project, right?
Correct. They pay the cost of that study and submit it as part of the project submittals.
Okay, yeah, and I would think that would, though, so that didn't, though, go to the Historic Preservation Review Committee to kind of review that specific site? Because there's not really anything within that area that is historic, per se, except that is the one thing. You know, Pinelli's Carpet is not a historic building. That is the one building that kind of fits into that.
Yes, it did not meet any of the triggers to go before the Historic Preservation Review Committee.
Okay. I think those are my questions. I don't know that they're resolved though, at least on Rogers Road. Kind of public safety access seems to be a very valid one for the, at least counting here, 6 homes that are on that cul-de-sac access. And it's not to say that the site wouldn't make sense, but I know there are other options where a building can potentially be moved or something like that. That is one of Tuolumne County's fairly iconic buildings. So I am concerned about that.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? Supervisor Holland.
I've been down Rogers Road, actually, to Mr. Ragland's house, so I'm familiar with it. Maybe Natalie can answer this or somebody can. So somebody said Rogers Road is actually its own parcel, and is that technically in the city limits or is that in the county limits? Where does that fall? And is it its own parcel? I'm assuming because it's its own parcel, it just has an easement across it to get access to the houses and back?
Yes, so that that parcel is within the county's jurisdiction, and it does have an easement across that parcel.
Okay, so that's the first parcel that's in the county is where the road is.
The parcels on the north side of Monoway are in the county, so there's a few more parcels to the west that are also in the county. For example, where the Subaru dealership was proposed, that's on the opposite side of Rogers Road.
Can you put that picture
Yeah.
back up? That'd be easier for us to look at.
Yes.
Okay, so the large parcel to the left of the project area, this is C1058, that parcel number?
Yes, that's also in the county, and
Okay.
I believe a couple more further that direction are.
Okay, so is the road part of that parcel?
Sorry.
Or Dave can nod yes or no, he might know.
Yeah, there's a, between the big C1 red parcel and the project area, there's a skinny little parcel. That's the Rogers Road parcel.
Okay, do we know, does it tie to another parcel? Is it just literally, that's just a parcel, just a road?
It appears that it's just that little strip is its own parcel.
Okay, and do we know the width of that parcel?
I do not know the width of that.
It's 10 feet wide.
Okay, the parcel, okay.
It is a private easement, but it's deeded to the benefit of each parcel.
I know. So,
Sorry, that's my fault. I shouldn't have.
yeah,
answered that.
so.
I just knew it was a survey.
Could you just repeat that once again louder so I can repeat it into the audio?
I am a surveyor and an engineer.
I'll just have you come on up, make it easy.
David Ragland, David H. Ragland, Land Surveying and Civil Engineering. It's a 10-foot wide parcel that somebody separate owns. I don't know if they know they own it. I think it's considered to have no value. And it was deeded to the benefit of all the back parcels, including mine, each separately for access.
Thank you.
Well, I guess that's my own questions right now.
All right. Hold on, let me address Supervisor Kirk or Brandon. Or sorry, Supervisor Kirk or Campbell. None? All right, last shot. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to make a recommendation. I was just doing a little research on there, but with built by Hal Bird, there was an article that was in the Modesto Bee, I believe it was in 1969, talking about the construction of that house, which would make it over 50 years. I'm understanding that there was as you mentioned, consultant archaeology, cultural resource kind of review of that. But it seems like this is something that should go to the Historic Planning Review Committee. I'm not sure, for example, if this may be listed into any of our cultural assets of any inventories that are documented within the state. There are places like this which are not necessarily on a registry, but then cross 50 years and become a property that would be eligible on it. For that to come back and say, no, it really doesn't fit, when it is 50 years, when it is pretty iconic architecture, when it's a well-known site, when it's connected to somebody who was, somewhat prominent at the time, is to me something that is maybe incomplete. So my recommendation would be, it's not to say no to this, but to see that this goes to the Historic Preservation Review Committee, where that, resource study would be reviewed, but reviewed by folks who actually have the expertise of related to that site. It may end up being that could be moved to another place, but I would hate to see us make a decision today. And though I would love to see a coffee shop there, that's great, and some of the tax revenue from it, I'm concerned it opens up liability, and we will have a moment where there is a bulldozer knocking down that house, and there will be immense public outcry because pretty much everybody in Tuolumne County drives by that probably every single week for their entire life. And that's a concern that we haven't vetted, I think, enough. So that would be my recommendation.
But Jaron, they paid a professional to do this already. I mean, they paid a professional to research it, not just some committee made up of one person or two person that lives in Tuolumne County. They do the research, they pay to get that research done. And they said there's no significance. If there was, then that would have been the next step, is they would have then looked at mitigation. Just because the house has been there 50 years, I mean, go to Twainhart. I mean, that means you could never modify anything in Twainhart because everything is 50. I mean, you couldn't modify me and Steve, we're over 50.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I could try to get you guys on the registry.
You could. I would appreciate it.
I prefer the modifications personally.
Yeah.
Well, and you bring up a really good point. It's to say that it's not that I don't trust it, but I think our responsibility is not always to take it at face value. A lot of times, let's say it was a drainage review, you know, and it's looking at the engineering of it. We still have planners that go through and check to make sure it's, you know, general plan compliant. Historic preservation's in a little bit different of a category because often it's done through, I think, the zoning protections. We used to have local planning commissions that would deal with some of this stuff. All to say is, I think it provides the info, but sometimes on its face, it doesn't make sense. And this is one, to me, it's not the 50 years old. Again, Pinelli, probably a 50-year-old building. Absolutely not historic, not indicative, not relevant to history whatsoever. This is one that if you said the birdhouse, people would know exactly where it is, which to me says this is one that, for that report to come back and say, well, there really is no chance this is a cultural resource, there is no mitigation needed, sounds inadequate. It on its face doesn't make sense to me, and I would want the HPRC to review that, and I mean, that's ultimately why they're there.
Why are they paying a professional to do this then? Like, why do we make our developers go through the process, sign up, and then tell them, well, yeah, I just don't like your review. Back to the drainage thing, right? Natalie would not be checking, let's say they hired Mr. Ragland to do the drainage study. I would trust Mr. Ragland's math would be correct, and he wouldn't want Natalie challenging his math because he's the paid professional here. I think we'd be better off spending our time to help the citizens back there, talk to the guys that own the parcels there next to him where Subaru was going to go, and see about, because that would be a better, by the topography, it would be easier to slide that road a little bit left to widen it up. And they might be willing to, I think, work with us and have that conversation because it's only a few feet they need, probably, you know, so.
Well, and I'm aware of the rest of the property. You know, it's not like it's an iconic piece of property. I actually do think that's a great location to have a coffee shop to stop in. What maybe with the road access and any further discussion seems that like there doesn't have to be a decision right now. We would have time to solicit that feedback. Ultimately, it still comes back to us whether we choose to incorporate it or not. I think it's fair again to say though that if the bulldozer comes in, which is what we're talking about, and it knocks over that house and builds a Dutch Bros, that will be immediately on social media to our community. And everybody's saying, why did the Board of Supervisors do that? Why didn't there have some other mitigation? Rather than we say, here's the review, it did go to the appropriate body, or maybe there is a mitigation that's an opportunity. I'm normally not for throwing more bureaucracy on these decisions. I think there are points where the bureaucracy makes sense because it's a decision-making process to be accessible. And this is one of those ones that it just does not make sense to me. Though if we want to have the discussions about moving the Rogers Lane over, and that makes perfect sense too, that would be an excellent partnership if that's possible to address that road issue. You know, could it take a month to have that conversation and then have HPRC, you know, provide more feedback to us at the next meeting?
I don't think we send this, in my opinion, we don't send this off to a group that they've already paid professional. And these professionals you pay are usually not developer friendly. They look at things and say, do they meet the requirements because they have their license on basically on trial there. And so that was our process that we put the developers through, just like we tell them to go hire people to do the different studies. And then for us to say, well, we don't want to trust that study and kick it back to who?
Well, to me, it's not trust. HPRC's job is not to be the historic review consultant that produces that document. It is to be the public representatives that have been appointed by us with their broader knowledge to basically review these projects to the public benefit. Their job isn't to compile the same report.
Let me have Supervisor Campbell jump in real quick.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying, and that's absolutely a concern. That was kind of one of the things that I was thinking of is, boy, people are going to be real upset to see the birdhouse go. But and I hear your suggestion of the HPRC and involving them in that, but I would carry that out if so we didn't create the expectation amongst the applicant that they would have to go through through the HPRC. And so if we do that, then does that create a precedent for other projects in the future? And then if we extrapolate that out, what if it goes to the HPRC and they recommend that they don't build the project? Well, now what do we do? I mean, if we think this is a good project and we want to proceed with it, but now we have a recommendation from HPRC to not do that, we've just created a situation where we have to go against our own group that we asked to weigh in on this. So I just, if it meets all the criteria that have been set out for the applicant, and they weren't expecting us or had no reasonable expectation that we would change that at this point, why add an extra step is my question.
And to jump in on that, our county is an old county, and when I transferred up here, commonly people would say, "Oh, well, meet me at the bait box." Well, I didn't know where the bait box was. I drove in circles until I saw the flashing lights. So these buildings, they're going to come and they're going to go. I totally get where you're coming from. You say that, but eventually someone's going to say, "Meet me at the Dutch Brothers." They're not going to remember that birdhouse. They're going to say, this is where that's going to be the thing. So I agree with Supervisor Campbell's position that I think, and by the way, we don't have as far as I know, we don't have anyone here from the Historical Society saying, we have one that is saying that, this is an issue, because we haven't hidden this. This has gone through planning. This has gone through a number of different layers to get to this point, and to put this final hurdle in front of the applicant, I just don't think is the right thing to do.
And I don't want to beleaguer anything that we've covered. I think you bring up really good points. I think what you just said is actually one of the points I'm making, is you're right, they're not here, but I think they would be here. And
But
the
they
reason
could have been here.
Right, but is that it wasn't notified to HPRC, so it didn't go through that review.
Because it's not
And-
required.
Right, and so because there wasn't a requirement, unless somebody was every day from the Historical Society following every land use decision we make, I think it's reasonable to say that most members of the public wouldn't have seen like all the details of it.
But that's not what she said.
Right, well, and to the CEQA point, it's not necessarily we do it or we don't do it, it's can we mitigate often anything. I think they're only providing a recommendation of, yes, this is historically important, no, this is historically not important. Then staff would make recommendations, correct me if I'm wrong, whether this is something that can be mitigated, what mitigations would be a potential to basically do. And we would then be making a decision that has more options and more info. So I won't beleaguer it. I think you bring up a good point. I would say that that's the reason they're not here, is they didn't know. And I'm trying to save us from a decision that we would then have go public and be very unpopular amongst a lot of those folks who do care about protecting a lot of the history in this area, who would probably want to be in this room and say, hey, you should move it, you should do something else.
Right.
I don't think it means stop the project. I think there's options, so.
Well, let's see,
Anyway.
Supervisor Kirk, did you have anything other than get moving along?
Need to move it forward.
All right, so no, I don't see any further discussion on the board, so I'll go ahead and accept a motion.
I would like to make the motion to table this and send this back to our planning staff for review with the HPRC, and to bring it back to the board with the post-review of the HPRC.
I'll just make a counter motion. We approve the project as presented.
I'll second.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve as presented. Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
So the vote is 4-1 to move forward. With that being said, I'll go ahead and close this public hearing. Okay, All right, so we're going to take our second public hearing. Sit. Ready when you are. Well, I'll go ahead and open this. We'll get going here. All right, so if I could have the reading, please, of the item.
10 a.m. 2, public hearing to consider Moyle ordinance for a zone change LUNR-25-12 to rezone the following under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, TCOC, as follows. Rezone a 0.37 plus acre portion from RE-1 to RE-2, APN 064-162-002. Rezone a 0.62 plus acre portion from RE1 to RE-5, APN 064-162-002, Rezone a 0.28 plus acre portion from RE-2 to RE-5, APN 064-162-003. Rezone a 0.02 plus acre parcel from R-1 to RE-5, APN 064-162-005. Rezone a 2.17 plus acre parcel from A-20 to RE-5, APN 064-162-014. Rezone a 20.02 plus acre parcel from an A-20 to RE-5, APN 064-162-015. Notice of exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and open this public hearing and go.
Hello, Chairman of the Board and Supervisors. My name is Shady Smith, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. Before your board is a zone change project LUNR 2512 for Mr. Lee Moyle, and the applicant is Mr. David Ragland. LUNR 2512 is an ordinance for a zone change to rezone the following as listed. Apologies again, but a 0.37 acre portion from RE1 to RE2, a 0.62 acre portion from RE1 to RE5, a 0.28 acre portion from RE2 to RE5, a 0.02 acre parcel from R1 to RE5, and a 2.17 and a 20.02 acre parcel from A20 to RE5. This rezone application is required to allow for the owner and applicant to achieve a coordinated series of 5 lot line adjustments between 13 legal parcels. The maps for the lot line adjustments have been included in the report for continuity. However, the action of the maps are under the purview of the county surveyor. The project encompasses approximately 26.04 acres and consists of 5 parcels subject to the proposed zone change. 13515 Red Hills Road is the sole address linked to the site, which is located within the community of Chinese Camp. The general plan designates the property as low-density residential and rural residential, both of which are consistent with the proposed RE2 and RE5 zoning districts. This slide includes the final proposed exhibit map for the lot line adjustment. It identifies as draft exhibit map 5 within the report. I have included this to show the final configuration of the site after the county surveyor has made a decision on the proposed lot line adjustment. On August 11th, 2025, 57 adjoining property owners within 1,000 feet of the project were notified via mail. The project stakeholder notification was posted to the planning webpage. Advisory agencies were also notified of the project, and the Community Development Department did not receive any responses from members of the public, but did receive comments from CSERC, Caltrans, and the State Water Board. All comments have been included and addressed within the report. Additional comment correspondence occurred between CSERC and county staff prior to the Planning Commission hearing. That documentation was provided to the Commission and has been included in your board's agenda packet. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered the project at the January 21st meeting. A few commissioners asked staff for clarification on potential development uses in residential densities between the two zoning designations. Members of the public, including the property owner, provided comments pertaining to the project. A more detailed summary has been provided within your report. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommended to your board to approve LUNR 2512 based on findings A through E, and the motion carried 5-1-1. To approve a zone change, the approving body must make findings that the project is consistent with the general plan and zoning code, that the project would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of the community, that the project site is suited to the uses permitted under the proposed zone, and the anticipated land uses would be compatible with surrounding existing and future uses. Staff has provided evidence within the report that the findings on the screen have been met. Your board is the decision-making body for the zone change application. Therefore, your board can decide the following: approve the project based on findings A through E, deny the project, or send the project back to staff with direction on what is to be addressed. Does your board have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. We'll go ahead and open up for the board discussion. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and public comment.
Hello, David Ragland, DHR, Land Surveying and Civil Engineering applicant on the project. Just wanted to restate that we are changing some zonings in conformance with the general plan to basically fix a willy-nilly configuration of parcels that dates back to the 1890s, the town site map of Chinese camp, and it is in conformance with the general plan. I believe some of them are even decreases in density for that little island of LDR in order to accomplish good, usable home site parcels out of some that don't meet current standards, where we're not building cesspools, for instance. And I'm available for questions, if any. Thanks, bye.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, board. So I came to the board meeting a few weeks ago. I'm trying to decide exactly when, but it was after the fire, and presented that I felt the Chinese camp needed some consideration as to, are they going to have a water system? So obviously, for fire flow, there is no water system, but there are a bunch of individual wells, and I'm sure Mr. Ragland has already considered this as far as those parcels. I'm not sure if they're outside of town or if they're in town. But my thought is that a nonprofit water district needs to be formed, an on-site thing. Jaron Brandon suggested that TUD do a line extension, but the cost of that, according to Eric Johnson, would be about $12 to $14 million. So maybe that's feasible with a grant, but I don't know why I'm so choked up about this. I believe that there really needs to be somebody sit down, maybe appoint a committee to discuss what to do about water in that area in general. But Chinese camp for sure, and there's a great hill right across the street where a water tank could be put in. You could put in fire flow in the town itself. I talked to Lise, who manages the water system at the Chinese camp school. They would certainly love to have a fire hydrant. I'm not sure exactly what all the water production is of the different wells there. Marvin Tanko and I were going to get out there and kind of discuss that, and the possibility of putting in a commercial well. So I think maybe there needs to be a little more consideration about infrastructure for the town itself. I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with Mr. Ragland's thing, but maybe it does, and maybe it's something he would be interested in being on that committee to talk about. I definitely would be interested in being on the committee because I've been out there talked with different people, talked with environmental health, talked to LAFCO, talked to a guy named Mike Lucan with LAFCO. Daryl Slocum suggested that maybe there'd be money from different agencies that would contribute towards that. So I'm just putting it out there. I think we need to think about this and not have the same fire report in the future of fire trucks coming from who knows where, water tankers, to fight a fire. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning still.
Good morning.
Leslie Lewandowski with CSERC. My comments are really going to echo what you've already heard a little bit today about this matter. In particular, the agenda report repeatedly claims that the housing potential density for this project area will not increase if the requested zoning changes are granted. The proposed logic for this conclusion is that the project is starting with 13 lots and will result in the same number of lots, 13. This conclusion is repeated several times throughout your agenda report today. However, what is not highlighted or discussed is what the actual development potential is for the current existing lots as they are currently zoned and configured. For instance, one of the lots that was already mentioned today, the small island lot to the right of the property, according to the county assessor's office, is less than 1/10 of an acre. That's less than 4,500 square feet, well below the minimum building and lot size. Another parcel currently zoned RE2 is about 2.5 acres, but it consists of 3 parcels, or 3 lots, I should state. What am I getting at is that you're comparing apples to oranges when comparing the current lots to the proposed new 13 lots. The potential building density will be increased if the rezone request is approved. And as you all know, the area is burned to the ground, save for a few scattered structures recently. The area has no public water, no public sewer, and no fire flow. The Chinese camp reminded us how vast our county is and how quickly our emergency services can be stretched to the breaking point. At a time when your board is actively considering reducing fire and emergency services, promoting growth in a relatively remote and isolated area of the county seems counter to your board's mission of ensuring public safety and fiscal responsibility. I hope that we've learned a lesson from the tragedy of the Chinese Camp Fire. I urge the board to send the request back to staff for a meaningful review of the potential impacts to public safety and emergency services under finding B, which is that the proposed amendments would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment, please? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. No, I'll go last. Go ahead. Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you. Again, this would be normally fine. I see it moving through and adding additional housing capacity. Historically, I've not voted on ones that are going to much less intensive uses, but overall, this seems to be a more. Somebody got a phone going. Anyway, intensive use. The question I have is related to the fire flow access, and understandably, without a much larger project, running a line or running an actual water district with treatment is probably out of the question. One thing that was brought up, and Don, I think you had brought that up at a meeting, was the idea of basically a pressurized water tower, some type of private water district, which would be able to provide, if not hydrants in front of 5-acre houses, which is a pretty expensive system, at least a drafting point. And for the folks that may or may not be aware, during the Lightning Complex and Chinese Camp fire specifically there, I believe our engines had to go to borrow water, which I don't think was compensated from the biomass plant to be able to fight the fire. I don't think we had any drafting point there of any type. Often, you can throw into a pond, you can have a ditch or something like that, you can have a dry hydrant. There wasn't any option there, so they had to literally hook up to the water stations, I think, at the biomass plant. And so if we're seeing more homes being built down there, I think it would be wise for us to make a condition of this project, whether it's just this project or a large thing, that there would be a water tower, basically allowing for pressurized fire flow. If not, septic and water to the houses, at least a drafting point somewhere within the Chinese camp area, one drafting point, which could be able to sustain a fire engine and fill them up pretty quickly.
All right, thank you.
What, just one question. What is the closest municipal water district to this development? Like, would be the closest access to that?
I would say maybe some extension of TUD's line, maybe Jamestown area.
How far away would that be to this project?
Oh, goodness.
Miles.
Miles.
Let's go see 3-ish. Wait.
So-
The crowd said 5 miles for the audio.
And Jamestown doesn't have water drinking standards, and it would be flowing. So anyway, they're in a different boat.
And then what's the maximum number of parcels that could be added to this development as a result of the decision that's being proposed to us today?
So what I'm hearing the question is what is the maximum number?
Yeah.
Well, currently it's 13 legal parcels.
Sorry, not parcels, the maximum number of structures.
Oh,
that could
so
be put on
density.
this. Yeah.
So the A20 zoning just, you can have a total of 4 permitted dwelling units with 1 additional with a conditional use permit. And then the RE5 allows for a total of 3 permitted, single-family dwellings and 1 with a conditional use permit. So currently, like the RE5 allows for a single-family dwelling, 1 single-family dwelling per parcel, or 2 single-family dwellings, or 1 duplex per parcel with a conditional use permit, 1 ADU, and 1 junior ADU.
Trying to add that up. So
You lost us with the first.
I added it up. So A20 is 4 permitted by right, 1 with a conditional use permit, and then RE5 is a total of 3 permitted by right with 1 conditional. You can get 1 with a conditional use permit. So the conditional use permit then opens it to a discretionary entitlement, which then could be analyzed with further environmental review. So, so we have that happen in the county. People apply for a conditional use permit to exceed the 1,200 square feet of a second residence that the ADU caps it at. So that's kind of where those densities lie within the A20 and RE5s.
So then the A20, how many of the A20 parcels are there?
So the parcel, the re-subdivision, the lot line adjustment, will be creating RE5s, RE5 parcels.
Right.
Consistent with the general plan.
Okay. And so how many
I
structures can they have on those?
So RE5.
Residential structures.
Residential structures, 3 permitted, 1 conditional.
Okay. And so all 13 are going to be 3 permitted, 1 conditional.
That's the maximum density in the RE5, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Supervisor Kirk, on. All right, so obviously this is in my district, and we are very aware of fire concerns and fire issues within the Chinese camp area. I've driven through there, talked to some people. On the face of it, everyone is happy. They don't have an issue. There are concerns about potential growth. One of the things that we keep hearing the most of is that we don't have enough housing for workforce and things like that. So there is that. It was also brought to my attention that all new homes that are built would be required to have sprinkler systems and be brought up to the current code. So water suppression for a potential fire would be factored in. I've asked people in that area regarding having a municipal or a water tower, and for the most part, no one even knows if they're going to rebuild or what's going to have you, so they're not willing to buy in onto that right now. But this is the first step of changing it, so if somebody does want to develop or build onto it, they would also have to be willing to follow the current rules that are in place with sprinkler systems, water storage tanks, the wells and things like that. So, I don't want to say we can't change this now because of what might come in the future, even though there might not be any homes built in the future there. But the concerns are obviously quite valid about water tanks, water flow, and septic as well.
Thank you. And I completely agree on the need for housing. And again, it's not a core issue with it. The question I was going to ask before on it was whether, so looking at, zooming out from just this specific project, if we said, well, there's no drafting points, there should be one there. We do have other fires that happen. We also have got the Green Springs, I think, SRA station down there. If there was a need to basically go and fill up for water, this seems like the area that we would want to put a tower, because it needs to it can't be so far in that a engine can't pull up and be able to get it fill up. It needs to be in an area where, you know, ideally it's close to where the structures I think would be. Have we done any, and I assume we probably have not, because we're looking specifically just at this project and the rezoning. In other cases, one example that comes to mind is Valley Vista. Valley Vista being on golf links, there was proposals saying, well, this is an area that may need an additional fire station. In the Jamestown station, there was a plan to have a set aside as part of the condition to basically have a fire station moved there. Times have changed a bit on that. That is still with the project. So my question is, did we review what might be an ideal location for any type of fire flow access? And the second is, could we have some type of requirement attached to this project that allows us the future option, say it's a set aside of a portion, which is then able to have some type of water tower for that purpose? Is that an adequate, is that allowed as a mitigation for an area that doesn't have any fire flow?
So I believe for this type of project, you may not be allowed to condition a rezone application. I'd defer to council. I've never heard of conditioning a rezone.
Well, any conditions would have to be roughly proportionate to the impacts of this particular project.
Right.
So if there's a concern of a lack of fire flow for the whole area, that can't be addressed by putting a condition on one particular project that has to do with 13 parcels. So I will say that there's that rough proportionality and nexus requirements for conditions. As far as conditioning, rezoning specifically, I can look into that more specifically.
Jumping in on that, could you explain how that happened with Valley Vista and the fire station set aside? Because of course, there would be no reason to build a fire station for only 200 homes. What the process was on that, because I assume that was...
Well, I kind of think we're getting outside of the hearing.
It's specific to this project. I think it's the same line of thought.
Just to sum that up, so that project specifically was a subdivision, subdivision map. This project is a rezone in conjunction with a ministerial action, which is a lot line adjustment / resub. So lot line adjustments and resubs are the same thing, but they're at the ministerial level. That project specifically was a subdivision.
Okay, that does answer my question then. So that was done under a different development process.
And that's how that was conditioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holland?
No, I was gonna say, if we want to do a water tower, we have the fire station there. We could put it there. That seems like a reasonable spot for it. And we own it, therefore, much easier to deal with.
Okay. Any other comments regarding this? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the project as presented.
Second. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And abstaining. So that passes 5-0. And close that hearing. Thank you. All right, to my members of the board and to the staff. So which fork of the road do we want to do? We have a number of people here from, for the Pinecrest discussion. We also have consent agenda or consent items. So I want to be cognizant and aware of the people's times, especially those who have taken off time for work to come down here. So what would my board like to do?
Chair, I'd recommend we do consent. I don't think that will take long. I have no issue with then immediately going into 18, but if consent's normally at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't have anything to pull. If we can knock it out quick, we can do
Okay.
that.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do our consent. As we alluded to last meeting, we'll no longer be reading the consent agenda. We've spoken with County Council, the CAO's office. The reason we're doing this is to avoid any unfortunate misspokes or mistakes as it gets read. So we'll go ahead and just accept it as is, unless there's any items that wish to be pulled.
Was this a policy change that was notified to board members?
Wasn't a policy change. There's no policy that says we have to read it. A large number of counties throughout the state don't read it. And since unfortunately, times do happen, mistakes do happen. So we just want to avoid any of those of having to bring items back to the agenda.
Have we had any instances where a mistake was made on reading it that had the, I'm not sure that we've ever had one.
At times, an item will be misread on the item. For example, the wrong resolution number, something will happen and it'll have to come back. So
I'm asking is that, well, maybe that's to council or admin. Has that ever happened in the last 5 years that something had to come back because it was misread? We've had it where it's been misprinted, which we would still have to bring it back.
Right.
I'm not aware it's ever been misread and we had to rehear an item. What, even one time?
Why don't we
But-
just read it?
and the issue
It
being
takes-
is like
It takes
some-
2 minutes. Let's just have her read it and then.
And the issue, yeah, I think we should read these because if members of the public are not able to hear it, yes, we are relying on them to go look at a paper copy or the online agenda, but there are many who are watching on video, may not be as savvy to deal with our kind of Super Plus software, where they end up hearing about these things because we read the title. So anyway, I recommend we read them.
all right, if that's what the board wants to do. It was just advised that we just not do that, but that's okay. All right, Madam Clerk, please read the consent agenda.
Consent calendar item number 1, approving the minutes for the November 12, 2025, November 18, 2025, and December 8, 2025 meetings. Item number 2, approving a grant agreement with Blue Cross of California Partnership Plan, Inc. to fund the Provider Capacity Incentive Program, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $27,694, increasing appropriations by the same amount in the fiscal year 2025-26 Public Health Department budget, and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Item number 3, adopting resolution 14-26, continuing the local state of emergency in Tuolumne County due to the TCU September Lightning Complex fire as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14-8630C. Item number 4, approving amendments to the extend agreements for on-call construction management and construction inspection services with UNICO Engineer, Inc. and Mark Thomas and Company, Inc., and authorizing the board chair to sign the amendments included in the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. Item number 5, approving the appointment of Ms. Jocelyn Lemus, PLS of Precision Civil Engineering, Inc., as county surveyor. Item number 6, accepting the certification of results for November 4, 2025 statewide special election. Item number 7, rescinding Resolution 91-24 and adopting Resolution 15-26, authorizing signature delegation to the County Administrative Officer, the District Attorney Victim Witness Supervisor, and the Public Safety Administrative Manager for the grant period of January 01, 2025 through December 31, 2025. Item number 8, rescinding Resolution 104-25 and adopting Resolution 16-26, authorizing signature delegation to the County Administrative Officer, the District Attorney Victim Witness Supervisor, and the Public Safety Administrative Manager for the grant period of January 01, 2026 through December 31, 2026. Item number 9, adopting Resolution 17-26, recognizing February 2026 through February 28, 2026 as the National Engineers Week. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 18-26 to establish restricted overnight parking zones at the Tuolumne County Resiliency Center and authorize the installation of, quote, no overnight, unquote, signage to allow enforcement by the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. Item number 11, approving the lease agreement with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for the South Shore Campground at Lake Tulloch. Item number 12, adopting Resolution 19-26, continuing the local health emergency in Tuolumne County due to immediate public health threat caused by hazardous waste and debris from the TCU September Lightning Complex fire as required by the California Health and Safety Code 101080. Item number 13, approving the Airport Capital Improvement Plan, Columbia, and authorizing the Public Works Director to sign all documents related to the receipt of the grant. Item number 14, adopting Resolution 20-26, appointing the Public Works Director as a designated representative to adopt plans, specifications, and working details, and solicit bids for the Groveland Community Hall reconstruction.
All right, thank you. All right, bring it to the board for discussion. Or let me back up. Anything that needs to be pulled? Seeing none, discussion? Just go right down. Kurt, Campbell, Jaren?
Great. I just wanted to thank OES Public Works. I know they've been doing a lot to make sure that the dollars that are out there, we are bringing back in. And so particularly there on item 3 and everything, it is greatly appreciated. We're talking millions, if not tens of millions, in some of these programs to make sure we've got disaster funds. I wanted to thank specifically, I believe it's Roger Roop, but then also Sean, everybody who's been working on the South Shore Campground issue at Lake Tulloch. You know, that was a lease that was entered into when I was 2 years old. It wasn't something really from anybody's current time. Getting that re-upped for even a short period allows us to be able to figure that out. And I know that's incredibly important to the business owners there, especially as we deal with Tridam to make sure we're on firm footing. And we are having lots of meetings and discussions with that. So thank you for all the time into it, because it's huge, but I know you got several jobs, multiple jobs. And then 13, I want to thank Tanya and the airports team and Blossom and everybody just for all the work on the airports plan and making sure we're grant eligible and we're able to keep them as an economic asset for the county.
Thank you, Supervisor Nolan. And my only want to say good job to the Public Works for the airports. All that's great. We'd like to see that moving forward. Also, do we have any of the engineers in the room? You want to recognize you, all right? Engineers, you know, you guys are the big brains that keep the things going in the right directions on the flow chart. So we really, regarding item number 9, they're recognizing the week as National Engineers Week. You know, that's we appreciate all that hard work you do there. And then lastly, obviously, item number 14 was the Groveland Community Hall. We are very glad to start to see that getting rebuilt and brought back to life. I know people wish to use that, so thank you for all the hard work on staff that has put into that. So with that being said, seeing no further comment, public comment?
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scott Heim, your Public Works Director. Happy Engineers Week 2026. This year's theme, Transform Your Future, highlights how engineering shapes the world we all rely on every day. Engineers may work behind the scenes, but their impact is everywhere. From safe roads and clean water to reliable power, modern buildings, and the technology that keeps us connected. Engineering is about solving problems in ways that make lives better for people and communities. As our world changes, engineers are helping transform the future by designing safer infrastructure, protecting the environment, and finding smart, sustainable solutions for the challenges ahead. Engineers Week is also a chance to inspire the next generation. When young people see how engineering improves everyday life, they can imagine themselves creating solutions, serving their communities, and shaping a better tomorrow. The Public Works Department proudly recognizes our engineering division for their dedication to the infrastructure and development of Tuolumne County. This team of 7 devoted employees apply for and administer millions of dollars in grants, manage our capital improvement projects, disaster recovery projects, traffic engineering, development review, pavement inspection and management, county service areas, and lighting districts. Thank you to the engineers, both on our team and in our broader community, who dedicate their skills and creativity to the public good. This week, we celebrate the work you do and the future you help transform for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on consent.
Second.
I have a first by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstains. Passes 5-0-0. All right, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. So please be back here. We'll say 11:32. All right, we'll go ahead and start. We'll take number 18 next.
Item number 18, consideration of providing direction and receiving community feedback on implementation of a proposed Pinecrest Lake parking/day use fee program.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and I have Sean Hembry with the County Administrator's Office. And we're going to, he mostly is going to take you through this conversation here. Thank you, sir. Okay, there we go.
Great. Okay, so is it? It's not on the screen, so that is okay. All right.
Good morning, Board. Thank you. This is Sean Hembry, Water and Natural Resource Analyst for Tuolumne County. I wanted to discuss the Pinecrest Day Use Program. Wanted to just indicate that there's been, as most Tuolumne County residents are aware, there's been a large uptick in utilization of the Pinecrest Lake area and its impacts on public safety, user experience, and environmental protection. First, wanted really quickly to just go over some drivers of the change in recreation and some things leading to overutilization that have happened. Most of us are really aware of this, but it speaks to the present conditions, and also as we plan towards the future, with the advent of social media and technology, people are more aware of the great locations that used to be local haunts that are now people are aware with throughout California. And then with COVID, we saw that it didn't just change what they knew, but also their behavior. People were more able to get out and practice remote working, et cetera. And lastly, of course, the real driver for summertime use, at least for Pinecrest areas, is the weather. In extreme heat events, we see a large uptick in utilization. Climate modeling indicates that we should plan to see more of these extreme events more often, for longer, and more severe. So just thinking about that as we go into not just current planning, but also future planning as the conditions may be. So just going to go over some slides quickly that represent some of the overutilization that is currently happening. This is not in the campground. This is actually right along the main path in the waterfront area at Pinecrest. This kind of picture kind of speaks for itself. You can indicate that there is some overuse areas, but also parking is severely impacted. It's impacting safety and safe egress, but also environmental conditions, people parking literally in the forest. This last photo is from the day after the 4th of July weekend last year. The trash compactors were already overfilled and trash bins were overflowing. Contingency trash storage was kind of put in the garage here, but you can see that there was quite a challenge with the amount of folks that are coming up to utilize the lake. And we weren't the only ones who noticed. This is San Francisco Chronicle noting the overcrowding issues. Also, KCRA Channel 3 picked up a story recently. Our local papers and news outlets have also similarly written about the topic. And so moving forward, it's good at this point to say, okay, what actions actually have been taken? This is not something that we are just now becoming aware of. During the winter, there were community meetings. Winter of last year, there were community meetings leading to some Natural Resource Committee meetings in the spring. Recommendations were brought before the full board. The Board of Supervisors moved to approve parking ordinance change and increase parking fines for violations. That was something that didn't impact just the area around Pinecrest, but countywide. In addition to that, the supervisors also directed staff to create fire lanes as appropriate and improve signage indicating that at the Pinecrest area, county maintained roads. At the same meeting, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to investigate additional opportunities to improve the conditions. We should note that, the Stanislaus National Forest and county staff have been working in a coordinated fashion to consider possibilities for future improvement. It should be noted that the National Forest under the current administration has undergone several staffing changes, and they are aware of the conditions and want to improve that, but there's capacity drawdown. They're not able to completely implement that, so they're looking to work with us in partnership towards that. So the opportunities for improvement that we'd like to bring forward for your consideration are related to public safety, improved visitor experience, and also natural resource protection and overuse management. There are two categories here for public safety that we'd like you to consider. Fire safety and evacuation readiness. Of course, with that much traffic impaction in a small area makes egress for fire conditions very potentially dangerous. Also, access for first responders becomes problematic. So we want to make sure that the roads are clear for egress and access. And also in terms of on-site resources that are available right there in the Pinecrest Basin, there's an opportunity to increase law enforcement presence, also potentially staffing lifeguards or emergency medical personnel on site. There, first aid stations, AEDs, equipment, etc. In the equipment and the infrastructure, not just the staffing. There's also a possibility we could consider increasing the local fire station coverage. And also, in terms of the visitor's experience, we saw all those trash bags. We have the opportunity to increase trash collection and sanitation, particularly for the bathrooms. Increase signage to make it clear what the rules are, what the local pertinent code is, where they are on the site map, and where resources are available. And parking facilities improvement. For instance, Pinecrest Avenue shoulder has several boulders that are, I believe, designed to prevent people from encroaching into the meadow. There's possibility that could be moved to put parking bollards in place so that there was access restriction and still allowed for parking along those roadsides without either encroaching in the meadow or having cars stick out into the roadway where they would become potentially block traffic. This map indicates, the day use area. The red lines are county maintained roads. So it should be clarified that this is federal forest land, but there are county maintained areas within that section. So the red areas are county maintained roads. In accordance with the FERC 2015 Traffic Circulation and Parking Plan, there are a total of 622 parking spaces identified. Some of those are cabin tracks. Some of those are not really appropriate for consideration for any type of fee-based parking. And so we've identified approximately 350 automobile spaces with an additional 42 dedicated boat trailer spaces that could be considered for day use fees. The red boxes around the certain numbered areas indicate the parking areas under consideration. So that's just kind of for the visual learners in the room, that's what we're talking about, is those areas. So for consideration of fee-based parking or day use parking fees, that would be one opportunity to prevent overutilization during high usage periods, but it would also generate a revenue that could be redirected to improve conditions within the basin, particularly within the day use area. And you can see that based on our very preliminary estimates, the cost of installing something like this would be approximately $283,000. The ongoing operating cost would be almost $200,000. Again, that is a preliminary estimate. These costs don't include any additional services for parking enforcement or any new services that are not ongoing currently. And the project revenue assumptions are based upon a fee of $18 for vehicles and $10 for boats and trailers. So there is some supply and demand things that would play out naturally the first year. If the board were to pursue something like this, we would need to determine, what the real supply and demand were. But we'd also want to determine what is equitable, and all of that is part of this conversation. Also, we need to recognize that this is a federal forest. This is not our local. There can't be a locals only separate rules that apply. But one of the things for frequent users that was identified is the possibility of an annual pass in lieu of the day-based rates. Okay. So we would, at this point, invite the board to comment or give direction.
All right, we'll bring it to the board. Supervisor Kirk, this is in your district. Would you like to lead off?
Sure, I think it would be appropriate to do questions, and then the main part of this is to hear from the public.
Sure.
So some questions I posted on Facebook yesterday asking for constituents pictures of the Pinecrest Basin. I got a lot of photos and then a lot of comments. So I just kind of want to ask, I know we haven't really brought council in on a lot of this. This is before the board to see if we want to move this idea forward. So I'm sure there's going to be some back and forth with some of our questions and what's legal and what's not. But one of the biggest concerns I got from folks was, what about locals? Can we exclude locals? We're fine and dandy with the people from the valley, the Bay Area coming up, paying the fee, but can we exclude the locals? And what I told them and what I've kept hearing, I just want to confirm, can we not give the locals a pass simply because it's U.S. Forest Service land, or is it because of equal application under the law? Like, what is the legal grounding why we can't allow locals a pass for a day use fee? Would anybody be able to shed light on that?
Yeah, we're not the attorney, so we don't know exactly, but it's definitely a question worth getting to the bottom of. That's one of the reasons why we're proposing like an annual pass. It would be cheaper than, $18 a day.
Okay.
So legalities aside, it's definitely a question worth answering. The management side is another piece that, and I know that kind of sounds like a cop-out to us locals who enjoy Pinecrest, but it would be a heavy management lift to separate, to have to be distinguishing between, are you local, are you not, to be able to track that kind of thing. And just with the kind of parking meter type infrastructure that we're looking at putting up there, it would require on-site people there all the time to be able to, I think. So from the management side, it's a pretty heavy lift, which is why we're proposing.
But the management side wouldn't even be an
That's
issue.
right. So
the legal
exactly.
answer is that you can't.
That's what
But
matters.
my point is, it'd be nice to get a source reference to exactly why, just so
Exactly.
I can share with constituents if we go down this path why we can't
We will get that answer for you, yes.
differentiate. One of the other major concerns were, not major, but it was brought up to me by a couple business owners concerned about the effects on local businesses. I talked to a couple of them, and there was a realization that a lot of folks, they go up to Pinecrest, there's no parking anyways, this is on very busy weekends, they spend a half hour driving around, can't find anywhere, they end up going back to Tweenheart or something and doing business there anyways and going back up later. One of the questions for you guys, and this came up literally last night because I saw a common thread about people being concerned about businesses. So I contacted some businesses this morning, and the idea was if we had a local, say we charged $15 for a day fee, and a local could buy a $30 annual fee, and they got a card, could they take that card to whatever business wants to participate in the program and go to a local business, punch the card once, and they get a 15% off a meal, or not to exceed, $15 or $20. So in one sense, it would, families could buy the pass, but then instead of it being say it was $30, they really only spend $15 because they get a local pass at a local business, local restaurant. They take their family to that restaurant, spend $100 and get $15 off. So the businesses I were talking to love that idea. My question to you is, hearing this for the first time from me, how hard would that be to manage or implement? Literally, if it's a one-time, punch the card, done deal.
So ultimately, it would be up up to the business to
Right, yeah,
decide if they
we're
want to
not
do that or
forcing it,
not. Yeah, but I think, I mean, that's a great idea. And I think we could definitely coordinate with the businesses up there and like, other, like the Chamber of Commerce and those kinds of people to like put it out there, get input, and then, put a program together. I mean, again, it wouldn't be on us to implement, but it's a great idea.
Okay.
And definitely, and if we go down the annual pass route.
Okay. In the spirit of the annual pass, could we exclude that only to residents?
Back to the question of is it legal? How can we charge or can we charge residents or, Tuolumne County residents something different than visitors?
Okay.
It's a question that we'll get
I
answered.
guess I have 2 points to that, if you could write them down. If we can give it to locals only, I would do that. If I can't, under the statutes of the authority, give it to locals, or anybody could buy an annual pass, but then only locals who show a local resident would be eligible for that discount from a local business. Because we know how some people don't respect our businesses up here from the valley. So that would be my preference. Other questions? If I were to go out for an RFP, instead of the county operating this, and I went out to an RFP and I let somebody else run this would be a legal question. I don't think I could make somebody who runs an RFP then turn around and pay law enforcement to cover it or pay fire to cover the enhanced services. Only government can provide those safety obligations, which is part of the reason why we got in this whole conversation of, do we do it or do we put it out for an RFP? My understanding is we do it because we're the ones who are going to be paying the law enforcement bill. We're the one who are going to be paying to enhance services for potentially EMS or fire. Lifeguards might be a different situation, even though that is safety. Now, when it comes to trash services and some of these other things, I know that could be put out for an RFP, but the idea was specifically that this was to offset additional. We've already got some law enforcement costs, but if we're really going to hone in on this and really make it effective, that we would do it because we need to be basically subsidizing those extra services. So that brings me to my question. That was a long way of me saying, this isn't really much of a statement, but it's a statement with a question. For years, I've been wanting to pull money out of the general fund from TOT and put it towards fire, law enforcement, roads. We finally have done that for the first time back in September. We're starting to put that towards roads. If this were to go through, my concern is if it landed in the general fund, it could just be like any other thing. So if these revenues come from Pinecrest, can I create a line item specifically to keep them in Pinecrest? Because I also believe there's some contractual obligations with the U.S. Forest Service that we can't just take this and go build Station 56. I can't go staff 56. I can't take this and make Standard Park better. This would have to stay within the basin to offset the effects within the basin. So can I make a line item so I'm accountable to the constituents for that?
Yeah, and in fact, actually, we would create a separate trust fund, just like we do with some of the other, with Kennedy Meadows is another example where we manage that facility. So that's actually in its own fund. We only pull in a portion into each annual budget that we anticipate to spend at that location for those enhanced services. And so that's exactly what would happen here.
So when I'm talking about
exactly
general fund,
correct.
it's a trust fund, completely
That's
different.
right. So it wouldn't even be in the general fund. It might, again, those expenses might be, no, I won't even get into that. But they will not, they cannot be going to other things that are not offsetting the costs or enhancing the services that are provided in Pinecrest.
Okay. I have a question. We increased fines last year, but in the middle of that conversation, Steve kind of brought it up like, shoot, probably should have gone even higher. My question is, in tandem to this, if this were to go through and we have more law enforcement personnel up there and people are paying, but people are also still potentially violating on the busy weekends, how hard would it be to bring that back to increase the fines for people who are breaking the law?
Just like it was before, it's just an ordinance code change. So it's
Literally changing the number from 100
relatively
to
simple.
200.
I'd be curious to hear the sheriff if he's in here, his thoughts on that, but
Sheriff, yeah, sure.
yeah.
Because I have a couple questions for you too, Sheriff. Because one of the concerns I've got some people over the last 24 hours is, well, are you even finding the people who are doing the illegal parking, which I know we are, but it needs to sting for people to stop doing it.
Well, I think that there's, Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County, I think that there's twofold to that, right? One is obviously we're trying to shape the behavior of folks that are recreating in Pinecrest, specifically by a psychological deterrent. Your board approved amendment to the ordinance for first initial citation being 250, second being 500, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Thought it was like 100, that's why I brought
Was
it
it?
up. Pretty low.
Is it 102? 202? I think maybe there was conversation about
There's
raising
conversation, but
from
it was,
250 to 500 or something like that. So I would imagine, okay, very good, thank you. I would imagine that it's the same process, which also has very little to do with my office and SEPA for talking in favor as to what that psychological deterrent or what the revenue that we've seen come in from that. Obviously, it's not going to completely offset the endeavor, but speaking to what you're saying, I would imagine, and council can correct that it's as simple as amending the ordinance to increase that fine based on the data that we have. The citations that were written the second year were greatly increased that following year. We did see a difference in that. Are you still going to have violators? Absolutely. And I think that another part of that conversation has been the discretion in how we impound and tow vehicles. Not our first practice that we like to do. We like to use a lot of discretion with that and make sure that people are still able to be safe, because we don't want people walking on the highways. But there will be a time where we do have to essentially tow vehicles, especially if they're habitual offenders. Just going back on a previous question, talking about differentiating locals and people that are visiting, I would just urge the board to use extreme caution with that, specifically when we talk about equal protection under the Constitution and equal application of law, and how that's going to apply for any offenders that may be subject to prosecution through actions with my office specifically. Typically, best practices, so when you're dealing with a public space, that the Constitution protects everybody equally in what that looks like, whether they're in violation of a fee or some type of other arrangement that's made by local government. So I would just make sure that for appeals processes, for prosecution and all those things, I'd keep it as flat and as clean as you possibly can. And I know that there's going to be some folks that are local that don't like that answer, but if it doesn't pass the Constitution test, then I wouldn't be doing my job by telling you that.
Okay, I got two more for you
Yes.
real quick. Another big concern that people bring up is after hours, people line the shores with their tents, they put all their kayaks, everything, they pile it up on the beach in the morning, they get first dibs. If there's additional funding, is that something your office, because now we're dealing with personal property. So how would you, in a perfect world, if there's the funding available to put your deputies up there, is that something you guys do, that you drag crap off the beach and you're putting it in a location? I mean, how does that play out if I'm trying to solve that problem?
Yep, I'll answer those two questions. One, is that something that we do now? No, it is not. Is it something that, based on whatever your board decides on what quality of life looks like in the Pinecrest Basin, could we address those things with a specific set of services? Absolutely, that could be something that we entertain. I would imagine that we'd be leveraging our partnerships like we do right now with other services. But again, remember, people can line and they can, leave things out there, but once things get littered, the existing code and ordinances are pretty specific about leaving things within 150 feet of the high water mark of any waterway or body of water, which means ultimately those things can be seized and they can be disposed of.
Okay. My last question is kind of tying this back to how this conversation got started, which was on really busy weekends, maybe most weekends, but really busy weekends, I've been up there where it's literally bottleneck. Like you're not getting in, you're not getting out unless somebody moves, and it's cars everywhere. Fire issues. How do you feel about responding to Pinecrest in a busy summer weekend when it is how you've seen it? Is there hope for that basin with fire services, or is it going to be, use my words right, a crap show?
Well, I think it's definitely a leadership opportunity right now is what you're talking about. So when that road is lined with illegal parking on both sides of it, and I don't know that we experienced that in this last season. We were pretty dynamic in the citations. I know that there was some illegal parking issues we were able to navigate through, but in worst case scenario, it would absolutely impede all emergency services responding up there. I think the one glimmer of hope that we have is specifically with our Everbridge system is that we know that it'll work up there if we use the WIA option, is that people will get those notifications as they did during Chinese campfire with some of the consequential knowledge we got. So again, we're able to get communications out there. I know that's been a big conversation, but if that road bottlenecks and you have issues like that, you don't have that increased enforcement and that psychological deterrent, it'll be definitely very difficult to get apparatus in and out of there as we've seen in the past. But that's me speaking to a worst case scenario without the appropriate level of addressing those issues.
And one more came up to mind while you were talking. On average, and I should have given you a heads up about this question earlier, but on average, how often are your deputies up there? Because what I'm envisioning is on weekends you're up there. On busy holiday weekends you're up there. I get during the week we probably don't need coverage, maybe. You would know better than I do. But definitely on weekends I would like to have a deputy up there, maybe like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or at least a Saturday, Sunday. I know you weren't able to do that last year. What would it take to do that from May 31st to September when the kids go back to school, or end of August?
It's a great question. So what we try to do is we try to staff the 8-beat on a swing shift type schedule, modified hours, so it's not just a day and a graveyard type shift. We try to only staff the hours in which we're going to see the highest volume of visitors, and then that way it maximizes our ability to actually put a deputy sheriff up there. Oftentimes, we are experiencing that as being flown as overtime for deputy sheriffs, but nonetheless, we can staff those things. We left the numbers specifically blank on here because I think the real question is, what is the service that we would like to see? And if that is the support of the board to say, I want to see, a day shift and a graveyard, or I want to see a full-time swing that can be guaranteed allocated to that resident area during those times, we could definitely come up with some solid numbers of what that looks like with support and increased services.
Okay.
Because right now, we get approximately $32,000, and that's for all United States Forest Service land in Tuolumne County, not just Pinecrest. That's a drop in the bucket compared to our expenditure, and so it's we're definitely behind the 8 ball, and it's the people of this county that are paying for that service that goes over and above that.
And people keep bringing that up, like, well, where's the U.S. Forest Service? Where's their law enforcement officers? And I know from doing this for 7 years, we keep getting told, oh, there's more LE coming, but then they don't get hired, or they don't want to work here because they get paid 30% less here than they do in Calaveras County. Or that might be the firefighter, but I know that's one of the conversations. So my whole thing is when people say, well, where's the U.S. Forest Service and all this, I think there's 2, and I don't even know if they're always hired, and they're for the whole Forest Service within our county. They're not assigned to Pinecrest. So what do you say to that when people are pissed about where's the U.S. Forest Service? And part of the response is we get $32,000 from them. And we have a great relationship with the U.S. Forest Service. We've had meetings about this, but you can't make somebody apply. You can't make somebody work here. So do you have a response for that?
I think again, it's a leadership obligation on my behalf that we have a great partnership with the United States Forest Service. They have a large area to cover. I believe their staffing is about 4 and maybe a supervisor for the entire district. And so it's not uncommon that they are tasked at other things. What I say to the constituents is that's why you have a sheriff. When those calls for service come in, we're going to address them one way or the other. But this board has to know that when we staff those beat assignments in conjunction with a remote location like Pinecrest, is that we're going to have to move deputy sheriffs from Central to go take those calls for service, because we're not going to just not address them. So what I leave the board with is, what does sustainability look like, and how do we want to work in that overlap if this is the financial opportunity to do that without having to take from other areas and other needs of the county, because right now it's a non-starter to not address those issues. So I tell them when they call 911 or they're calling for service, sheriff's going to respond, but at the end of the day, just know that we're having to overlap and we're having to take services away from somewhere else in the county, for sure.
All right. I'm sure there'll be more questions later, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Was that it, Supervisor Kirk?
I think, yeah, for now.
All right, go just right down the line here. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I might have missed it, but we talked about the expenses of this. Do we talk about revenue?
So with the price point for the fines, or the fees rather, as they were projected at $18 for vehicles and $10 for boat trailers, that would tip the scales at just over $1 million of gross revenue. That doesn't include the operating expenses or paying for the installation.
I think just to add on to that, it really depends, and I'll just emphasize what the sheriff said. It really depends on what your board wants to see up there. That's really going to set the fee for, yeah.
Where does $1 million come from? Because, you know, obviously the spaces are not going to be 100% filled all the time, every day. So how long you've been tracking the number of spaces and how often they're utilized? How did you develop that estimate?
So that assumes that on high usage days, they will have a 2.5 per space turnover per day. And on lower usage days, we assumed a 30% occupancy rate. And then I think we determined slightly lower occupancy turnover rate for the boats. There's a lot of questions that, for instance, in the FERC plan that was referenced, there are 40 more spaces, but when I count the spaces, I don't believe that they are currently painted out in the lot that way. So, and there's additional spaces that are shared between the Permittees Association. There are spaces that are dedicated for overflow or overnight parking for the campsites. So there would be more coordination required to clarify how many spaces are actually available. And then we'd have to determine how many spaces actually got utilized at that price.
So, okay, so I think that answered my question. So nobody's been out there with a clicker yet to count the number of spaces. So we're kind of going off of.
The Forest Service does have some preliminary numbers just as far as like number of visitors in a year. But even they haven't been out there with a clicker.
Visitors to the park, vehicles.
Yeah, to Pinecrest.
Vehicles or individual visitors?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can probably make an estimate on the number of visitors, how many cars it takes for them to get there. Okay, and then this expense up front. So if we're thinking we're going to have to pay up front for the installation of parking or anything that we need to do, that's going to be $280,000. And then we'll have to float that first year's operating cost, it seems like. So that would be $480,000. Where for an initial investment to do this, where would that come from?
Well, the one-time costs, if your board wanted to do it this current fiscal year, to have it ready for this summer, then that would have to come from contingencies, I guess. The ongoing costs would come from the revenue that's generated from the fees. So it would really only be that The $283,000 would have to come from contingencies, the $200,000 for ongoing operations. And that's just the parking piece. Again, that's not for enhanced parking enforcement or any other additional law enforcement or anything else. The revenue that comes from the fees would offset that cost.
So the return on investment would be within the first year at our projection. And that the projection also doesn't include any additional fines from vehicles that were in violation.
But what did you just say about, so if there were additional law enforcement needs, that's not covered in the operating subtotal that you have here?
That's right, yeah.
So what is that then? Because I'm making the assumption there's not a lot of information here, but that the law enforcement end of it would be the majority of the ongoing cost, correct?
That would be on my short list, but I'm not a supervisor, so that's why we're asking. I don't understand the question.
What is that? So
we need to
operating
give
costs.
direction as far as how much coverage that we would put.
What is your estimate on the operating costs? What is that? What is that paying for?
Yeah, so no new services were included. What was included was currently we have a concession for trash removal that is ongoing currently. So that's not new services. That's the only thing. All the current services are assumed to be the same. But so new services that would, if our projections are correct, and there's roughly $1 million, a lot of assumptions, and we won't really know until after the first year what our ongoing revenue should look like, but you have about that much that you could look at in terms of an additional services. Is that fair?
I think maybe an easier way to put it is if the sheriff told us like what a full-time deputy costs.
No.
$250,000.
I just want to know what is it's $200,000.
Yeah.
Is that paying for trash and then deputies to come look in people's windows to see who's got their tag or whatever the plan is. What's the 200,000 for?
Yeah,
The operating
the
expenses?
200,000 includes operating costs and capital depreciation for the actual parking facilities. And it also includes the current services, which was in the amount of, yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't include enforcement.
Does not include enforcement, correct.
Sheriff was going to say the same thing. So and then, yeah, and Supervisor Kirk kind of brought it up. Where is the Forest Service in this conversation?
So they wanted to be here today, but they couldn't. They're up in Sacramento, actually. But the whole conversation started, and Supervisor Kirk kind of alluded to it, about a way to better coordinate because the county provides certain services up there already. We have county-maintained roads, law enforcement, those kinds of things. We've been in coordination. I'm trying to remember if they came to us or we came to them, but yeah, it's been about a year that we've been talking about how to better enhance because they get some fees from FERC or from PG&E via the FERC license, and so that's like what's currently paying for the trash service up there, but it's just not enough to address the current needs as they are, and so this is an opportunity to partner together. To improve the services. So all this to say is they are very much in support of the efforts to try to enhance the services up there. They're just going to be here today.
But are they in favor of parking fees?
Yeah. I mean, they're in favor of what we're working toward as a way to enhance the services, right? I mean, yeah.
Yes, we've met with them several times. Working group also, we met with them last Friday to confirm. So yeah, this has been ongoing since, like I said, March. Coming up with
Supervisor Campbell, anything further? No, thank you. Supervisor
parking
Brandon?
thing, just to be clear, the parking thing was discussed over a year ago. It was going to kind of go on the back burner until next year, but then after some budget discussions and just realizing that like we need to tap into resources, and if that's going to be, if we're going to make that place safe and secure, we can't pull money out of the general fund to continue to offset the sheriff's cost for it. If there's revenue that we can make, and we can have a conversation about the numbers because the numbers are absolutely important. If I don't want to come out flush and have 600,000 extra a year, we can't do that. What we need to do is cover our operational costs. So we'll have a conversation. I personally think the $18 is too high. I'm thinking more like what Tahoe does, $10, $12 fee. But the point is, if we're going to pay for a deputy, if we're going to potentially, one of the ideas is with the local Pinecrest station is they got volunteers and folks up there. If you give them a stipend to cover that place during the weekend, I mean, there's all these ways that we can be creative and just make it a better, safer experience, lifeguards. So we need to get the financial piece implemented and work back.
I want to give everyone an opportunity, please. Sure. So, Supervisor Brandon.
Right. Are we doing questions and comments?
I think it was questions. I think we've gotten a little in the weeds, so I want to kind of bring it back to questions right now. Then we'll have public comments, and then we'll get to comments. So
I will stick to questions. I would ask if we're doing questions, let's do questions.
We're working on
Let's
it.
not play by the different rules. So
we're not.
We are now. I'm only going to ask questions, but
Okay.
I'll be fine to do that at your direction. So I wanted to ask, how many parking spaces are we talking about? What's the hard estimate of exactly how many spaces?
622.
Approximately 350. That number could change, but that's conservative. I would say there's probably at least 350.
And
hold on a second. To support you, I have 622 written down. You said parking was 622 spaces.
So there are spaces that are allocated for overnight parking for the campground. There are spaces that are allocated for the PLR permittees. Pinecrest Lake permittees. And so there is a larger, there's almost 100 more spaces that are indicated, but they are kind of earmarked for other uses. So the available uses that we were confident that we would be able to have at least that many spaces, that's what we put into our initial projection.
You want to ask again? Because I wasn't sure what the answer was. How many?
350.
So 350 and
approximately 350,
Okay.
and then 41 spaces at least for boat trailers.
How does that still add up to 622?
Because there's cabin tracks parking, there is permittees parking, there is campground overflow parking that is not considered.
Okay. So which of the parking lots, you had a map that was up? Actually, no, we're on this one. So operating subtotal seems to be very dependent on what technology we deploy. I know at UC Merced, you input your license plate, it feeds into a digital meter for an actual TAPS officer. Other areas in Sacramento, you pay, you put it on your dash pay at the exit. Other ones, it's literally somebody sitting there managing it. So how can we have an operating subtotal? What technology is proposed really to be deployed?
So we can't, most likely, it would be problematic to use an app-based fees strategy. So we are probably going to need to have hardwired machines to input the information. So we're talking about 3 or 4 kiosks to be applied at convenient locations near the parking at various locations, so we don't have a bottleneck. We anticipate we would need at least that many.
Now, we have 7 lots. Wouldn't we need one at each lot? Are we going to have them walk from one lot to the other and then have to walk back?
Yeah, we don't want them to have to cross the road, so we're going to have them on both sides of the road. And that's part of the conversation. We think we have locations that are going to be amenable. We would like to talk with contractors and try to determine exactly how fast they can get, folks can get through the line, so to speak, to have like a walk-up kiosk and make sure that there's not a bottleneck.
Okay, and these kiosks require power?
They require power.
And all those locations are powered locations. I would assume a lot of those areas we might put it are not necessarily going to have a cable that's right there in that public easement. So installing the kiosk might be cheap, but an 1/8 of a mile of electrical cable and feeling all the different, parcels it's crossing.
Yeah, so there is power that goes through all of those areas. They don't all have a point of service drop and a transformer. So that's part of the conversation, is fully understanding the cost of putting in power point of service.
Okay. And can you go back to the 7-lot map? I'm curious of the ones, it might have been 8, that you're identifying there. Who owns which ones? Can you go through 1 through 9 of who owns those? And specifically, I guess, 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9, if those are the only ones we're looking at.
So that's the L-shaped parking lot is 1. 4 is the 90-degree parking lot.
Sorry, but who owns it?
These are, well, who owns it is, number 1 is says county, 7 says, yes. Yeah, so some of these are the jurisdiction of the Forest Service or combination jurisdiction of the Forest Service and the permittees. So there, in cooperation with the Forest Service, we would have access to more than just the county lots if they approve or to go forward with this.
So it's either, so number 1 is the county, number 2 is the Forest Service, number 4 is the Forest Service, number 7 is the county, and number 9 is the Forest Service.
Okay, so we own 1 and 7. So then for 2, 4, and 9, we're not pursuing acquisition, we're pursuing basically licensing?
Yeah, so to do all of this that we're talking about, we would enter an agreement with the Forest Service to do parking or really day use fees is what we're talking about. And then, the trash and some of those other things, potentially looking at other things into the future.
Okay. I wanted to ask, in the staff report, it doesn't have really any fiscal impact, which there's costs, there's operating costs, and the whole point of a lot of the stuff that's been talked about is revenue. So I found it really odd that there's no data there, and I wanted to ask, why do we have these numbers but they weren't in the staff report? You mentioned $1 million in revenue. Why wouldn't that projection be in there? Why wouldn't the operating expenses, the installation expenses be in the staff report? Or option A, B, C?
Yeah, I'll speak to the revenue piece. That was my call. I talked to Sean about it. He actually had it in the presentation. And I said, the challenge with that is we are making an assumption about what the fee would be. And that's for your board's decision to make based on the expenses, based on the services you want to provide. And I just didn't feel like I felt like, honestly, it was going to be a little bit of sticker shock and feel like the county's going to make $1 million on this. And so.
But we are using the $18 and $10 boat. We do have a number that we're saying this is the number we're using to calculate. Again, we could decide to do different, but we do have a number.
That was just
and we do have a
for us,
calculus
yeah.
for use of expected, which gives us an amount of revenue. We have a total for operations. We have a total for expenses. So it sounds like we I mean, I'm just confused why, and what I'm getting to is the point of this, and it's very clear in the memo for that, is to solicit public comment. But how can people really comment except do they want to pay for parking or not, right? Do they like the general concept if we haven't presented ahead of time any of the numbers which we have generated and are working with for all of our assumptions? So I'm just confused because it's not that any of these are in there. It doesn't say that, you know, wait, this is an estimate, but it could change, or here's a high and a low.
We weren't intentionally trying to hide anything. I mean, I think it really was just.
I also wanted to mention about the parking day use fee program would apply broadly and could not be limited only to visitors and guests. That's kind of a hard statement in here. Normally a staff report is the staff statement. This is coming from Supervisors Kirk and Holland. It mentions specifically in here kind of what their belief is on this, which is odd for a staff report. I wanted to ask on the parking day use fee program, why do we have the confidence in the memo to say it cannot be limited to visitors or guests?
So I believe it is a mandate, it may not be within our purview to change that, but we can confirm that is the case.
So is it a
Do you
mandate
say that
specific to Pinecrest, or a mandate is in the law forbids us to offer any type of discount to locals? The state law.
That's the piece that we just need clarification on.
Okay, because it says in here, it cannot. It
Here.
doesn't say, we're not sure.
The Forest Service told us that at a meeting. That's why.
Forest Service says we can't offer local,
Yeah, so
but not
not-
all of these are even Forest Service. So we could, for example, say lot 1 is for locals and it's cheaper, but I'm just saying, this says we cannot do it. It does not say we need to investigate or we can't do a flat one, right?
I think I would disagree with Liz on this. I don't think we actually own any of the lots. I think the feds own all the land and that we take care of those lots and the roads because they made it pretty clear that they own everything. Like we can't buy it off them. We couldn't do any of that. And
Okay.
they just said it has to do, they do this program in many other, what I heard in the meeting was they do this program in many other locations. And that has come up at every local conversation where they have like almost like a Pinecrest type thing. And they
Give it to us and let us do it.
Yeah, and they have, and it's super successful.
say
But
no.
it's the locals do it. They said, but that you can't charge a difference between the locals and because the federal government owns it and we're all U.S. citizens, therefore we all have the same whatever.
Well,
I don't know the
no,
rules.
we
but
all the time have different fees that are different for
We
a
do.
local versus
the
know.
federal does not. So if you go to Yosemite,
Right, we
you
just can't go below, well, this is a discussion. The
I was gonna
question,
say, thank
the
you.
question to it is, I guess, do we own 1 and 7? It feels like we should know that.
Well,
Like,
yes,
really
it does feel like
clearly.
we should know that. So in the FERC, what's it called, the parking circulation plan, that's what this is from. So it lists us as the owner. You can talk to, this has been an ongoing kind of, question you could say
But
about
to be fair, they-
ownership versus management.
And that's what I was gonna say. To be fair, we might
is
be
also a question.
using those words of, yes, we're the
Well,
owners.
the document says we own it.
Right. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question
But
is,
it's,
it seems like also for soliciting input, my question is, do we own them? I'm getting conflicting answers. Are there any others that are, initially it was, well, we own these 2, the Forest Service owns the other. Do we have existing MOUs on the other parking lots? Are there other entities that is involved? I know PG&E in the past has taken some responsibility on shoreline management, recreation requirements. So is it only those 2 entities?
That
I'm
would
just
be a
saying,
question-
like,
that
do
would
we
be a
know
question for
who
the
actually
Forest
owns
Service.
and manages these things?
Well, so owns is different than manages. That's kind of I think, why it comes across, or why it's a bit convoluted.
Okay. Well, I think that
Ultimately,
answers.
it's a question for the Forest Service. I believe they have permits with some folks for
Yeah.
some of their parking lots.
Do we have, it was just mentioned with the parking validation, do we have any idea of how many people come up and do not buy gas, go to the restaurant, go to the general store, use the marina? My assumption is, because a few things have been said, because a lot of this is based on the revenue. And I wanted to fact check this. We're saying $18. I heard, well, if they shop and do stuff, we'll waive 15. Maybe it's 10 or whatever, we do parking validation. do we have any data that talks about how many people are just there for the beach, they go swimming, they go fishing, and they leave, but aren't using any of the facilities there? Because that seems like it could be 70% of the people are probably buying something.
We do not have the data. I'm not sure. The data may exist.
Sorry, and I know there's a lot, but it's multi-jurisdictional. Would we be absorbing the responsibility to maintain these parking lots?
Yeah, that goes back to the ownership versus maintenance question. There's a lot of work that we already do. And so, yes, but ultimately, yes.
Is it specifically like repaving the lot, or is it work like snow removal?
So it would all be detailed in our operations plan, which would be a part of the agreement with the Forest Service about what specifically things we would be committing to doing. Plowing is an example of something that we have talked about doing.
Right.
I mean, we already do on our roads to some degree.
Okay. I think would need to, because so that's not calculated into the operations, would be setting
That's
aside a certain percentage for capital expenditures in the future. Because we
So-
may need to repave this every 5-10 years.
We actually are required to, in this agreement that we would have the Forest Service, we are required to set some aside. It actually goes to them
Okay.
For future capital improvements. It's like, I think 15% of whatever we collect. But again, ultimately, everything that's generated here at the basin would be in a trust fund that we would pull down, not only for day-to-day or annual operating expenses, but also for those types of capital improvements.
Okay, and so PG&E has a FERC license for Spring Gap to utilize that facility. They have to do recreation stuff. You said they pay a percentage to the Forest Service to manage some of that. So in us saying we would like to manage these, is PG&E then paying the county, or are we paying the Forest Service as like a concessionaire for the right to basically, I'm gonna use the word profit, it's not profit, we can't profit exactly, but you know what I mean. Are we paying for this privilege to run parking, or do we get the transfer from the FERC license to basically transfer authority to operate?
So the FERC fees and the license and all of that would stay with the Forest Service. We would have an agreement with the Forest Service, who is responsible for the day use recreation area. That revenue that we generate would, part of it, as I mentioned, would go back to the Forest Service for those capital improvements. They wouldn't spend it on other things either. They can't either. But all of the revenue that's generated would stay between the county and the Forest Service. The FERC fees would stay with the Forest Service, and then the Forest Service would be able to utilize those fees instead of the trash, as an example, that they currently use those FERC fees for. We would take on that responsibility using these fees, and then they would be able to use that revenue for other enhancements. One of the things they've talked about is improving the trail around the lake, as an example. Other like, what's the, when they have like the people doing their nature stories and all of that kind of, what do they call that?
So
Yeah,
PG&E pays Forest Service, they continue paying Forest Service.
That's right.
We get the right to operate them and charge a certain amount, which we then pay the Forest Service for the privilege to operate these. We take on the responsibilities to manage it, like the trash enforcement, the snow shoveling, all of that. And then the money from FERC, and this is a question, I'm just laying out, the money from FERC stays with Forest Service basically to go to not management responsibilities, but maybe an improvement somewhere. So we're
Other
charging
recreation enhancements, yeah.
we're charging more to cover the cost of the maintenance, while the FERC money will then go to improvements instead of the maintenance it's currently going to. Is that correct?
No, the revenue that we would generate from the day use fees would go to enhanced services that are not currently happening, that the Forest Service cannot afford
We just
to
said
provide
trash.
right
We would
now.
take over the current trash service that's currently paid for by
Out of the
PG&E
FERC
money
fees.
to Forest Service.
That's right.
All right, stop. I think we're way in the weeds on this. The question before the board is, do we want to have a gate fee, a parking fee, right?
Not a-
It's way more
I-
complicated.
I-
Respectfully, Chair, we don't
hold
know
on,
who
hold on.
owns them in the
Right,
jurisdiction.
That's where, and you made my point. The point that I was going to make is we have to decide even if we want to move forward with this. If we want to move forward with this, then that's when we give them direction, and then they come back and they say, they answer all of your questions. Because right now there's a lot of what ifs. Well, who owns this? Who owns that? Who does this? Who does that? Right? I think what we need to do is, as a board, and then hear from the public, do we want to even consider putting in a parking fee? Right? And if the answer is yes, then we move forward and we say, go forth and conquer, bring us back your report, tell us what we're going to do, submit your concerns and questions as we all would do, and then that way they can give us a more comprehensive, because right now we are all over the map of who owns what and FERC fees. And so I'd like to just kind of bring us back to center on, do we or do we not want, as an organization, to do this?
Well, and so we'll just say the intent, the purpose of today's agenda item is to receive community feedback during the meeting on how a parking day use program could be implemented should the board choose to move forward. And I agree, there's a lot of details we're not deciding right now.
Right.
My question is basically to none of the, so we had this, can you tell me what meeting this came before the board last year? When we had that broad kind of conversation, I believe Supervisor Kirk authored a resolution and when we offered,
June,
let's say June.
Yeah, I believe it was March 20th or 19th or 20th that the board heard this item and gave direction.
Perfect. And I think the direction was to bring back a proposal for that. And what this is based on is to receive community feedback on how to implement it. The point I'm bringing up is in that 11-month period, we don't know who owns these exactly. I don't think we have any actual laid out, even the operations, I have no idea where the calculation comes into that, what the technology is going to be deployed, why are we charging $18? We can't even discuss charging a fee if we don't have access to use the parking lots. It's all to say is that's I think the point of why, but I will try to be shorter if that's fine too.
No, I'm not doubting your questions. Your questions are logical. You hit a lot of my points too.
Yeah.
Is, are we going to use a credit card base? Are we going to use cash? There's a number of things that, I think $18 is an odd number. No one carries 18. It's either a 10, a 5, and a 20, make it simple.
Nobody uses cash anymore.
Right? Us old people, we still use cash, right? So, yeah, we're protected class,
We'll take pieces of 8.
Yes.
Well, okay, can I reduce my questions to that then?
I agree with you 100% of where you're going. I just think that we have, and you've said it twice now, is to get public input, and I haven't gotten to the public yet.
100%. I agree. So let me finish these questions, and I will be a little less, these are questions I have. Maybe we'll go a little less in depth. Wanted to mention so this is a daily parking pass. It's not an hourly parking. Correct? And we're not reviewing options that would be for an hourly system? Hourly systems tend to reduce how long people stay, so it cycles more?
You could if you wanted. I mean, what we kind of came up with was just a day.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to do an hourly.
All right.
We are a bit limited by the technology up there just because of, service and access and things like that. But
Right. And then for the staffing, are we anticipating this being a deputy or being a traffic enforcement officer?
we will defer to the sheriff on that.
Okay. Do we have the original FERC documents related to Pinecrest Spring Gap? I couldn't find FERC documents on their e-library pre-2025, except through media and Google. FERC seems to not have any accessible documents related to it at all since before 2025. So I don't know I guess the question is, do we have those documents and are we sure of the responsibilities committed to for the right and privilege to operate Pinecrest as a reservoir and a power generator? What PG&E and the Forest Service and those entities basically should be paying in? Do we have those contracts they've signed? Shoreline management, recreation management plan, any type of, there's supposed to be emergency management plans, I think components as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen every single one that you just referenced, but I've seen some of them, read them.
Well, Sean has been working on this, right? Do we have those documents? They're kind of the basic foundation of who manages Pinecrest and who does what.
Yeah, the shoreline management plan, to my knowledge, doesn't have any kind of mandate that you must or you can't. It identifies the conditions, and that it prescribes in the sense that it is these conditions be met. I don't think it identifies which entity is allowed or allowed to do that. And it is Forest Service jurisdiction. So
and I'm just wondering, do we have all of the FERC-related Pinecrest Management Spring Gap documents?
Yeah, I believe we have all of those documents, and we would, if we get far enough along that we really need to have legal counsel, we will insert them at the appropriate stage.
I would love to get access to those.
Okay.
Then I wanted to ask as well, has it been pursued to consider acquisition under the Surplus Lands Act for some of these, to try and get the Forest Service to give them over to us?
They're not gonna do that.
We didn't talk to them about that. So the
You
answer
gotta
is no.
bug your guy.
You're high. There's no way they're gonna give that up.
Okay.
I
Okay.
they would.
And then the last bit, we're talking about fees, we're talking about service in the area. Were there other revenue options that were considered, like the TOT specific to that area, or the business improvement districts, some type of access like that?
We haven't been directed to do that. Again, we're operating off the direction from the board in March that said, look at some sort of parking fee. So that's what we've been pursuing. If you want us to look at something else, we're happy to do that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll hand it back to the chair. I'll just say that I do not support any that that's charging these amounts to locals.
Okay. Supervisor Holland?
I think in the interest of time, I will skip any questions and go to public comment.
I concur. So we'll go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
I'm really sorry. I did have one more question. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. So one of the elements of this that brought us here to have this concern about the parking and the traffic and the large number of people there is safety. It is a fire-prone area. There is a lot of risk, people coming in and out of Pinecrest Lake Road. Have you discussed that with OES at all, or looked at the emergency evacuation standpoint of it? Has that happened? I don't know. Is Dory here? Is it okay if I call Dory up, and is there an assessment on that?
Yeah, we haven't had recent meetings in that regard.
Okay. So, well, I see Dory's making her way down here. Do you have an assessment? Is this a solution to alleviating some of the concerns that we have about evacuation and getting people out of there, or is it a net neutral thing, which is fine, or is it an improvement, or does it make it harder?
So thank you for asking. This is the first, I just saw the presentation this morning, so I haven't had a chance really to look at anything. And I would encourage and ask that, yes, if we could, be involved in the future conversations. There is a lot of history, as Supervisor Kirk knows, with Friends of Pinecrest, the Forest Service, and concerns for the number of folks. One of my first calls when I started this job over 5 years ago was from the Friends of Pinecrest asking to alleviate this issue. There were a lot of cabin owners that wanted to limit the number of folks in and out of there, but allow the cabin owners to have right to go in and out without, only limiting the visitors. And so there's a lot of historic and institutional knowledge that I can help bring up in the conversation. Not that they may have changed, obviously, definitely with the leadership of the Forest Service. Forest Service at that time was very adamant about not doing parking. And just the logistics side of it, I understand that has, the issue of looking into it and coming up with some options. It is one of our biggest areas. In fact, every year we do get a letter that also gets forwarded to Cal OES about concerns why we as a county have not addressed the potential issue of evacuations and the sheer number of folks. Unfortunately, that is one of our vulnerable communities. There's only one way in and one way out, so there's little choice to have alternate paths to get out of there. It has always been the role and the partnership between OES, fire, and law enforcement to get folks out of there and the Forest Service as fast as possible. And it's either a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn when you get to the highway. So I would love to participate in this conversation and bring some of those ideas. I, would like also to support as your staff to Fire Safety Advisory, that this is brought up as well, to have that weigh in and support the concerns and those recommendations to the board. I also, would just put a plug in that if we are going to do this as a county and we are going to collect fees, that we also look at setting aside some of those dollars, not just law enforcement and fire, but the education of our visitors. Many of you know that I've had a plan for educating the visitors in Pinecrest, which included showing the videos that we've done in the past about, visitors knowing where the resources are, what to do if they hear that. We've had conversations and interest about sirens in that area. So all of that is definitely a part of what we do in OES, and I'd love to be a part of that conversation, and also bring some of that knowledge about the workings that we've already done, and some of those ideas, handing out those brochures, printing of those brochures, those things that cost money to be able to educate the community. So I absolutely would love to be a part of the conversation to support the board's direction on alleviating some of this. So count me in.
And that was the only question I had was, what's that perspective on the evacuation? So, thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Now the whole back row moves. Come on up.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Liz Kelly, and I'm a Sonora resident. My grandfather was actually one of the developers of the resort in the 1950s. My family purchased Cabin 9 on the North Shore for $7,000 in 1950, and I've had the pleasure and privilege of enjoying the lake until about 1996, when I became a day user. I truly consider Pinecrest to be one of my favorite places on the planet. My investment in the future of this lake brings me here today as I move to speak against the use of fees to control beach traffic. Locals know that when space becomes unavailable by finance or fee, day users will find streams or other bodies of water and bring their trash and ecological footprint. I am concerned for the health of the South Fork and the Stanislaus River, as well as other areas that might be affected, including Fraser Flat. Yeah, Pinecrest crowds are a mess. They have been for years. But it's truly a problem that's contained to a certain area that's designed for day use. When the infrastructure of the bathrooms and the trash cans were put in, it was a wonderful way to support its purpose as a hiking spot, day swim, fishing, sailboating, and recreating for short periods of time. I understand the safety concern, as well as the need for secure interventions for safety, but a fee for parking would place undue financial burden on the locals, living in many cases paycheck to paycheck. $18 may not seem steep to some, but for most it's an added pressure on an experience that should be free and available to all. A fee, if it were to be introduced, I would ask that residents on Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and those who have disabilities to be waived from those fees. Last, I do want to say that the lake belongs to all of us in all of its complexities, tourists as well as locals. The parking fee system will not change the amount of people coming. It will, however, cause overflow to more ecologically sensitive areas, make more traffic issues, not less. Let the public land be for the public, and let Pinecrest continue to be free for all.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. She covered my bases. But I was kind of confused, very confusing when you guys went back and forth like that. Michael Holland, Supervisor Holland said that this is federal land. Is that correct? 100% federal land. And Mr. Greifer said that $18 seems like an odd figure, which is probably correct. And Brian said that's too expensive. But my question is, if it's a federal land, what about veterans? Would they be exempt from paying disabled veterans?
So, sir, with all due respect, we'll give you extra time here. We're not going to get. You can give us your comments, but we won't address them back.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Yeah, we just want to keep you on your roll.
I thought I had a time limit up there.
You do, but I'm going to give you a little extra time because I interrupted you.
Basically, my questions are: if it's a federal land, the veteran's entitled to a free pass. Most federal lands require that you give a veteran a pass, first responders, things like that. Regarding the $18 fee, we mentioned earlier in the meeting that 30% of our residents are fixed on a fixed income, 60 years old. They probably might see that as a tax, even though it doesn't say a tax. What really threw me now, this is the question I have for Mr. Anaya Kirk. Are we able to set up a trust at any time for a budget? I'm sorry?
Yeah, again, we're not going to be able to answer these questions. No problem.
I don't know the rules yet. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I'll learn them. If that's so, would we be able to set up a trust for something that happened in the past, present, and future? Hope that's clear. And also, in the past, was that one item available for something that happened earlier? Is that clear?
Yes, and Liz is going to get with you afterwards specifically about budget and trusts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So that was a good idea. I like that. Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, sir. The long walk.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Barclay. I'm the general manager of the Pinecrest Permittees Association. I'm going to try and speak for most of the permittees that I've been there for about 20 years now, and I understand how they think and what their desires are in regards to this issue. A lot of cabin owners are in support of any type of fee-based structure that would go in that will not directly affect the cabin owner itself. They already pay their property taxes for use of that land. They pay an additional special use permit fee to the Forest Service so they can have the permit to have their cabin on that land. So that's a confliction right there. There's 352 parking spaces that are available on the traffic circulation plan from the Forest Service that was approved in 2015. Now, out of those regular parking spaces, there's 12 cabins on the lake, North Shore, that have no access to parking at all. They have to take a boat or hike to their cabin. That's the only way they get there. There's 38 cabins on the south side of the lake that have no road access whatsoever. So with that, they have, again, they have to take a boat or hike so that they can get to their cabins. And so public parking is the only option that they have. There's also 12 additional cabins inside of Pinecrest that have no parking available to that cabin because of the construction style and where it's located. So they, again, use public parking, and some of them, with the grace of their neighbors, when it's not overly crowded, they park in their neighbor's driveway. If you implement a fee structure for public parking, the public's going to find other avenues to park in Pinecrest. The Permittees Association maintains approximately 4 miles of public roadway that is accessible to the general public. And it's already happening on Meadowview and on Rustic, where visitors park in front of cabins. They'll park in cabin owners' driveways. They deny access to cabins. And I'm afraid that if we continue this with a fee-based structure for parking, that situation is just going to increase more, and it's going to create more of a law enforcement issue for parking, for obstructing cabin owners and denying access to their property. Additionally, I've been the chief plant operator of the water system and the wastewater system for 11 years, and during that time frame, we have not seen any significant increase in water usage from the general public or wastewater discharge caused by the general public in over 11 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the board. I'm reading this. I promised Alicia Hartle that I would read this for her. Longtime business owner and resident of District 3. I'm writing to respectfully express my opposition to the proposal of Pinecrest Lake day use fee. Pinecrest Lake and the surrounding recreation areas are part of the Stanislaus National Forest, federally managed public land supported by federal tax dollars. These lands were set aside for the benefit and enjoyment of all people, and imposing a day use fee creates a financial barrier to access that runs counter to the purpose. I understand that there are concerns about crowding, parking, and behavior around the lake. However, charging a fee is not an equitable or effective solution. This proposal limits access for families, seniors, youth groups, and lower-income visitors who rely on public lands for affordable outdoor recreation. Public lands should not become exclusive spaces based on the ability to pay. Access to nature is not a luxury, it is essential. Time spent outdoors has proven beneficial for mental health, physical well-being, and community connection. For many people, especially those dealing with stress, isolation, or limited resources, places like Pinecrest Lake offer healing, peace, and a sense of belonging. These benefits should remain available to everyone, regardless of income or where they come from. In addition, businesses along the Highway 108 corridor rely heavily on tourism for their survival. Restaurants, small shops, gas stations, lodging, and seasonal workers all benefit from visitors who come to enjoy Pinecrest Lake and the surrounding forests. A day-use parking fee risks risks discouraging visitation or redirecting limited family budgets away from local businesses and towards a parking charge. Money spent on access fees is money not spent supporting small, locally owned businesses that are vital to the regional economy. If management challenges such as overcrowding, illegal parking, trash, and safety issues exist, these should be addressed through improved planning, education, enforcement, and collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service and community partners, not by placing a price on access to public lands. Our public lands are shared inheritance. They belong equally to residents, visitors, and future generations. I urge the board to reject the proposed Pinecrest Lake day use fee and instead pursue solutions that protect the lake while keeping it open, welcoming, and accessible to all. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I just want to say I echo everything that she says. I worked with the Federal Forest Service in Pinecrest for many years doing work with youth that came from underserved families in the valley, and they were brought and exposed to Pinecrest, which was their only time that they got to see open sky, clean water, flora and fauna that only exist in the Sierras. And if we take that away with a simple fee to a family that can't afford it, we're taking away livelihood, life itself.
Hi there. My name is Jocelyn Reed, and I am a business owner on Washington Street. I saw the post about this on Facebook and made a comment that I'm sure some of you have had the time to read, but I realized making a comment on Facebook is not what's going to make a difference. It's being here in person. I might have a slightly different opinion than some of the people who spoke right before me. I see how much we need tourism and income staying in our county. So I would like to start by saying that I think it's very clear today that it's unknown for sure if there can be a local discount. So I do think that there needs to be some investigation into that so that we have a final answer. So some of this is supporting if there is a local discount available, what that would kind of look like. Santa Cruz already does this at their beaches. They have a local discount where you provide your ID. We're all required to have physical ID with our address on it. It's very easy to show that if you guys were to consider having a manned booth as opposed to an electronic device. Having a manned booth also provides a job for someone in the community, multiple people perhaps even. And it sounds like that there's going to be funds going, and I don't see why those funds can't go right back to local people who are working here. I also agree with some of the things that you guys have been saying about the cost of the fee. $18 does sound extremely high, and to consider it to be lower within a $10 to $15 realm seems more appropriate. I also want to address some of the things that you guys were saying about occupancy. I personally go up to Pinecrest since I live in the Twain Harte area. I hike around the lake, and I will tell you your 30% occupancy on weekdays on the off season is extremely high. You will not see that. That's my personal opinion, but it is based off of eyewitness of jogging around the lake. You have to reflect on that number. It's going to be a lot lower. I expect it to be under 10%. However, when you're looking at how frequently it's going to be occupied during summertime, during the weekends, you can expect wonderful repercussions on the fees of being able to get more money there, because you will have full occupancy and you will have turnover times, but they will probably be approximately each 5 hours, because people go up there and how they utilize the lake.
Ma'am, unfortunately, your time is up.
I have one last thing to
I'm
say,
sorry,
and it's a solution.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
The solution is...
Ma'am, miss, everybody has 3 minutes. I understand you're over time. To be fair to everybody equally, I have to ask you to step away from the microphone.
I have
And folks can always email the entire board.
Right, I was gonna
It's unfortunate that we keep people to that limit, but we do read emails, and so that's another good way to make your voice heard.
Lindy Middleton, I just have a couple of things, I don't know if suggestions or something, but I just want to say that we're not wealthy people, but we'll pay $100 to park for half a day in San Francisco to go to a game. So I think $250 and then double it to $500 for fines for people that aren't following the rules that's fine. $100 fine is, I think a lot of people that come up there would pay $100 just to park for the day and go to the lake. And then just one more thing, I think a morning and afternoon pass, like morning maybe till 1 in the afternoon and then the rest of the day would be great, because my husband and I go up there a lot, being close, and hike around the lake, and I want to be there early before it gets warm, and that's just, something to consider, because I would pay to be there all day, but I wouldn't be there all day. So I think people would go in the afternoon to barbecue at night or whatever. So just something to think about.
Thank you.
Heidi Lupo, Pinecrest Lake Resort. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys today. I appreciate it. I don't mean to sound condescending, but I'm a little surprised to even see this item on today's agenda. I don't want to teach a basic land use class, but this is federal land. Every bit of it. The county does not own anything in Pinecrest. They have 2 road permits for Pinecrest Lake Road and Pinecrest Avenue. The labeling in the TCP, which was later amended, is not indicative of ownership. This plan is written as though the county has an option to choose a parking management model to implement, when in fact, the U.S. Forest Service is the land steward and the sole decision-making body. I'd like to read to you an email I received from the district ranger on January 29th of 2026. Hi Heidi, thank you for the follow-up. The Forest Service decided not to pursue the direct concession with the county at Pinecrest. So, no changes to the parking this season. Instead, we will pursue a concession through a competitive process. This would be awarded, implemented in 2028. Andy Welsh, District Ranger. Both the U.S. Forest Service District Ranger Supervisor's Office and yesterday the Office of Congressman Tom McClintock confirmed to me this is the direction the agency is headed. They intend to put this out to public scoping and to a competitive bid process because they feel the need to get adequate public comment on what is federal land. Additionally, the Forest Service told me that the Forest Supervisor intends to transfer $50,000 of CUFA money, which is the Cabin Fee Fairness Act, to the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office for this year to help supplement additional law enforcement funding. Everyone hits on how much money we receive for federal lands in Tuolumne County. What never gets mentioned is that even though Pinecrest is on federal land, we pay secured property tax in this county. The county receives over $1.1 million of that tax revenue, an additional $500,000 in Upper 108 TOT money. We could staff the Mary 8 shift easily. You could also pull from contingencies. I would hate to see this board adopt a tax and spend approach and grasp at what they perceive to be low-hanging fruit in Pinecrest parking. Pinecrest Lake Resort supports the Forest Service's decision to pursue a private sector management solution if that is what they seek. The private sector can do this more efficiently, more effectively, and at no cost to taxpayers. Tuolumne County and county government in particular has a well-documented history of poor management and deferred maintenance of facilities and infrastructure. I don't know if you've driven Pinecrest Lake Road or Dodge Ridge Road lately, but you barely can. You don't pave them, you barely plow them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Lori Cashman, and I look a little tired this morning because I got up at 1:30 so I could watch Keely race. And she did very well. She almost gave me a heart attack because she had a really good recovery. But anyway, she's representing Tuolumne County and the United States of America. and we are very proud of that. I'm also here on behalf of Pinecrest Lake Resort that I have operated for 30 years, and I actually live in Pinecrest. Just to be clear on all of this, and we're going to comment on this plan, this map is not correct. It's out of the traffic and circulation plan that was amended. It's not correct. The county does not have any ownership of property in Pinecrest. You have an old road permit from 1983 that you have a permit for Pinecrest Lake Road and Pinecrest Avenue, but all of the parking lots that we're talking about here are within the FERC boundary now, and they are owned by the Forest Service. So any action, even if the Forest Service decides to give you guys something or negotiate a special use permit, you would have to adhere to the special use permit. You don't get to decide how much parking is. They will say you could charge up to this point. Or, no, you cannot delineate and say it's a locals only place. It's free parking for them. This is public land. If it's charged for one, it's charged for everyone. So I want to make that point. I think that it's not, this has not been a very transparent, I don't think. No one has asked me anything about anything. Anaya one day was at a meeting with the congressman's office, and he said, I know you don't agree with me. That's been it. That has been the conversation with the county. Pinecrest Lake Resort pays secured property taxes. All the cabins in Pinecrest pay secured property taxes. We collect $500,000 in TOT taxes in that area. And I think that the county has enough revenue that they should be able to support the services that are needed in Pinecrest without charging a fee. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Well, we just had a meeting with the U.S. Forest Service. We've had several since last year, specifically on parking. So we need to find out what this email is, because on Friday, that was not, Ben was in the room, Jason was in the room. So there's obviously some, we need to get to the bottom of that and figure out. Because if the U.S. Forest Service is not intended, just hear where it's coming from, Heidi. We're hearing two different things from two different groups of people. If the U.S. Forest Service is not going to go, or if they're going to go out for an RFP, then so be it. But I don't know how an RFP is going to pay your law enforcement and your fire and other things to make the Pinecrest Basin safe. So we need to get with them immediately. I already sent Jason a text saying to give me a call, because as far as I'm concerned, I own the conversations and the emails, well, really the conversations that we've had with the U.S. Forest Service, which is they absolutely are supportive of us enhancing the services in the basin. And that for me hasn't changed. So today, moving forward, I'm going to move forward under that assumption with the U.S. Forest Service that we still are acting in partnership and with the understanding that only government can provide safety and security. That's and the way to pay for it is to do these fees. Now, as far as who owns what, I really don't care, because my understanding is this is a collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service. We're under their umbrella. We're simply going to be operating this. Some things that have been brought up from constituents is the main thing is can local residents be excluded? There was a lot of back and forth about that. My understanding is that they absolutely cannot be excluded. That was from the U.S. Forest Service. My request today was, can we just get a source document? Having a conversation is different than like, what's the code? What's the source document? So I can refer that to folks. There was conversation about it being too expensive. If there's enough board support and we go down this road, absolutely, I think $18 doesn't make sense to me. So if this were to come back to the board, I'm thinking more at the Tahoe model, $10 to $12 per pace or per space. And then when this comes back, like Jaren said, there's a lot of questions about the finances of it. We'll have to have it back, and that could take place literally in a half hour. You have a formula, you punch in the numbers, it tells you what it is. A lot of folks sent me suggestions on simple things like only operating it from 9 to 2 a.m. So 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you want to get there earlier in the morning, enjoy the day, you can. If you want to get there after 2, so my recommendation would be to do something along those lines, like a 9 to 2. I need to know from the sheriff how much it will cost. That's why if this were to move forward, I need to know from the sheriff how much it will cost to be in that basin during the weekend and potentially be up there just touching it during the week. So I need that cost brought in. Another thing that I want to potentially do if we were to do this is work with the local fire department to give the local firefighters there a stipend to cover that area potentially during the weekend. So if each firefighter gets a $150, $200 stipend to man that ship during the weekend, this is about fire and law enforcement first and foremost. I know there was conversation about lifeguards. I would still like to have that conversation, but I'm hearing it might take longer than we hope. So for me right now, it's about law enforcement and it's about fire, about making it safe. Bring Dory in. I didn't bring Dory in on this conversation because it's simply about a fee. It's not about the coverage, but we all know, and this was brought up years ago about at the kiosk, if there was a kiosk handing out fire information or OES information at the same time. As far as one thing that could potentially be floated, the lady in the background brought it up, and this was actually floated to me online as well, is what if you just did this during the weekends? Don't touch it during the week. I would like to know what that cost analysis is. If we don't touch it during the week, Monday through Thursday, but then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we implement it. That would be something I'd like to consider and know the finances on. And I'm just going to wrap it up by saying, again, this is specifically, I'm sure I'll have a lot more information, like a lot more to share with you guys. Obviously, we talked about signage. There's a bunch of things we could do to enhance it, but this comes down to law enforcement presence and keeping it fire safe up there. If it's bottleneck, it's not going to work. So none of this will work unless the sheriff is up there citing people and the message gets out. I immediately want to bring that fine back from $250 to $500 fine. That needs to come back right away, so that while we have a law enforcement presence up there and while these citations are going, the fee is enough to get people to realize and to care. Because it's going to look ridiculous in the eye of the public if we're going up there and we're parking people and they're still illegal parking. That is the point. Get rid of the illegal parking and stop the bottlenecking. So if we don't solve that solution, first and foremost, this is all for nothing. And to the folks in the room who oppose it, I get it, and I text you guys. I was elected to. Sometimes it's really popular, sometimes it's not. But what I will tell you is that the majority of my complaints in the peak of the summer and in the winter are always about Pinecrest, always about trash, always about safety. And I am the last person who wants to introduce government. If there's a way to write the RFP, Heidi, to where you guys make the money on it and you implement it, but that you're paying for the costs of fire and law enforcement, so maybe that's an option. But my understanding is that can't be an option. Those burdens are borne by the county, and I have to cover those. So I'm still open to, after this day forward, if it does move forward, I don't know if it's going to move forward, but if it does move forward, figuring out a way to, whether it's the county or through an RFP process, however it comes about, those things have to be covered and paid for, and they can't continue to be sucked out of the general fund. We're having conversations about 56. We're having conversations about, we have this equipment in the roads department, but we don't have enough money to actually implement the changes we need, which is why now we're pulling from TOT to actually do the work we've been saying we're going to do. We're talking about, we can't hire a county council because we're not able to pay, like Stockton does, $400,000 a year. It always comes down to money and resources, and I'm the last person who wants the government to get involved. But when it comes to safety and security, everybody knows that's my number one thing. And Pinecrest is out of hand, and I'm willing to try something instead of saying, it's the U.S. Forest Service's issue, let them deal with it. We've been trying that path for 7 years, and guess what? When the trash doesn't get picked up, who gets the call? Not the Forest Service, we do. And who fixes a contract and picks up the trash? We do. So it's, That's where I stand. I want this to, those things noted, that's how I would like to move forward. And if there is support, bring OES in, bring Pinecrest Lake Resort in. If there's a way that we can do an RFP with them to where they can cover it all, but they cover all these costs, I'm fine with that too. This isn't about money. This isn't a slush fund. This is about protecting Pinecrest and the people up there. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, with that being said, if I had to read the room here, I don't think you have support to move forward on this. If I had to read the room, just some of the head nods. So might I suggest that we table this until April, gives staff time to come back before the board to answer some of those questions, if you want, because I could not move forward in saying, let's do this if there's already a legal issue pending.
No, that was my point, is first we need to find out. I said a lot of ifs. If
I know,
the U.S. Forest Service is going to go out for an RFP when they told us on Friday, I mean, this is all from hearsay, second source.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing.
My point, let me just say with this. If we wait till April, then we lose this season, which is fine. But you just need to understand that you lose this season.
But I don't think we're going to hit this season anyway, right?
I'm just saying if you wait till April, so just be clear.
Right, I understand that. So
no, actually, we have it. We have a plan in place to be up by May 31st.
Okay, with that being said, well, okay, I think that's aggressive. But you said, so my 2 cents is, would you be willing to table this? While you consider that, let me give the rest of the board members an opportunity to give their final, we're trying to stay on target here time-wise. So I always look this way first, Supervisor. Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Okay, and I'll be as brief as possible. I don't see a way we can do this that doesn't impact locals or cabin permittees, because, and this has been brought up over and over a course of years. This is actually not a new conversation in a lot of ways. We run into this consistent problem where we either have to charge high enough fees to be able to support enforcement of the project and of making sure that the facilities and the roads and all these things are paid for. So the fees have to be fairly substantial. I don't know if $15 or $18. Make it $50 for all I care. The fees have to be high, so high that you are going to effectively surrender Pinecrest Lake to the tourists, to the point where we're not going to be having locals go there. Because I look at the way I use Pinecrest Lake. I go up on a Thursday evening with my kids after school, and we hang out for a couple hours and come home. I'm not going to pay $18 just to do that. I'll go to Fraser Flat or somewhere else, and then so we're pushing all of that burden off on other areas. It's a math problem, is what it is. We either have to charge high enough fees to be able to support it, or keep them low and subsidize it with other tax revenue. And I think if we're telling the public that we don't have enough in contingencies to support a fire station, we absolutely don't have enough in contingencies to support a project like this. The two things that I've heard that I agree with is the increase in fines and fees. I think since we've done that, that's had a really positive impact. And I think we should look at bringing that back, maybe increasing them, looking at areas where we can refine that. I think that's been a really effective thing, because really what we're talking about is 4th of July weekend, Memorial Day, and then the shoulder weekends that are around those holidays is the real terrible time. The rest of the time's not so bad. So focusing on enforcement during this period of time. And then I agree with the idea of tabling it. We have Natural Resources Committee already working on it. They've heard a lot of the questions we've had and a lot of the reasons why you're not getting full-throated support for it. So I feel that they can take that and do some more work on it. I'm comfortable saying that the Natural Resources Committee can continue to work on it. I just don't want to see it as a board item coming back anytime in the near future, not this season, because I think there's still a lot of questions that need to be resolved. I was a little bit longer than I planned it up, but apologies.
All right, Jaron, I'll pick up your shortness.
Excellent. Great. I did want to, because this is the first kind of comments, there was some comments about TOT not going to fire on roads that I think is a manipulative statement. TOT does, as it's set up, go into the general fund. But the first 4 years I was on the board, We did increase fire funds, yes, partially with grant, but we also put money into equipment purchases. We did extra money into road funding that increased the PCI 10%. We also gave deputies significant raises, two historic, a 10% and then a 12% one-year contracts. It's mentioned that we haven't had any deputies. Nothing could be further from the truth. Between now and where we're at 5 years ago, I believe vacancy rate was in the higher double digits. Now it's, Sheriff, you mentioned 3%, I think, around there or something. I mean, aggressive hiring is doing great. So all to say that, yeah, there are real challenges, but to misrepresent it as in we have not put into these things, I think is somehow trying to take credit for those investments and then also say nothing happened until this last year, and that's just not accurate. And I think that needed to be said. With this, I think it's one of the most poorly thought out things brought to the board. It's disappointing. This was 11 months ago that we talked about it. And there's been time to, there's been time to kind of develop this. It doesn't, to me, answer the basic questions. Who owns this? What are the contracts that oversee this process? Has the most prominent community members and businesses there been invited to participate? I'm not sure that at that meeting, March 18th, I have totally been in support of the no parking zone. The fine increase is targeted, not that resource intensive solutions allow us to pay ourselves for enforcement, targeted solution, targeted problem. From that point, I think somehow this has less information about it, and it's not even the basics. And so I'm not sure that my impression of the motion was to say, hey, this is a priority, go do this in Natural Resource Committee. I thought it was, this was brought up, because correct me if I'm wrong, this is not on our priority list anywhere, right? Not on the 2-year priority list. We haven't developed another one, could be a workshop item, because it's complicated, right? Well, most of this isn't talking about, it's talking about garbage, and it's talking about a lifeguard, it's talking about a law enforcement officer. It can only be related to it through very vague means, which I could relate anything to it. It's a community health thing, right? Sure, why not? We have specifics, it doesn't relate to any of the specifics. And so what I wanted to say with this is you're mentioning tabling it and bringing this back. I'm not in support of that. I think if we're doing it, it needs to be through the priority process. This is the reason it hasn't been done for 8 years, and before that is because it is complicated. We obviously, it doesn't even seem like the initial steps have been done. And if we're going to commit to it, this is going to be a 2-year commitment. This isn't just bring back a fee ordinance. I think there are, and Supervisor Campbell mentioned, and I'm open to, again, targeted stuff, like doing parking enforcement of some type, road easement enforcement during major holidays where we charge, and we've done that for events before. Maybe that is a way that generates some money, reduces the traffic, helps support the increased costs at the high seasons. As mentioned, the apocalyptic stuff, most of the time is coming from these massive influxes of people that are coming in. That to me makes a lot of sense. Seeing if the sheriff's office is adequate to the fine, to make sure that it's kind of revenue neutral, sending an officer up to make sure the parking is respected, what we set in place. I think that's a really good conversation to have if there needs to be additional lots. And I'll close on one thing. We talked a lot about this over the last few years in Yosemite. And the first approach that was suggested under the Biden administration was the VAMPS, basically, Visitor Assets Management Plan. It's longer than that, but it was basically restricting who could go into the park. And what we said as a county was this is a public area. We do not want to see the costs increase. It'll turn away local access, and it's unfair. And we would like to support, as almost the whole region did, traffic flow patterns, new parking lots, alternative partnerships. For that public resource. That's what we were asking Yosemite National Park. We are now in the position of doing exactly what the Biden administration did, which was to limit access to the federal lands rather than say, how can we safely get more people to experience and benefit from Pinecrest, and specifically with the scalpel address the issues like garbage on 4th of July. And I just think that's something to think about, that the bludgeon solution to just limit it and put a big fee and take control of all the parking and limit everybody is the big government lazy option, and I'm worried how much time, and this is not to blame you because I don't think you've had clear direction. Again, it's not a priority. We haven't really outlaid what you're supposed to do. This doesn't have it because you should be developing that, and I don't think we've given you direction on what we even want. I don't want us to table this because I'm worried that this is going to continue to be a drain on Liz and on Sean while we have limited staffing, people working multiple jobs, really important issues like the fire station, huge things. This might be a good idea. And the question on that, and I'll close with it, how many hours do you think you each have put into this? Let's say over the last 12 months. All the meetings, all the research into it, all the documents.
At least 15 hours.
Okay. And more for Liz, probably? And maybe some to council, maybe some to Roger as well with it. All to say is this is not a nominal, hey, can you go investigate this idea? I want to bring it before the board. We seem to be putting a significant amount into it.
Are we doing
so.
campaign speeches or are we?
All right, all right.
Are we?
All right.
That's a great question,
Stop.
Supervisor.
Stop. Wrap it up there,
Thank
sir,
you.
with all politeness, please. Oh, you did? Sorry, caught me off guard. I know, I was saying, I was being smart.
Okay. I think it is a good idea because I've been listening to conversations. And last time I checked, I drive up to this beautiful federal land called Yosemite and they don't let me in for free. We have to pay because there's upkeep, stuff has to get done. We are going to pay one way or the other. And as a board, we've talked about offsetting our cost and covering them. And this is the way we do that. If it was just the permittee cabin owners and the people renting hotel rooms there, the property taxes would probably cover that. But it's the thousands of people that are on the beach that just come for the day is really what's creating this issue. They're the ones leaving the trash. The people in the cabins have a trash can, they use it, a bear box, whatever else. So that's what we're trying to address. You guys have been on the board a long time. You can't tell me you guys have never heard that Pinecrest is a problem. People hate going there in the summer. Apocalyptic. By the way, I was the one that went up and met KCRA there for the interview. They were 40 minutes late. Do you know why? They couldn't find a parking place to do a news interview. So to say that, and that was, I don't know, 2 o'clock on a Thursday, I think it was. So it is a problem up there. I think the reason, I would agree, government's not usually good at it, but it's no different than we just signed a lease for Tuttletown, or not Tuttletown, for Tulloch down there, that we're gonna rent out as a campground. We're already in this game. The same thing with Candy Meadows. We have the lease on Candy Meadows and we sub that out. The reason why most of the stuff we are subbing out, trash service, other stuff like that, the reason why we're talking about keeping the parking fees was to do things to cover like law enforcement. How quick will this room get filled the first time somebody gets stabbed on the beach or shot or a fight breaks out on the beach and we say, well, we're not responding because we have other things to do. I don't think David would do that, but that's what we're talking about is covering some of these costs, covering about, I think Dodge Ridge is trying to do more activities. You know, they need more parking. Well, if we have some fees, we can probably plow the lots in the winter and let them use the lots down there, which will draw business down to the basin, or vice versa. If there's overflow parking, maybe we work something out with them to park up the hill and bus them down, which helps out their business and their whole summer activity up there. The whole goal of this is to increase the experience of Pinecrest, not limit it, but everything costs us money to do. And I think we all know that, right? There's nothing that happens. I mean, if we don't want to be in this game, then we should do nothing with it. We should not maintain the road. We should get out of the trash contract. We should get out of everything and let the apocalyptic times begin and watch the people showing up saying, we want this solved. The Forest Service is saying, hey, we're not great at this. We think you guys could do a better job. They've seen Candies. Most everything we're talking about is doing RFPs and subbing this stuff out. And there's private parties that I'm sure would want to, they see the dollar signs involved with the parking. But again, this is not about supplementing our general fund. It's about covering our costs involved with it, getting that fee recovery. Do we improve services? Supervisor Campbell said he likes to go up there on Thursdays and swim with his kids or hike, whatever you're doing. I think it'd be great to have a lifeguard on duty up there on the busy weekends. We've all seen that place. Why more kids don't drown, I don't know. That water's very cold. They get in there. I think that's something that's visible. We get a lifeguard up there. How are we going to pay for that? Again, we don't. The rest of the citizens of the county shouldn't be footing that bill for the operation of Pinecrest. And this is what covers that. You go to Tahoe, federal land's up there, and they do this. This is not a new or common thing. So putting it off isn't going to change what goes on up there. And I think we're talking about just trying to cover those costs. I think our fee will be based off of what we anticipate the cost will be. And I thought today's decision was only talking about, let's further go down this road and continue the conversation and look into these things deeper. Because it can't just be me and I having this conversation. This is where the board says, yep, okay, nothing's being decided like this is set in stone. This is what we're doing. This was just giving board directions like, okay, let's continue this conversation, get some answers, and let's do that. That's all we're deciding. We can still decide to scrap this whole thing anytime we want. They might come back and be like, yep, this all sucks, we're out. Or, nope, $3 a day is what our charge needs to be. Okay. So I don't think we know that until we go down this road, and that's what today was about making a vote to say, continue down this conversation, have more conversations with the Forest Service. I agree with you, Jaron. I don't think we own anything up there. It's federal land. Irrelevant. They're just going to, again, give us like call it a lease or whatever you want to call it, an RFP. We'll be like middle management. There we go. We're middle management. And then like continue the trash service, continue everything we're doing, but use that money to help improve that experience up there. Because it can be an economic driver for all the businesses. But if it gets out of control, how much business is there all of a sudden if there's a shooting on the beach, or there's just, as I said, or maybe we burn the place down? I don't know. I mean, it's the middle of the forest, and we allow barbecues to go on up there, and they leave the coals in there all the time. So I think we just need to, I suggest we take the vote, no matter what we do, if it passes or not, but all we're doing is giving a decision to continue the conversation formally. That's it. We're not deciding anything at this point in time. That is all we're doing. And if we're going to do this, I think we can get it in by the first year. We'll have a better idea of dollars, services, because no matter what year we start this in, it's going to be a learning curve on year one. So we might as well get to it. Because we've seen the articles, people show up, we'll wait till July until they come in July and be like, Pinecrest is a disaster, come help us with this. So that's my opinion. I think we should definitely vote on it because it's on the agenda. And if it fails, it fails. But all we're doing is deciding to continue the conversation. That is all we're voting on. And all the questions would get answered then. Well, it's direction. But you know what I mean. That's what we do, right?
So I'll give you my 2 cents, and then I want to get this wrapped up. So I hear exactly what you're saying, Supervisor Kirk, and I actually hear all of our points are good. We're trying to address an issue which we may not be the ones to correct said issues, right? We've got the trash issue, we've got the road issue, we've got all sorts of problems. Where's the Forest Service? If the Forest Service is the ones who own this land, do that, then they should be addressing the trash. They should be addressing those things. So I still go back to my original point of I think we just need one of two things. I would either table this and have the conversation so we can or let's form an ad hoc committee to pull all the players together, get the residents that are the business owners. You guys have already been involved with this, so we hypothetically throw you guys on it and have a ad hoc discussion with the federal government to say what is their responsibilities, what's our responsibilities, and how are we going to cover the cost of fire service, trash removal, road, and things like that. Because right now, I think we're just stuck in neutral. I think we just got to make a decision. I'm okay with, for me, my recommendation is I say we table this, get some additional information, and come back. I think hitting the beginning of summer is going to be just too aggressive. I think we're going to cause way more headaches than we're going to cause anything else. So that's my 2 cents. I'll leave it. Do you for?
I hear your 2 cents, which means we don't have 3 votes. So first of all, staff, thank you guys. I feel like you guys were told to draw an outline and you're being criticized for not writing
That's not what I
a
said.
novel. I'm just,
Yeah, but
we came here with
if you're
some
going to put words in my
suggestions.
mouth, get it
No,
right.
this isn't to you. This isn't to you.
What I said was,
That's not what I said.
So here's the deal. We don't have enough votes to move it forward today. If we don't move forward today, we miss this year's deadline. That's just a fact. So if we are going to continue this conversation, we're going to have a board. This is what I would rather do because I've been doing this for 7 years and I'm quite frankly burnt out with Pinecrest. We're going to have our March retreat and we're going to talk about what we're going to do. I'm going to bring this up. If it's not floated as a priority, it's not a priority. You guys stop. We work on other things. So that's going to be don't do anything between now and then. I already got a text message from U.S. Forest Service. They said that the email that was discussed wasn't discussed in full. So there's so many different angles going on here. I'm tired of it. If it's not a priority in March, forward all emails to somebody else about Pinecrest. All right, that's it. Thank you.
So what do you want to do?
So let's
I
wait till
agree
March.
with.
You want, so
I
you want
agree
to
with
table
the
If it's
this
not a
back?
priority in March, then it dies.
So you have 3 in support of that suggestion.
That's my motion.
Priority.
Okay.
We're leaving it to Supervisor Kirk to bring up as a priority during our workshop.
Okay.
I'll bring it up, and if it's not supported, then it'll just be done.
Okay.
Alrighty. All right. So I appreciate everybody staying around and discussing. So it's currently 1:30. We've got 4 items left. Do we want to push through, or do we just? I'm getting the staff is giving me the.
Well, I'm okay with that because I have weird dietary timelines. But going back to when I was chair, I always got angry looks from staff.
I've asked that question and I've lost. I'm 0-2 so far. So
okay.
Roger,
I already told you I'm game to go
right,
the distance. So
all right.
And if we could, really, item number 16 will allow some staff to leave. Item number 17 might allow a few people to leave. So I don't know if you want to take one of those two first.
Well, I was going to take 15 because that should be just a regular.
Oh yeah, that should
Right.
be really quick.
So let's go ahead. We'll set the line up here. So we'll take item 15 and then 15, 17, 16.
I was going to say that 15 and 16 seem to be substantially similar. Just throwing out, we could have probably almost put these on consent. I would be okay or just considering the items together and pretending it's consent.
Well, 16.
All to say is I don't find either of those to be of a controversial nature, and I would not be surprised that they're both going to be unanimous votes. One's a CDBG disaster recovery grant, and one is the previously discussed recovery waiver.
Yeah, the previous discussed, the waiver should be fairly straightforward, but I do believe that the disaster recovery has additional projects that are on that list that you guys will need to go through and approve.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to take longer.
There would need to be public comment, but I don't think I would need the staff presentation on these items since they're fairly specific. Up to you.
You need to present, right? They need to present.
All right. All right. Well, let's do it. Let's go. Item number 15. You're up. 17. You're on deck.
Item number 15, consideration of adopting resolution 21-26.
All right. Now, hold on a second. I got a little excited here. So let's take a 5-minute break. Nope. Oh, there we go. All right, everybody. Let's hop back into our seats. All right. So, Madam Clerk, go ahead and read item number 15, please.
Item number 15, consideration of adopting resolution 21-26 regarding Chinese Camp TCU Lightning Complex Fire Recovery Fee Waiver.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, there you are.
I appreciate the opportunity to bring this to the board, and I appreciate also the acknowledgement that the board's already heard about this. We were planning on bringing this. We've gotten to the phase of the cleanup now where we're getting fairly close to start wanting to issue permits. One of the things that many of the neighboring counties and counties impacted by drastic fires like this have done to help those communities is waive the fees for permits, building, planning, and environmental health for a period of time. This resolution is to waive those fees till December 31st of 2020. I think it's 20. Where are we at now? 27. Is that right? 27?
2 years?
2 years. It's 2 years. Sorry.
2 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry, December 31st of 2026. If we want to extend beyond that for any reason, we'll come back to the board.
All right, thank you. Sorry, we have a little equipment issue over here. All right, any board discussion? Seeing none, public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve item 15.
All second.
Thank you, gentlemen. So Supervisor Campbell and then Supervisor Brandon. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, so 5-0-0. They can only be that easy. Item number 17.
Item number 17, consideration of providing staff direction on the possibility of restructuring the Library, Parks, and Recreation Services divisions of the County of Tuolumne.
Roger.
This is mine again. Earlier or late in December, or mid-December, I brought to the board, there were some inquiries about our recruitment for the library director that had already opened. And so due to the inquiries that I had, I brought to the board in closed session, I was asked individually by the board members to bring back some options. And so the options that we've worked through are presented here today. One option is to leave it status quo, leave the director. The other option is to, give me just 1 second, let me bring it back up. What'd you say? Yeah, if you can read them.
Option 1, BOS appointed department head, which is current. Option 2, Division of CAO's office, adding 2 managers. Total cost increase of $67,515. Option 3, Division of CAO's office with 2 managers, replacing 2 existing supervisors. Total savings of $110,300.
These are the options we worked through in our office, but we are here to have that discussion. And if the board has any other ideas they'd like us to work through, but we're here to get direction on that position. I just want to remind the board that recruitment closed in December. And so those candidates for that position have been waiting for us to decide what we're going to do moving forward.
All right. Thank you. Members of the board, questions? Supervisor Reyna.
Good, thank you. I believe there's some discussions about kind of the current status quo and then whether libraries and recreation have enough independence that they're really their own things. What I wanted to ask in here, and I think that is in 1, 2, and 3, but options 2 and 3 are divisions at the CEO's office rather than having, let's say if it's a library person, and whether it's a new manager or whether it is elevating a current position, why would that person, not the same as we had for the former director of that, report directly to the board and instead be under the CAO's office?
Yeah, we just modeled it after what we did with the IT department. After that was moved several times in the last couple of years, where the IT manager's reporting directly to the CAO's office. We would, if you wanted to have the library and the recreation managers report directly to the board, I think we'd have to have a discussion about their classification, if it's the right one to actually report to the board. Because I don't know, we don't have any managers that report to the board. We have directors that report to the board.
Great. And that was going to be my second question, is how would it change it if they reported direct to the board? Because I was thinking we did have examples before. Animal control was one, very different in a lot of ways, but it was a relatively small team, a fairly specific purpose, and I believe that director at the time reported direct to the board, and we do have examples of that. So how would that change whether they were under the CAO's office or whether they reported directly to us in terms of class and comp?
Again, it's a director position, not a manager position, so we'd have to obviously classify it as a director, which I think would, for each one of those positions, which I think would drastically increase the cost if we were to make those 2 positions report to the board versus to the CAO's office.
So I guess maybe the question is, why can't the manager directly report to the board? Or why can't we have a manager position with the title director? Ultimately, it's the same responsibility. The only thing we're adding is that they would be reporting to us and managing, I guess, their own budget submission.
Yeah, I'd probably want to get a little bit of input from HR on that, because I think there would be some, and it maybe even council, because I think there could be some challenges with our CTMA management staff reporting directly to the board versus reporting to a director level position.
Well, sorry, because, and this is going into more layers, but this would then be an at-will position if it reported to the board, right? So it would not be necessarily in CTMA, correct?
Well, that would be probably something that would be recommended, but again, then you're putting them in executive confidential and you're increasing the cost of those positions pretty drastically.
Oh, okay. And then, let's see. And the last question is, so with 2 managers, the breakdown, I presume, is libraries and then recreation, and recreation would take youth centers and that?
I believe that's what they managed today, yes.
Okay, would be this one. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Holland?
I like option 3, save the money.
All right. Wasn't a question. Supervisor Campbell?
I don't have any questions.
Supervisor Kirk?
Shoot.
I knew
Save
it.
the
Actually,
money
I
and
do.
put it towards law enforcement up in Pinecrest.
Was that a question? All right, killing me, guys.
trying everything.
I know. Supervisor Campbell?
I do actually have a question.
I knew it.
So this position was already flown under status quo as
That's correct.
department head. How many applicants did we get for that?
14? I think there were 14 applicants.
14 applicants,
That's
and then did you see some, I don't know how far in the process you got, but were there viable applicants that would have?
I think there were some very viable applicants. Absolutely.
Okay, what happened with them? Did we tell them?
We told them we're on hold. That's basically what we told them, that we were bringing, it was a board appointed position. In the middle of that recruitment, before it closed, I was contacted by a couple of board members inquiring about this, and then that's why I brought it back into closed session to discuss the recruitment, and that's what got us here today. I do want to add that I do think that there were some very, very viable candidates. There were a couple in particular that looked really good. And I think that I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work that Liz has done in the last 6 months. It's been a pretty heavy lift for her, but you can even see when you're out at the library or at the different parks, the improvements that have happened. And even in the staffing, I think there's been some pretty drastic improvements. And Standard Park is a great example of that. Liz also led the charge with the Heaven for Kids Park. And I mean, the way that looks today compared to the way it looked in June, that was phenomenal in a very short period of time. And so there's been a lot of pretty drastic improvements that have happened. And I think that with those improvements, any model would be okay. Obviously, for my office, we would love to have someone else in charge and be able to pull Liz onto other projects. But if the board chooses to,
I appreciate the kudos for Liz. So the position was flown, applicants came in, and we were in the process of vetting them, or were people lined up for interviews?
yeah, actually, I think the week that we met in closed session, we had interviews planned for the end of that week.
Okay, and so board members heard that we were hiring for a position that we had already budgeted for, and I guess didn't like that and decided to pull it back and change what the hiring process was.
I don't know if it was changing the hiring process, but I actually do think that
Changing the job description.
changing what we currently were recruiting for, possibly, but also it is a board appointed position, and we probably should have brought it to the board before we ran the recruitment, because it is a board appointed position. And I think that's a process that I would like to implement moving forward with all board appointed positions, is that we come to the board before we open the recruitment for many reasons. That one, to get feedback from the board of what they are looking for, and we can focus our recruitment on those strengths, and just to have clarity on making sure there is no desire from the board to make any changes.
I mean, I'd argue we did that, but okay. All right. That it seems like an odd practice to me to have people come in for interviews and then tell them to leave and change what the job description is, but
it's not our preferred practice.
That's a comment and not a question.
Took it as such. Hey, Supervisor Council, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. You said one question, go.
Great. So looking at this, it's got option 2, which is, say, acknowledging it both be under the CEO's office. One is adding 2 managers. The other one is 2 managers replacing 2 existing supervisor positions. So option 2 being a cost increase of $67,000, option 3 being a savings of $110,000. And savings, I presume, means it's a cut. It's a staffing cut to libraries and rec and that. I wanted to ask specifically where within library services, I believe we had 2 managers, 2 master librarians, if I remember correctly. What do the numbers look like? Is it cost neutral to have one manager, replacing one supervisor and making them the manager at the library, but adding one manager that is a new position to oversee rec, which is kind of a combination of 2 and 3. To me, that would be probably a revenue neutral or even a cost savings option.
So adding the manager at the
So
library.
elevating one of the master librarians to
Okay.
basically a managing master librarian with the same amount of staffing. They would then govern in that under the CEO's office. And rec would be a new recreation manager position overseeing the supervisors. That would be a new position. Like option 2.5 in between 2 and 3 seems like it wouldn't cost any more money, but it also wouldn't be taking money from Parks, Library, and Rec, would achieve the same purpose of seeing them be a little more specialized in their skill set. Because I agree, we had some great candidates. Often I think the candidates came from one or the other was the thing. They were great in Rec or they were great in Library. Very few would have crossover experience that they worked in both things.
Yeah, we can definitely run the numbers, but I think it would still have a savings. It just wouldn't be as substantial
Right.
because you're eliminating a director position.
Right. Like presumably somebody would be created at a lower level position. Folks would move up one step. And so it would still be a modest savings of, I don't know, 10 or 20,000.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would recommend considering that as an option in here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? Public comment, please.
Well, with all the fiddle farting you guys did around, all the people that were here to talk about this are gone. So I will agree with Roger. I think Liz has done a great job. I really liked Eric, but in a lot of ways, he could not make a decision, and a lot of things just kind of sat there. And Liz came in following up and is getting things done. What I'm not hearing, though, is not only did Eric have Parks and Rec, then he got the library, and then he got groundskeeping. So we had like 3 different, totally, completely separate, different departments, and that didn't work well. And I mean, Liz is trying. So to your master librarians, there are 3 employees currently at the library that all have a master's degree. And I don't believe any of them are supervisors. One might be, but it's my understanding that none of them applied for this position. And I don't think it's worked well at all. Facilities or landscaping, they have a lot of their own issues. Parks and Rec have their own issues. And then there's the library, which is kind of turned into a social services department, being overrun by people who want to shower and bathe in the bathrooms and sleep on the floor and whatever. So I'm in favor of having at least, well, I think groundskeepers should go back to facilities. But maybe not with Standard Park, I don't know. But I don't think the library should be combined with Parks and Rec, because I didn't think that worked well. And I've been asking for years and years and years for the libraries to be servicing our community and giving them training. We need technology training. People need to know how to use a smartphone. They need to learn how to use a computer, because you're not going to be able to use your typewriter and your rotary dial phone for very much longer. And we need to get our community up to snuff. And I know there's a lot of people that have been asking for these classes, and I haven't seen one yet. So I don't know if you want to, I think it's kind of crappy to ask people to apply for a director position and then tell them, oh, we're going to change our mind and make it something else. But they can refuse to come back in for the interviews. So I don't know exactly what you're going to do, but right now what's been going on, other than Liz, hasn't been working very well.
I did get an update from HR just for clarity. There were 21 applicants and 8 that were qualified.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. So the Supervisor Campbell, your point, I think what happened is that there was discussion about why we're having, so this position is a unique position, as the board all knows this, but for the people listening, the person that's running this as a director has to be well-versed in libraries as well as all the Parks and Rec stuff. So I think what happened, to Roger's point, is that they flew it before hearing whether or not we wanted to keep it as such. So you're right, it was muddy, it wasn't done correctly, and for those people that applied, you know, we can learn, we can do better. So I think that's the whole point behind that. So, and I was one of those that questioned, why are we having one director? Because obviously finding someone who's a specialist in libraries may know nothing about groundskeeping. We could get someone who's an expert groundskeeper who knows nothing about libraries. So my 2 cents is that we go with option number 2, let Roger run his staff accordingly, and we move forward.
I got a question, because I guess
2 was sorry, maybe I wrote these down wrong. So I have 2 and 3 written down, which was the one with the reduction.
3.
Sorry. We go with number 3.
Roger, can you clarify? I thought option 3 was what Jaren was talking about, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No, actually, it's not. It's actually eliminating 2 of the supervisor positions and making them manager positions. So
It's a reduction.
it is a reduction.
So I guess
Actually, we would, sorry, go ahead.
Is supervisor higher or is manager higher?
Manager's higher.
Okay, so we basically take 2 supervisors, turn them into 2 managers.
Right.
And in Jaren's plan, it was, explain the difference, what, because I thought that's what you
So
said.
with option 3, where it takes a supervisor and makes him a manager,
Yeah.
that would be the library. For recreation, we would basically convert the current department head director position and basically degrade it or whatever into a recreation, correct me if I'm wrong,
Manager.
recreation manager.
Okay.
So we're keeping the same number of full-time employees.
Okay.
We are elevating one, we are dropping
Gotcha.
the other, but it's a marginal savings, but it's not really a cut because it's not really reducing who. We're just getting rid of a director position and consolidating the
gotcha.
CAO.
Instead of promoting one, we'd add one. I got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
And I looked and I was thinking we'd say probably looks like 10,000. It would be a small amount. But
Okay.
that's my napkin math, which don't hold me to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood because I got lost in it.
So I really think what's before the board is, do we have it as a director or do we not? If we vote not to make this a director position that reports to the board, then Roger will then do what he does with his staff and we move on. Unless,
I think one clear thing, and there were statements last year, there's no intent by this board to cut library rec or youth services. Option 3 is a savings, but just to be clear, the savings is eliminating a position it's basically 110,000 cut from that cost center. So in alignment with that, where we're talking about some of these things don't make sense together, we have an option, which what I mentioned, that would not be a cut, but would be splitting the things up. That's why I would not support option 3.
right, but do we agree as a board that we don't want to have that this position is no longer going to be a director position that reports to the board?
So I can shed some insight on all of this. I was one of the primary people who got this position changed to a department head in the first place, helped develop what the scope of that position was. And at the time, it was a cost-saving measure because what the board had been looking at was directors for library and for recreation. It was determined at that time that we couldn't afford both, and so as a cost-cutting measure, we combined them. And it was felt at the time that it was important to have that director interaction between board members and the parks and library because there's a lot of issues that there doesn't seem to be too much at the moment, but very often major issues come up with either the library or the parks. And so having that direct connection between the department head is important. The other reason is that you have a lot of people that, like Tuolumne Youth Soccer or the softball teams, they want to have that representation with a department head that's also replying directly to the board or friend to the library. So it was partially a concession to that consideration. What option 3 does is you take that away completely and then you just give more responsibilities to people that are already in the system that are already doing those jobs. So I don't feel that that either the park or the library are operating at the level I'd like to see them. And so staying status quo with the way things are now, I don't think that's a savings that's worthwhile. I think we need to hire a department head. I think that's an important position. I think it was already a concession. It was already designed that way to save money. And so to say, to let our eyes get sparkled by the $110,000 savings, that's absolutely coming from somewhere. It's not money that wasn't being utilized up to this point. We've already been without a department head for 6-8 months now. I don't see that we can continue on with the status quo the way it's arranged right now. So I'd be in support of appointing a department head. We also look at adding 2 managers. That's an increase. I'm actually not in support of that. I mean, it would be an increase to libraries and parks, and you'd have one person overseeing both. But I still think the department head is the position that balances the costs and having that influence. I think if we find the right person, I think they can do a really good job. We had a very good pool of candidates that were ready to hop in there and do the work for us, and I think we should let that process play out.
And Supervisor Kirk?
I don't know. I'm getting lost between because it keeps going back and forth. I'll tell you my experience was before and what it is now. Before not successful, now it's successful. Liz is kicking butt. Everybody's wearing multiple hats. I'm not trying to throw more on Liz, but it's actually working and things are being accomplished. That means Roger needs something else on the back end. So I'm good either way. I still come back to the fire conversation. How many times has this board last year had a conversation about step increases or positions, and I voted no against them to put money towards fire? This is another example of we could put the money towards fire. I know that doesn't work in every conversation, but if we go with option 3, it is a savings. I don't really know how it's looked as a cut towards, I'm trying to understand, how is it a cut towards that department? Let's see, 2 managers replacing 2 existing. So aren't we just name changing them, Roger?
Well, it would be the
And that's
director
cost
position.
Huh?
Losing that director
You're
position.
losing the director position.
It's a loss of 1 FTE.
It's saying we're just not going to hire for that.
Is that
vacant
position currently filled?
I'm sorry. what was it?
That position's not currently filled. the
No, it's
director.
not. That's what the recruitment was for.
Right, so I mean, I could see, you could say it as a cut, but I don't think it's a cut because it's, how long has it been vacant for?
Since late June.
I don't know, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't with this in the court of public opinion, so.
But still, I think it comes back before the board. Do we want to have a director or do we want to have Roger handle it internally? So they report to Roger or they report to us? So.
And if this helps, because we kind of have 3 options plus what I had recommended, I'm just calling that option 4. The order of what I would support would be 4, 2, 1, 3. All to say is I would rather have the current status quo department head than option 3, which is cutting. Though the current status quo, I think there are 2 better options. I'd rather option 2. I'd much prefer option 4 with that hybrid, if that makes any sense. So it's not to me whether we have a department head or not. To me, it's we should not be cutting libraries and recreation, and so that makes that the last bit. I would rather have the current status quo, but
So,
yeah.
and I'm not understanding, I'm sorry. So you're saying rather than hire a department head, you hire a manager? So you, and just one?
My preference would be we elevate one of the master librarians into a managing librarian that runs that department. We would hire one full-time person to run recreation. We would eliminate the director position. It's a modest cost savings, but it's not really a cut in terms of FTE. It's more just consolidating it under the CAO's office, which sounds like there's consensus that it's been working very well under Liz. So this is expanding capacity, and you would probably, still have to, help them out a little bit, but not as much.
So it would be net adding one position because you take one of the librarians.
Convert, that's a conversion.
Raise them up to a manager and then backfill that position that they're leaving. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
it'd be converting the position entirely.
So you're not, the bodies, the physical people, that's not increasing?
Libraries would not have, it's taking a librarian, converting that and eliminating the previous position to a managing librarian. The director for both would then become a recreation manager. So it is kind of reclassifying it down. So there's no change in FTEs.
Yeah, you're saying experts manage libraries and experts manage parks.
And the reason being is my thought process, and I had a meeting with one of our master librarians to ask about it, is Librarians know how to budget. They know their programs. It is a little simpler of an operation. It's a little more vertical. It makes sense. Recreation is very logistically challenging compared to, I think, libraries with the number of volunteers, the number of programs, number of teams, the community involvement. It's much more complicated. It deserves to have its own management position.
Would you like to make a motion?
Hold on.
The problem,
All right, now you speak.
Yeah.
the problem with this though is if we're relying on Liz to, and I'm sorry, you're being brought up in this discussion a lot, Liz. We're relying on Liz to do the work of a library or rec manager at various times, but she is a deputy CAO, and so we're paying her at the level of a deputy CAO to do work that a library manager would do. And so what, you're not really saving anything, because then she has less time to work on other things that would be at that level of a deputy CAO.
And maybe
it's just not getting reported on the library's budget, but it's coming out of the CAO's office.
It's a good question I've heard is I haven't heard as much about, hey, there's been a lot of improvement on the library side. I've heard that frequently about, hey, the facilities, the parks, Standard Park, we're finally taking care of maintenance. The teams are getting what they need. That was an area where it was more deficient. It seemed like library, and I don't know, maybe it's just solved all through, but. So I'd be happy to make a motion to try and.
Can I make a recommendation before you make a motion?
Yeah.
Did you want to make a comment first?
You can chime in first if you want.
I just, I think it'd be important to get some feedback from Liz and what the impacts would be on any of these positions, any of these options, and because a manager position obviously will reduce the impact a little bit, but still going to have some responsibility from our office. Eliminating and going with, obviously option 3, still going to have an impact on our office. And Liz is the one that's been working the position for the last 8 months. And so I think getting a little bit of feedback on what the impacts would be kind of beneficial.
Okay, I'm gonna comment, then Liz can make her comment. I hear what you're saying, Jaron. I think 3 accomplishes that. We're making another level of someplace that people in the library or in the Recs department can advance to, because now there's a manager level in there, and those managers are basically running the show, but they're just reporting to Liz of like, hey, I want to do this or that, and she, just like IT does to, I think, Roger, just like on a, she's just top management level. She says, yeah, go do that, and she's not going out there mowing the grass, but she's like, yeah, you guys want to mow the grass? Great, whatever. So, and she does have a wide experience when it comes to the rec and the library, and I think you're right. We probably don't get big reports that there's more books to rent or borrow in the library, but the parks are very visible and we get more traffic there. So that's probably why we get a lot of feedback, and they needed some help, and they are looking greener. They look much better. So I think 3 does that, because now we've created 2 positions that people can advance to, because now there's 2, because they went from supervisors, now there's another level, so you can actually promote in your career to the next level. So not just capped right there, because you're right. I don't think a master librarian, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know our master librarians, but something tells me they're probably not know a lot about Parks and Rec or all the programs involved, right? So we'd have 2 managers there under option 3, and all they're doing is just kind of reporting back to Liz, and she's just kind of high level overseeing it. Well, that's just my opinion. But anyways,
half of what you're saying is what I'm saying, and the other half is not. I'd say it does create another step for opportunity, but it also creates, by converting that position, fewer supervisors that can go up that. And so it's kind of a wash. You create one more leadership step, but you remove one leadership path. So I would be happy to make a motion on option 4.
Well, I think we're waiting for Liz.
And I'll close. The reason I would say that I like mine, it is saving a little bit. It is not a cut in terms of employment or really money to libraries and rec, and it does divide the 2.
Well, I don't know what's going to save, because, it's not that I don't trust your math, but we don't know what the math is. So it's hard for me to say we're going to save anything under
It'd be
option.
marginal up or down.
I have no idea.
Liz.
No one's giving me that math. So.
Hi, Liz. You want to say something?
We can make Roger
I was hoping not to, but.
Well, you could say you take the 5th.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see here. So I just want to say, for the status quo with the director position, one thing just to keep in mind or to compare it to is like what we have with ag and air pollution. Those are 2 separate, distinct departments. They're operated as 2 distinct departments. They have one department head. They, in the past and even now, have the department head that has more experience in one than the other, but they have very experienced, solid staff that run the day-to-day stuff on both. So it's not to say that it's impossible to find a department head. Yes, of course, you're going to find someone who has, again, more experience or even, more interest in one or the other. I have experience in neither. And, it has been challenging the last 8 months, but I am, figuring it out as far as being able to provide the support to the teams as necessary. So it's not unheard of to have a department head that represents multiple separate, distinct departments. I do agree that I think having a department head that reports directly to your board, I think is most beneficial for those departments. I think they get the access and advocacy that they deserve, just like every other department. The concern I have with adding managers is it creates sort of a clunky reporting structure. There's a reason why we have a term middle management and why we tend to sort of, wince at it a little bit, because it's challenging for the managers to know where their duties start and stop, and then where the person that they report to starts and stops. Now, it's not to say that if that were me, if that's the direction your board goes, I'm really big on setting expectations and making sure that the guardrails are really clear. So we would navigate that, but it's tricky. Often what ends up happening, I'm just going to be frank, is you end up with managers who are working out of class, who are usually doing department head level work, but being paid as a manager. Again, that is something that's really important to me, so I would try really hard to make sure that doesn't happen, but it's challenging, especially when you have two managers that have like really focused, areas that they're working in. So that's my only thought. And just to add on to option 3, because Supervisor Holland and I did talk about this, so I'm not, revealing anything that's whatever. But the challenge with option number 3 is that you already have staff who are working full-time. They have full-time jobs. They have a lot of stuff that they do on their plates already. And so now if you make them managers with additional responsibilities, now they just have more on their plates. Yeah, they're getting a pay bump for sure, but now they're just expected to do more. And that's really tough. It's really tough in this environment right now and throughout the county, as you all alluded to, that there's a lot of us who are wearing a lot of hats. It's true. Some of us can take some of those hats, but that's a lot for a lot of people. So that's all I'll say about that.
All right, thank you. All right. Gentlemen, what do you want to do?
I'll make a motion to approve option 3. See how that goes.
I would like to make a counter motion.
Yeah, let's see if there's a second for 3, because that might just die right there.
What?
So let's see if there's a second for 3. It might just die right there.
I believe in our policies, the counter motion takes.
Okay.
Yeah. So my counter motion would be.
No, he can ask for, it's in the policy. He makes a motion, the chair can look for a second. And if there's no.
The substitute motion preempts. We can ask
I
counsel.
wouldn't mind hearing the second motion.
Yeah, because if there's
Now, if I don't get a second, it goes back to the original motion.
well, no, but he hasn't had a second yet.
Oh, fair, okay.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
There's
saying,
no-
is wait for the
is
second.
Is there a second for that?
I want to hear the option. There's been so much back and forth.
So he made
So
the
I don't
motion
hear a
for
second.
option 3.
So do you want to make a second to move it forward?
Sure, second.
All right.
Okay, now I'll make a substitute
thank you.
motion.
There you go.
I guess.
My motion is to reclassify one librarian position to a managing librarian reporting to the CAO's office, and to convert the director of Parks Rec and Library position into a recreation manager, which would also be reporting to the CAO's office.
So, say that one more time, I'm sorry. So the net increase is just the library person, right?
It's.
There's a flow chart when we needed it.
Of no, all right, no
So 3 librarians.
FTE increases.
It will reclassify one librarian as the head of the librarians that manages the libraries under the CEO's office. In recreation, we are adding one position, which is a recreation manager, and then we would be eliminating the director of recreation and libraries position entirely for effectively a relatively cost neutral or small savings or whatever it would be. So that's the 2 changes, both under CAO's office. Move up one librarian to managing librarian, create one recreation manager position, managing rec under the CEO's office, eliminate director level position.
Could you draw me a Venn diagram of this?
So I will second that motion.
Cool.
Who seconded?
Didn't know if you wanted to throw one in the mix just for fun.
Well, I mean, by my math, there was a motion and a second and a motion and a second, so one more motion wouldn't really do a whole lot of good.
Okay, well, I was
think.
giving you a chance to.
I appreciate that.
Hop in the water here.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I was clear. I would like to see a department head position, but, you know, I'm counting the numbers and I don't see that there's support for that. Why, do you want me to make a motion?
No,
Say,
I'm just trying to be, inclusive in today's crazy.
Fine, I'll make a motion to
No, don't do it, because I
I'll
don't think
make
you
a
can-
third motion to appoint a department head level for the library.
Is there a second? All right, seeing that
All
there's,
right, well,
well, we'll give you
I
a
guess
chance.
my instinct was right.
All right, with that being said, the motion on the floor is, we'll call it the Brandon motion.
Brandon's motion is cost neutral.
We don't know the math yet.
Yeah.
Probably about that. Yeah, we don't exactly know what the math is, but.
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Which one are we voting on?
Jaren's.
Aye.
James.
So,
Okay.
aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Sorry. Abstains? Sorry, so it's 4-1-0. Motion passes. Wow, that took longer. Whew. All right, moving right along. All right, so item number 16. Someone wake up the back row.
Item number 16, continue discussion and approval of the projects for submittal to California's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery CDBG-DR allocation to Tuolumne County.
I think I'm gonna Katie Porter it next time and bring the whiteboard,
That's what he said.
You do? It's a learning
All
process.
right, you're on the clock. You have 3 minutes. Go.
I know, I was going to start out with good morning, but it is already 2:00 afterwards. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services, joined with Blossom Scott Heim, your Public Works Director. We are going to try to go this as fast as possible, so bear with us. And apologies, I didn't keep it to one slide, but we had to do a few things. So just as a reminder, we came to this board, to your board on the 27th of last month to discuss those projects and program categories for the CDBG disaster recovery allocation. So the two allocations, infrastructure and mitigation, again, roughly about 18 million for those pots combined for this allocation. At that particular meeting, we did present to you some infrastructure projects, also mitigation projects. We also included the secondary subrecipient projects. And going back and listening to the board meeting just to confirm what was said and your questions. We also have looked at other eligible projects to fill the funding gap. Remember, we had about a 4.9 million funding gap in the infrastructure side. So we did look at Station 56. We also looked at Priest Coulterville Road, Wards Ferry Road, Big Hill Road, and a whole bunch of additional culverts and roads, roadside brushing, et cetera. So I'll go through that. For the infrastructure, other projects that we looked at, I'm going to say we, but it was Blossom and her team that went through and looked at all of the potential roads that were damaged that we had not already included in the on the 27th to just make sure that we're covering. So we obviously found a lot more culverts. We identified Big Hill Road, Longeway Road, Wards Ferry Road, Italian Bar Road, or Bowens Ferry Road, and Red Hills Road. That one was moved from the mitigation list. I'll show you those Excel sheets. Originally, that was in the mitigation, but we were able to tie it back to the storms. And then to both Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Campbell's question, we did identify that Station 56 was flooded and had some damage during the storm. We worked with our technical folks through HCD in the state. It is an eligible project that could also have the mitigation side, which is retrofitting. So it could go under that. Staffing, however, this was a question that was asked, is not eligible to cover cost in this particular project. So I'm going to have Blossom walk you through those projects.
So like Dory said, we added quite a few of these after we were able to meet with the technical advisor and get some more clarification about what would be eligible. From the original list, Tuolumne Road North, this is the permanent repair for that area in Tuolumne Road North that has been very slowly sliding off into the canyon. Willow Springs Culvert, that's the large double culvert at the entrance, so that's a one-way in, one-way out community. Standard Park, Tuolumne General, and the HSA building are all buildings that have been flood damaged multiple times. So these would be kind of hardening type projects to prevent flooding from happening again. Of course, the federal match for our FEMA projects would be nice to come out of this rather than the general fund. Culverts on roads that were impacted by the storm. These are culverts that we cleared at the time but could use some upsizing or some additional work, some replacement. Big Hill Road, this would actually be paving in addition to drainage improvements. We had a large slide on Big Hill, and therefore that does make it eligible. We had some conflicting advice in the beginning, but the latest advice we got from the technical committee is that it is eligible. Longeway Road, we had a large slide. It received some damage from all the hauling, so that would be a paving project. Wards Ferry Road, again, damaged in the storms. This would be paving and surface treatment from Tuolumne Road to Richards Road on the north side and 120 to Deer Flat on the south side. We could not afford to put the entire road in. That would have been about $5 million alone. Italian Bar Road. That's some gravel and drainage maintenance at various locations, so just kind of beefing it up a little bit and improving the drainage. O'Burns Ferry Road, down there after the really bad turn, we have an issue with ongoing slides, so this would be rock scaling, K-rail, rock netting, so that the guys don't have to go down there and clear that regularly. And then the Red Hills Road low water crossing, again, that's replacing that really long skinny low water crossing, and this would be our local match for that existing project.
So quick reminder, the gray is what we brought to you on the 27th. And then you see the second column there, which is all of the additional projects that we are proposing. It also includes the secondary recipient projects that we brought to you on the 27th. The last column on the right is left blank. We can pull up the actual Excel sheet if things want to be moved around. We have the ability to do that. But let me walk you through mitigation. Specific to some of those mitigation projects that we confirmed that would be eligible, that were requested on the 27th. Again, culverts that were not impacted by the storms. Priest Coulterville Road, which was not impacted by the storm. And then I will say when we were researching Station 56, it was brought to our attention that Station 76 and the living quarter upgrades, which were not tied to the storm, are also a mitigation project of interest because of their longstanding. And we did approach fire on both of those to understand what was the damage at Station 56 and then also what was the damage at Station 76. So on this particular one, you can see again in the gray, those particular items that we had from the 27th. We then added those additional items as a option. We did do a couple of options for you again, but then left the final column for you ultimately to decide where that mitigation money would go. You can see where each of those estimated costs, some of them like fuels reduction has the flexibility because whatever we put in there, then we would do that by mileage. So we don't know necessarily what that total amount is. It's a number that can fluctuate as needed, so yes.
On the generators item, that $940,000 is 2 fire stations, 2 ambulance locations, search and rescue / boat patrol, and a behavioral health location that can be used for sheltering, warming, cooling type stuff. So again, if we do reduce that one, that would be reducing locations.
So, happy to pull up the Excel and talk about where you guys want some of this allocation. I will just remind the board that we do need a decision today because we'll have 2 weeks from Friday to put everything together and get it submitted into the portal.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll go right down the list again. So Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. On 56, I see that we can do it. Do we know what the cost would be? Do we have any? And I know this is all happening quick, but.
Yeah, we do not. That's why we reached out to fire. My understanding is that our former Assistant Chief Murphy had those numbers, but we don't have those. And again, you know, when we asked fire, they preferred 76 over to 56, but they had numbers, you know, not for 56. We didn't have any concrete numbers. So that's the hard part.
Do they have
not
numbers
knowing.
for 76?
They do have some numbers, and I'll let Blossom, because it's a facilities side as well, for replacement of those items that we need there.
Okay, sure.
We don't have a firm number for the sleeping quarters. I know that what we're leasing right now, I've heard we're somewhere into that for about 160,000. Replacing that with a modular, we figured we could set aside up to 200,000 for that, and then whatever we didn't spend, put back into roadside brushing or culvert repair. So that's kind of how we looked at it. The roof is another issue. That was 230,000 in 2022. There's some issues with the slope and the pitch on that roof, but there were some other issues about ownership and whose responsibility it was to redo the roof at that point, and that hasn't been sorted out yet. So we did not include the roof in this for the actual station.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. The roof of the station, potentially 260,000, somewhere in there. And then if we got rid of the trailer and brought in a new modular trailer, 200,000. Is that correct?
We don't have a firm number, but we were budgeting about up to 200 for the sleeping quarters. We did not include the roof in.
Okay.
In,
oh, you didn't include the roof in?
We weren't going to include the roof because there were some.
Okay, so
there wasn't a lot of clarity.
Let's just put that aside.
Yeah.
We'll have to deal with that, but we could potentially do 200,000 for living quarters for 76.
And that's absolutely just a plug number.
Plug number.
Yeah.
But couldn't the same principle be applied for 56 if it's a trailer? Like go buy a trailer and park it there. So maybe 200,000 per each. As a plug?
Yes, the only other item on 56, in order for us to put it in the infrastructure bucket, we would also have to remedy the drainage issues around the building to prevent future flooding. So I just don't know what that number is.
So, I mean, wouldn't it be if we got X amount left over, maybe just for Jamestown, say 200, and for 56, say 250, because there'll be some drainage issues to mitigate. Would you feel comfortable with that, Blossom, if I said put that much towards each one?
I think Dory's going to try to bring up that spreadsheet so we can look to do it. You'll have to show us where you want to take that funding from.
Is the rest of it
It's all allocated as we've presented it. So to add 56 and or 76 improvements,
mitigation projects?
We'll need to pull a little bit out. So that's why
we had before we had 5 million, almost 5 million. Now you're saying for mitigation we only have 3. So where was the other 2 million sucked up?
We had about 5 million remaining in infrastructure before we talked to the technical committee and got some clarity on these road projects.
Okay.
So we ate up all that 5 million with road projects, essentially. Do you want to?
What road projects did we eat them up with?
Dory's got it up there. Oh, having some Zoom issues. Excuse me, we added Big Hill Road, Longeway Road, Wards Ferry Road, Italian Bar Road, and localized repairs on Obern's Ferry Road.
Well, I guess I'm not going to sit here and do all the math. I guess the simple solution, or my recommendation would be, we have TOT funding coming from 2.7 million supposedly coming from the direction our board gave. Why don't we figure out 450,000 to pull from a project or some projects, fund the fire station stuff, and then we'll backfill those other road projects with the TOT funds that we are going to be allocating later this year. That would be my recommendation.
Sure.
Which road project?
All right,
Well, I mean, yeah, that would be up
Yeah.
for open to
Let's-
discussion. I would say the ones on the table would be the ones that between last meeting and this meeting. So that would be the ones I would be recommending for discussion would be Big Hill. What were the other ones? Italian Bar.
Longeway, Wards Ferry, Italian Bar, and O'Byrne's.
Slide number 5.
So
The
3.
whitebirds.
And Dory's got it brought up here on the screen.
Okay. Oh, there you go. So
Supervisor Kirk, before we start moving numbers around, I'd like to hear from all the other board members.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Weird questions.
Yeah. You have any further questions?
No, sorry.
We're doing questions then?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I got kind of confused there. So the cost for 7.6 and 5.6, what were you predicting back of the envelope for each of those?
We were using 200,000 as a plug number for 76 and 250,000 for 56, and that would be sleeping quarters and at 56 some drainage improvements. No actual improvements to the fire stations.
Why would we do drainage improvements to 56?
It received damage during
Right,
the
right.
storm, so to be eligible for the infrastructure pot of money,
Oh, I see.
we would need to address
So
those
we'd need-
drainage.
We need to spend the 250 to resolve the drainage issues, and then that would unlock the infrastructure funds.
That's
Is that
about
what you're saying?
50,000 for drainage improvements and about 200,000 for sleeping
Gotcha,
quarters.
okay. Well,
Again,
you
we
said
haven't.
250, but okay.
Yeah,
got it.
sorry,
So
we
you're
haven't
combining. Gotcha.
vetted these numbers out, so these are very much just kind of budgetary numbers.
So then from this part, you only need to find 50,000 for Station 56 or the whole amount?
The entire amount.
Okay.
56 isn't included in any of this discussion.
Yeah. Okay, so could you scale down, so that's 450, could you scale down all these projects, take 60,000 from each of them? Is that possible?
We could reduce the mileage that's paved in some of these paving projects.
I mean, how often do we spend all the money that we budget on these anyway?
Generally, we spend all the money and quite often additional money.
Okay.
Yeah. There is money in there for NEPA clearance because all of these will need NEPA clearance. That's why you see some of the numbers a little bit higher than what we presented on the 27th.
Okay.
So we could, Wards Ferry, we could scale back the mileage. Italian Bar, we could scale back.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. What parts of Italian Bar, it says various locations.
It is just various. So anywhere that we need to add some gravel, change out a culvert, regrade a ditch, this would be just generalized drainage improvements.
Okay, so those are, okay.
It would be at the
Easier
discretion of
fixes
the.
than just like paving and.
Yeah,
road
and because
repair.
it's predominantly a gravel road.
Okay. If we end up getting funding through LC Top or, some of those funds that are encumbered right now get released, could those go to projects like Italian Bar Road in the future?
Through the TCTC?
Yeah.
Some could. The LTF could. The RSTP has to go on major collectors or arterials.
Okay. So this funding can only be used for, like, if we were to use funding from this part of the CDBG for the fire stations, we can't use any of those other road funding for that, but this funding can go to a variety of different areas.
This funding for the infrastructure pot can only be used on roads that sustained damage during the 23 storms, which is how we generated this
No,
list.
but what I'm saying is that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get that, but.
Sorry, I
That
misunderstood.
road money that's out there could be applied to these, but it couldn't be applied to the fire stations.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Right. Question? Go ahead, sir. Questions?
Okay, so I want to ask, and this might just be a silly question. Obviously, with what's happening on Station 56 contract versus Station 76, Station 76 is still obviously an operating station where we have a kind of a need into the future. With the flooding in 56, what's the rationale, again, of we're repairing a fire station that our contract is amending out, but not necessarily have, like when you put Station 56 on the presentation or there, I thought it was a typo, that it meant the living quarters at Station 76.
Yeah, so remember, we have two pots. We have the infrastructure pot, and this up in front of you is the infrastructure pot. Any project that we propose has to be tied back to 23, to storm damage to 23. So Station 56 had storm damage, Station 76 did not. We only are answering the question about Station 56 because Supervisor Kirk asked us to see whether or not it was an eligible project. We did go and based on the consensus that
I
the
asked that
majority.
as well.
Yes, and sorry, excuse me, about staffing and actually retrofitting it. And we found that answer out. We didn't include this in this because your priorities were roads, the culverts, and finding those potential projects that could fill that 4.9.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that you can't, make that change here. The Station 76, the reason it was brought up is when we asked fire about Station 56, and they're not here, I don't believe Chief Cashy is here anymore, is that they didn't feel that Station 56 should be upgraded because there wasn't a commitment to staff it. They asked us to include Station 76 as a mitigation project. It does fit in mitigation because it is a public service building. So that's why it's in a possible project for the mitigation. But this right here in front of you right now is specific to the infrastructure projects.
Okay. So Ward's Ferry is one that's just kind of interesting to me on here because, looking up, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a rural minor collector and residential. It kind of, depending on the spot, Old Ward's Ferry, New Ward's Ferry, it's in those two classifications. Most of it seems to be rural minor collector.
Correct, and the remainder is local road.
Okay, and it's very long. There's not quite as much, I would say, population area. Some of these, Italian Bar, for example, is kind of a key forest firefighting access route as well. If you needed to get into the forest, if it jumped the lake, and there's a few reasons. We've had slides there that have taken out the road. The reason I wanted to ask about that is we've talked and actually passed a resolution or signed a letter recently. It was on J59. So J59 is classified for us as a minor arterial. Minor arterials in our road funding get the highest priority, correct?
Correct.
J59, to see that transferred to the state, could not be done without it being in basically prime condition.
Rough,
And
yes.
the request was we would like the state to take over that route.
Yes,
With
yes.
other counties too. So I wanted to ask, because J59 has got substantial maintenance issues and certainly is a key evacuation route and emergency vehicle access, and we've had those conversations before, I think, not specific to storms. Can this go to fixing the Tuolumne County portion of J59? And wouldn't that be a higher priority project based on our decision-making process?
The estimate to repair 59 is in the $13 million range, and that's just to bring it back up to local standards. I have been having conversations with the public works directors in Merced and Stanislaus counties about partnering on a federal grant called a BUILD grant. It used to be the RAISE grant or the TIGER grant. That does have a minimum, a maximum application amount of $30 million, which is less than all three of our counties' repairs put together.
Right.
And I know that Merced County has had some conversations with Caltrans and gotten some indications that maybe it doesn't have to be up to highway standards, but we haven't gotten that in writing yet.
Well, presumably there's a local match. Part of this goes to local matches, and it wouldn't have to be the whole. So I guess the question is, why not a portion of J59, a portion of a local match? Whatever part of the project makes sense. Most of these are portions of roads.
So the mitigation funding pot is what could be used on 59. If we could tie the repairs to flood hardening, and that entire pot of money is $3 million.
Okay, but it could not go for infrastructure the same as, because the PCI of, correct me if I'm wrong, the PCI before the storm damage of Ward's Ferry was like hovering between 0 and 10.
Correct.
So it was already effectively a failed road by our standards. And J59 also, has issues too, but I guess I'm not aware why the storm would require us to spend $2.2 million to repave 8 miles of what is a kind of minor collector road, as opposed to we put this into the ones that are much higher traffic and probably have the same wear and tear and storm damage as any of the ones.
So all of these have documented damages from the 23 storms. J59 does not. And also these are, except for Longeway, these are generally one-way in, one-way out type roads that the argument could be made, could be used for evacuation, ingress and egress in a fire. So Big Hill, Wards Ferry, Italian Bar. All of those are kind of long routes that could be used as evacuation. So making that nexus, along with the damages that they sustained in 2023, are what qualify them for this infrastructure pot of money.
Okay.
J59, unfortunately, other than wear and tear damage like every other road, didn't sustain any major damage in 2023.
Okay. Well, and as to, we have, this would be under mitigation for the CSDs. You know, we have basically Groveland and Twain Hart submitted. I know they often submit to IRWIM and kind of review with that. One of the discussions specific to stormwater damage and stuff has been the REAP money for the INI plan at the Jamestown Sanitary District, which has been kind of in a critical period. We know that, you know, the stormwater goes about 10 times over their normal capacity. It's been a huge prevention for ongoing permits. And so it seems documented. I know that's been submitted, and we've had paperwork because of the REAP grant. So was there a solicitation to Jamestown Sanitary District? And why is it kind of only the 2 CSDs that are secondary receivers and not any of the other districts in the community?
Yes, we did reach out to all of the districts that we had worked with during the storms and the city as well. And so it was only Groveland, Twain Hart, and TPRD that reached out for projects.
Okay, because GCSD, that makes sense where it is damage that is being recovered. I believe that THCSD is the SCADA system. It's basically monitoring their system during emergency. Is that correct?
Yes, but it would be eligible under an infrastructure project.
Okay.
We did vet, just so the board knows, those projects we did vet with the technical folks first before we brought them forward to you on the 27th.
Okay. And then this last is kind of a question to council, not that, but the roof, this is the first that I've heard that there were issues with that. I know it's always a premium on public safety facilities, but I would like a conversation to happen with council that if we got screwed out by a contractor, they need to fix it.
And this is information that I'm still gathering that's new to me. It had to do with who actually owns the building, whether it's the county or the Jamestown Fire District, the old Jamestown Fire District. And so it's a matter of just locating the leases and working through the process. So
wait, I have one good last question. Some of this is retroactive to the past. One of the things during disaster would be 911 dispatch. We have allocated a significant amount of money to obviously get dispatch up and running, but we're also at kind of a precious amount for general fund. All to say is, could some of this funding go back to refunding the county for dispatch because it had storm-related issues?
no, we can't use any of this for dollars that we've already spent.
Oh, okay.
We asked.
Thank you.
Supervisor Holland?
Okay, so are we actually gonna pave 8 miles of Wards Ferry Road for 2.2 million?
This would be a surface treatment, so likely a thin overlay, no widening.
Okay.
And potentially some ditch restoration type work.
Okay, so there's none of them, or any of the roads, are we fully repaving them, or are we just overlay-ish?
Longeway is a full leveling course and repaving. The others are generally surface treatments. Big Hill we would do with our own forces, and so that could be a 1 to 2 inch overlay. Wards Ferry, we're probably looking at something between a thin overlay and a chip seal. Italian Bars, gravel, and again, O'Byrne's Ferry is specific to the rockfall protection.
Okay, and this is the pot that the fire stations would have to come out of, or that's the other one?
56 could have come out of this pot, 76 is eligible for the other pot.
Okay, so 50,000 to fix the drainage at 56, right? I mean, did it flood because it was the most hellacious storms we had in a long time and it's not gonna do it again, or?
Potentially.
Okay, and if we gotta spend 50 grand, can we just take 50 grand out of sorry, Steve, GSD's budget, and
So you tell them that, not me.
I just did. Yeah, Pete, yeah, we're taking 50 grand.
You could pull it out of almost any of those numbers.
Okay.
Tuolumne Road North and Willow Springs, all the ones in gray are pretty hard numbers. The others you could play around with a little bit, and it would just mean a little bit less mileage paved or improved.
Do you have a sense if 56 is going to flood again unless we have a 100-year storm again?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay. Many things flooded that would never flood normally, so. Okay, so we're just talking about this slide for now. Okay. Okay, that's all I got.
All right. We'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Come on up. No starting early. You have to get up to the
I'm not cheating,
microphone.
I'm not cheating.
All right.
That threw me off too, because it just said 76. But the question I have now, there's two pots. One for 50,000, one for 200,000. Is that correct?
No, one pot is 15 million and for infrastructure projects, and the other pot for mitigation is 3 million.
Okay, but I'm talking about repairs
So
right now.
again, to be fair, this is public comment. and
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay, so the 50,000 is for drainage, and it qualifies because it's happening in 2023. If we take care of the drainage, then we can look at the sleeping quarters. My question is this: if we do the sleeping quarters, and say we get past the 50,000 and go to the 200,000 for the sleeping quarters, would that make 56 a full-time station? And would that help with the budget? I'm not sure if that made that clear.
So we're not going to answer it now, but we'll probably answer it in a second.
Okay, that's all I had.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Right, so 56 was never, or sorry, 56 was never really discussed until it was brought up at the last meeting. So with that being said, the one fire station that I drove by that I have a concern with is 76 as well. The roof, I know we're talking about that. The 160,000 that, when you say 160,000 has been spent on rent, is that the county or is that CAL FIRE? Or is that us paying CAL FIRE to pay on rent?
That's us paying it, and that's cumulative. I think it's 16, 17,000 a year.
Right. So with that being said, my position is still, is going to be this, is that with the future of 56 uncertain, I would, and because we have to do this now by Friday, my position is let's dedicate the money to fix 76, get the sleeping quarters addressed, get the roof addressed, bring that up to, I'm going to say code, or I've heard horror stories out there, so I'm going to say livable or what have you. And then the rest of this, we give you the green light and go.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
If, I guess you have to have it answered by Friday, what if this board gets something presented to the board in the next month that would house 56? Can we pause any sort of I get, like, can we at that point still pull, like, the idea of pulling money from these 5 road projects, maybe doing 1 mile less between all 5 of them to pay for it's $250,000 in grand scheme of things is nothing. So can that scenario play out?
So we have to submit into the portal all of our projects identified with a dollar amount by the 27th of this month. Then it goes through vetting process within HCD and CDBG as a whole. They would come back to us probably to finalize details and numbers. So the numbers could change, the projects could not.
So the 27th is the deadline for projects.
Yes, for us to putting us into the portal. It just takes us a while to gather all of the info. CDBG is not one of the easiest grant applications. There's quite a laundry list of things that we have to do, yes.
Here's my other question, just because I'm trying to save time. If we put the money towards it, 250 towards 56, and then we find out before or after let's just say after the 27th, it's not feasible, we can't go down that road, can that money just simply go towards other pre-existing project and just change the dollar amount?
Yeah, generally no. I wish I could speed dial the technical people to ask them this, but
we have to kind of put our numbers in that we're going to ask for. I don't believe that we can move things around if we didn't use it. So it's kind of a use it or lose it possibility.
Where I'm at specifically to that, because I'm working on a solution for 56, and to the gentleman's question, can that become a full-time station? Yeah, any station could become a full-time station if it was had living quarters. It doesn't mean that we have the funding though to house people there 24/7. So that's a whole nother budgetary thing. But what I would recommend, Dory, is that, or what my motion would be, is that we fund both. When I came into this and I heard that it might be feasible, I was thinking it was going to be, just between you and me, a lot more money. I think 250 in the grand scheme of millions of dollars for me is, I'm willing to use it or lose it, knowing that there's a potential solution coming for 56. So my motion would be that we put money aside for Station 56, 250, to put living quarters there, as well as Jamestown. I'm telling you, if it was 500,000, Steve, I could feel the pinch, but I think there might be a solution. I think 250 is willing. I think we should bet on 250 and make it a potential. That would be my motion.
So we have a motion. Are you making the motion?
Yeah, that would, yes.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
To clarify, is this going to be like the motion for all of this plus that, or is it just to say, yes, we agree on this and we can talk about other things after?
That's my understanding, is that he wants
It's a limited just on that specific.
On that, yeah, and then we'll figure out whether, if
Yeah,
that
that's
means
fine.
5 road projects just get a little less, quarter mile less.
I'll
then yes.
second.
Okay. All right.
So where are we gonna take the money from, just before we go down this road? Like, pick where that money's
And
coming out
can I
of.
just add some clarity? That 200,000 for sleeping quarters, that is not the 3-bedroom manufactured home with all the bells and whistles that perhaps was discussed in the past. This is bare bones, new, but sleeping quarters.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And just since you brought it up, how many beds?
We
Any
haven't
idea?
spent a lot of money
Okay.
getting quotes because we didn't know if.
That's fine.
if
It would
these
be
were gonna
sleeping
be
quarters.
projects
It
or
could
not.
potentially be a 24/7-hour operation, because sleeping quarters, that's all I care
It's
about.
my understanding both fire stations have kitchen and bathrooms inside, so this would just be
Yeah.
sleeping quarters.
So since we're talking about a fire station that's in my district, and that I am the one responsible for primarily getting the engine in there in the first place, I think I should probably weigh in on this. I don't know what kind of solution you're working on. You haven't shared it with the board, so I don't think it's appropriate to use that, use your word, which, you have some problems in there, to base these kind of decision-making off of. But what is significant to me that we do invest the 250 and the 200,000 is, what I've heard from the board over and over again is they have this issue with the fact that it's not a full-time station. I've heard that so many times. And so if that is the primary issue that the board has with funding it as a fire station, then that is why we should invest in it. The money is available to have that station operational. And so if that is the issue that the board has with it, then that's why we should do it. Not because there's some nebulous plan out there to give over the county property to some other agency. So I believe that we should put the $250,000 into 56. We should put the 200,000 into 76. I think that's a pretty no-brainer.
Good.
For the reason that they should be operated by Tuolumne County Fire Department, because they have been operating them up to this point. They have been doing a very good job, and we need to back the people that have been protecting our county. I think that, if you look at where is the money going to come from, you have more than 2/3 of it is it just in one project, Tuolumne Road North. I don't know what percentage of that, or if you could take 200 from that and then divide the other 200 amongst the other projects. Would that be a significant reduction? Because that's one very large project.
It's completely washed
I
out.
apologize. Could you repeat that?
Yeah.
4.5.
Tuolumne Road North isn't mileage, it's a washout section that's being fixed.
Yeah, Tuolumne Road North cannot be reduced. As well, Willow Springs cannot be reduced. I would not recommend reducing the next 3. And of course, the federal match, you could reduce, but anything you reduce it by comes out of the general fund.
Okay. Well, then I would just say an even percentage across the other
And then, of course, Red Hills Road.
Non-highlighted.
Red Hills Road cannot be reduced.
So it sounds like you agree with me to fund Station 56 with this funding. That's my motion.
Well, that was.
Thank you,
that was
Ryan.
actually
You agree.
the idea.
Well, I do believe there's a motion and a second for that specific one on the table.
What he said.
What if we took some out of Big Hill Road since it's all in that district then? If you guys want to do that.
Well, can I ask, do we need to specify where that
Yes.
comes
It
from
sounds like they
right
did.
now?
Yeah, it sounds like that's what they
That's-
told, like we got to agree where the money's coming from.
This is ridiculous. You're specifically targeting projects in this
Well,
community.
you just picked Tuolumne Road. You just picked one. I just picked one on top
I
of it.
picked the largest one.
Well, yeah,
The
but
the
we can't-
largest share of this money is going to one project. You're
Alright.
pointing at Big Hill Road because it is in the same area that gets serviced by Station 56.
Well, pick one then. It has to come from somewhere.
I said an even portion of the non-specific projects. Take an even share from each of them.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. Okay.
All right, so-
I would recommend if we're looking at one, we could reduce some of Ward's Ferry, which is 8 miles of paving. I'm not saying eliminate it, but I am saying that to me, not being a major collector, not being the most traveled road, and for 8 miles of it seems to be kind of a bit odd compared to some of these other needs.
So I'll split it with you. So let me go back to a point I wanted to make, is that my primary concern with funding 56 is I don't want to dedicate money to a fire station that we may not open. So I agree with Supervisor Campbell's position of, if there's a plan out there and it comes to fruition, great, we're ready to go. But if it doesn't, then we've just dedicated money to a facility, which personally, whether that was open or not, I think we need to get rid of that facility because it doesn't house the people we need to house and it doesn't house the equipment that it needs to. I think on a long term, we should look at maybe buying or looking into getting a better fire station to serve that area. So I'm not, willing, I don't want to put money into a building that we're going to possibly not open. With that being said, if that is what you guys want to do, as much as I don't want to take away from Ward's Ferry, because right now, it looks, as you said it is, it's not a major road. It's a major road for us to evacuate. So if we can work on Ward's Ferry over time, and this is a way to get us to that, I'm good with that.
And Jamestown Road's we're about 2/3, two separate projects. I think there's another third. I wanted to point out one thing that, and whether we use it or not, we do own Station 56. If we have it flood, we have to go fix it. We can't just let it stay there. Also, if we wanted to get rid of it, our sale value to any other agency will be affected by the conditions.
So if I could just tag on that, excuse me, Supervisor, we would have to check with the technical advisors on this, but oftentimes if you use grant funding to improve a facility, you cannot then go around and sell the facility until a certain grant performance period has elapsed.
But in theory, we could repurpose it to what Supervisor Brandon was saying. We could turn it into a training center, or we could do something with that, right? So, all right. So
Steve, just to comment on the building's a modular, so we wouldn't. It's not like it would be. You could potentially move that somewhere
No,
else
I
in the
get you.
future.
So,
it's a good-
so let me, if I may make a friendly amendment to your motion, is that we go ahead and fund 5676 and the reduction of Ward's Ferry to cover 56.
I'll second that. Unless I heard that wrong.
Oh, sorry. Well, my point is still the same. We fund them both, but I will make the friendly amendment motion to fund 56 for the 250,000, 50,000 for the drainage, and 200,000 for the modular, and reduce line number 16, Wards Ferry Road, down to 2 million or whatever it is.
And cover the Jamestown one.
Well, that's a different pot, so we'll
I'll
get to
second
that,
that.
we'll get to that nightmare in
I
a
think
second.
four of
I'll
us have
second.
seconded this motion.
I'll
Yeah,
second
you got
the
it. Sounds like
56.
it's See, look at that, bringing people together, that's what we do.
So I was the last one. I'll second.
Nope.
All right. I'll
It's a
second
different
my own motion then and be done
This
with
is a
it.
different motion, so.
All right, you good?
Everybody wants credibility, but not do the hard work. Let's get this done, guys.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
Nay, so 4-1-0. Okay. No,
It's
you may
not on that.
No, you may not speak. I think I'm going, did you?
Well, I asked before if that was just on that
Oh,
item or if it was
you
all
are
of them. You
correct.
said it was only that
Yep.
one. We'd have other.
You are correct, my mistake, sir. You
What-
may speak.
Thank you. And why I'm trying to think of like what have been our major priorities so far that right now is a general fund hazard or we've struggled with. Another one of those has been and Supervisor Holland and I had a meeting about this a while back. We're looking at catching up to our CDBG eligibility in general, but the prayer house, if we're looking at mitigation efforts too, one of the things was the living quarters will be more expensive to retrofit than it would be to have the engine bays. One of the conversations was, could it temporarily be a portable until we're able to be eligible for a safer grant? And it is in our CAL FIRE contract right now. We're somewhat overstaying our welcome at Columbia College, and they're an appreciated partner for that. All to say is, was it considered to utilize some of this funding to bring about using the engine bay and basically the prayer house for the Columbia Fire Station to kind of move that forward?
It's different funding, right?
Well, it would be the mitigation funding, I think. It wouldn't be the
It
infrastructure.
would be in the mitigation, not in the infrastructure.
Unless we can say it was in perfect condition before that storm.
Well, we cannot.
Right, so I think, so the question.
Were we limited to just infra right for that moment, or?
Right, so the discussion point we were having was that we were going to address how we want to handle the infrastructure. Is that conversation completed? No, we voted on just the fire station. We haven't voted on approving everything else.
Oh.
Nope.
I thought we did, well.
No, I thought it was a portion, but.
No, it's just, because we're adding a line item in. So my notes say that we added in, we're only discussing the infrastructure. We added 56, we reduced from Ward's Ferry. Now we have to approve the rest of the list as is. So,
Okay,
can I get a motion on that?
I'll move, we approve the rest of the list as is.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 5-0. Now moving on to mitigation.
So we just wanted to show you, put all those numbers in there, and this is the pie chart of where that money is
Don't
going.
confuse us.
I'm not going to confuse you.
Yeah, you're creating slides now. What's going on? All right, so the next item, part 2 of this is the mitigation projects. All right, so here you have it. So as we said earlier, the gray is what was already kind of discussed. We added in these other 3 items. So now we need to find money for Station 76?
Yes.
Okay. I already made a sacrifice. You guys are up.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know if we saw
projects-
that previous pie chart, but that whole thing is a District 5 sacrifice.
What road projects are eligible? Because you said some you can't touch because of general fund or something. What are the roads remaining that we can touch to offset it? The 200,000. It's a
So we added Priest Coulterville Road, that's about 5 miles long, and we added a surface treatment to that one. Again, that falls into that kind of one way in, one way out, long evacuation route, similar
Sure.
to Big Hill and Ward's Ferry.
so that one we can touch. What's the other one? Culvert.
We have roadside brushing, and we have just general culvert replacement on county roads.
Can we touch all of these?
Yeah,
or
it's
just
a fuel, I mean,
So, yeah,
the fuels reductions.
So the generators, again, that's stations 51 and 76, 2 ambulance locations at the 940,000, 2 ambulance locations, search and rescue / boat patrol, and there we go, the Behavioral Health Enrichment Center. So if you reduce that generator line item, you're going to have to reduce some of those locations.
I would say for at least, because I've had this conversation at 76, I think ahead of a generator, there are a few other needs. One of them's been the exhaust ventilation in the engine bay, where they cook and all that, and there's issues there. Obviously, the living quarters has been a higher priority one as well. The generator, what I've been told, though money's appreciated to have the full Generac that snaps on, is simply being able to hook it up so a large generator could at least run minimum facility. Not ideal, not full power, but having just the switch and a hookup could be paired with a portable generator to provide minimum service. I think that would be fine. So if we needed to pull money from anywhere to get the living quarters fixed, I would ask about the exhaust ventilation system. I think that is a point of liability for the county currently. I would rather have those 2 things and an electrical switch that you can plug a generator into than trying to get the full Generac.
But again, I don't think that falls under this, right? The exhaust is different, right? The exhaust, we're talking about funds that are specifically for these projects that fall within that
Is it not flexible enough to cover the exhaust mitigations there?
No, the generators are very specific to this pot of money for mitigation.
Okay.
And only generators for locations that provide services. So you'll see the district attorney and ag on there, but the technical advisor said that neither of those would be eligible because they're just general county buildings.
I mean, do we have to have a generator boat patrol in it? Is it using the boat patrol out on the boat or on the lake?
Boat patrol?
I mean,
It's,
I don't know.
they're
190,000.
stationed out at the airport, Columbia Airport.
Yeah. I mean, that would be looking at, I assume, something supporting the Pereira House as well, or no?
No, that would be just boat patrol.
I'm just saying that'd give us a chunk. What else? We'll go back to that list we have.
Yeah.
So which ones can
This is
we?
giving me a headache.
These are each.
Go back to the other one, Dory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the dark gray ones those cannot be touched, or they can be? They can be. Okay, different than the last
They're
slide.
just the ones that we presented to you on the 22nd.
Okay.
I mean, just to make it quick, I would say remove the generator from this 56 and then take the rest out of. 76, and then take the roadside brushing, the rest out of roadside brushing.
Wait, don't put the generator in?
Yeah. Yeah, don't put the generator in 76. That gives you 190,000 and then another 10,000 from
Don't you think we need that?
roadside fuels reduction.
Instead of
I would agree, the boat patrol generator to me seems, again, I would rather have the living upgrades, but the boat patrol generator makes a lot less sense than having the fire station
Yeah,
generator.
I'd rather see the
So the
fire station have a
second-
generator, because in emergencies, or, I don't know.
Well, I mean, either way.
And that circuit I
think-
mentioned is not
I think
installed that way.
We
They
could
cannot
probably
run it,
find
right?
one of those generator systems. I definitely wouldn't, the only generator that I would say we shouldn't touch is 51. That's our core fire department. And then the enrichment center is a warming cooling center, and that's been a problem in the past. And it's cheaper, the cost. All the others, I could go with whatever.
What about line 18? Is that just a study? Like, is it actually doing anything, or is it just like we're just gonna do a study?
It's a planning study. It will benefit both county facilities and TPRD facilities. There's a large drainage that runs through kind of the pool, the library, the youth center, the resilience center.
But it doesn't put the drainage in there, right?
No,
So it doesn't actually fix anything.
It tells us what we need to do to fix it.
More drainage, there you go, I'll take a check.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the second column E, kind of where Dory has the cursor now, that 470,000 for generators, that's already a reduction. So Station 51 is currently in the capital budget for 190,000. Using this money instead would free that general fund capital money up for other projects. So at that 470 level, you're already looking at 2 large and 1 small locations. So one ambulance, 1 fire station, and what was the other small one? The behavioral health location.
And do you know much about 18? Like, do they need 400,000 for a study? Or could we pare some off of there? Do you think?
Quincy's not here. It's tied to, I mean, I wouldn't be able to answer that, but I do know county facilities that were flooded are part of that whole plan as well, which is why we collaborated with them.
It's my understanding that's the turnkey cost for the project with CEQA and NEPA and everything involved in it.
But turnkey doesn't mean, you mean paperwork? Because you're saying it doesn't put anything in the ground to solve a problem.
Correct. The turnkey costs to deliver the planning study, which will then propose the what improvements would be necessary.
It opens them up to then go after grants. They have to have the study to have to apply for the grant funding. So,
all right, why don't we just make it easy? Just keep all the generators, because every generator that we have in one of our buildings becomes a warming center or a cooling center, right? In the event of a major emergency, we can put people there, so leave that there. Then we'll just take it out of the roadside fuels reduction.
To keep all of the generators, we also need to reduce the Priest-Coulterville line.
By how much?
I think it's fine to not do the one that is at boat patrol. To me, I'm not aware of why that would
that's a
be
good
a
one.
significant priority if it went down for a short period,
Yeah, I would.
you know.
All right,
I'm not aware if there's a, the power's out for 2 days, why they'd have to go in. There is other stuff stored there, but somebody could, I mean, really, it is just purely lighting. Somebody could fix a flashlight, right?
Yeah.
It's not a heated building.
It's also not you don't have staff in that building 24/7.
Yeah, because I would rather do
Excellent
that,
point.
which is
Thank
a
you.
sacrifice, District 5, and still maintain with the funding there to the fuel reduction efforts. But I wanted to get back to the prayer house. So we can't do the planning, but we are looking at the living quarters. This is something, again, that Supervisor Holland and myself talked specifically, that the bays at Pereira House are not so far from being able to get that engine-able. Thank you. But it was the living quarters, it's the house renovation that's an issue. So similar to what we're doing at 76, is there the opportunity to have a housing facility established for the Pereira House, where we've basically got that for firefighters as a temporary step into whenever we get a SAFER grant? Do you know what I'm saying? We talked about how could we get it up and running, barring we get the 10 million to come in and fix up absolutely everything. And the answer that we were given, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was, though not perfect, there could be a portable building. If the living quarters was separate, the engine bay wouldn't be hard.
Well, no, not hard, but still expensive because they have to put all the
Utilities and
utilities
Yeah.
and like they put the exhaust stuff on the truck so they can run the exhaust out. So I think it's more than just, put a garage door on it and drive in.
Right.
So I think we're still looking at millions of dollars because.
And I don't think it falls under this again, correct?
And we still gotta get permission from the airport and a few other things because they own the, so it's a way
From the
more.
FAA.
Yeah, from the FAA, because.
Okay, I'll leave it there at that. That needs more time then.
All right, so what I heard you say but not say is go ahead and pull the generator out of Boat Patrol. Do I have thumbs up on that one, consensus?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
And on the roadside fuel reductions, are we doing that with, as the sheriff mentioned, the inmate crews, or is this hiring? What I really want to avoid is we hire a very expensive out-of-area contractor when we've got now an in-house masticator and we have inmate crews, that one or the other would be a cheaper option. So what does that million look like? That is not a contractor coming in to do the work.
The intent would be to use the road crews and/or the jail industry crews. However, the delivery deadline on this, I want to say, is 2030. So if we got down to the wire, we would have to potentially hire contractors to kind of just use up the rest of the money before the deadline.
And that's not spraying, that is all mastication. That is not doing any type of, because we've talked about that of like, I think we should do a round of spraying in the county.
We actually just did our winter spraying. This could include spraying, brushing, mastication, just general roadside vegetation control.
So is it balanced then?
Yeah, so you want to keep this 500, right?
$1 million.
Make that 490,000.
So you
Right.
could make, you could
Or,
drop
yeah,
the generators to
990,000.
660 by removing boat patrol and Station 51, which is already in the capital budget. And keep,
There's your 200 that you said you want for 76. Right?
Yep.
Are you missing something?
No, I hate to do it. You know how much I hate to extend these conversations. It really pains me.
Yes, I've noticed how much you like to keep it short.
Well, we're just mentioning that we might, with the capacity of the inmate and the internal, not be able to utilize the whole fund without kind of a contractor. One of the other pressing issues we've had is in the 4291 implementation, where we've got a lot of folks that basically cannot afford to clear their house, and we've always said, well, we don't have a grant, we don't have any funding that can go in. We are doing the fire home hardening program with OES there up in District 3. But for the rest of the county, where we've got some of these like seniors physically and financially not able to go do the work, is that something that would be eligible under this, to have a assistance fund, needs-based, to be able to do fire clearance? Because we now have 6 inspectors going out. We've talked about this. We've just never had any money to actually help somebody who really cannot do it.
We still have the Community Welfare Defense Grant under USDA in the 3 project areas on, that are doing that solely. It doesn't say, it just says it's roadside fuels reduction. So I just don't know whether or not we're able to do it on private property
Okay.
for that.
I'll just throw that out if that's of interest, but I know that's been a problem consistently.
I think you tell the sheriff he has $1 million to spend, somehow it's gonna be spent on.
It will
road
be
clearing.
spent, yes.
So,
I don't think that will be a problem.
so what is that number? Where it says 5,246, should that be 5,000?
Yes.
Or whatever it is, 52,546?
5246.
All right, I'll accept a motion to accept as is.
5,
Oh, wait a minute, public comment.
546. Hold on, we're not balanced. Let's make sure. So it's this last column with three. We pulled Priest Coulterville.
Mm.
We're gonna leave Priest Coulterville in there?
Mhm.
Yeah.
If,
We still got the 387.
Yeah, I'm not understanding, because we basically added 200,000 to the Station 76 upgrade, and we removed
We have to take it
200,000 from the boat patrol. And we didn't really change anything else.
We moved 190 and 10,
Yeah, I don't-
10,000, yeah.
Right,
Yeah, we moved 190 from
right.
Generator.
generators
And 200,000
and
for
then
the-
10,000 from roadside reduction. That's 200,000.
Yeah.
So
But that was assuming that we'd already cut half the generators out.
the what?
So if you look at
When-
column 2, the generators have already been cut to 470,000. I
Wait.
thought I had, I apologize.
So
I guess I'm not understanding
let's
the
start-
columns
okay, so-
exactly.
Okay, so let's start over. We want to keep Priest Coulterville.
Jesus.
We want to put 200 towards 76. We'll keep the culvert repairs at the 414. Let's go back to the generator list. What locations do we want to do for the generators? We've got
hold on. How much more do you need to find?
$585,000.
Okay.
We were looking in the wrong column.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, this also has ambulances under generators.
So here's
And
the
I
list.
don't know why we're paying for ambulance generators, given that's an enterprise fund sitting on $9 or $5 million in reserves.
We can pull those out. We can pull those out.
I mean,
So
but both of them, they should do it,
Yeah,
but
there you
they're-
go.
The two fire
Simple
stations
patrol,
and
ambulance,
behavioral health is
ambulance.
the 470.
And then you
I would have
need,
sworn 41 had a generator.
okay, so if we do the 2 ambulances, boat patrol, then you need 30,000, pull that from roadside fuel reduction.
384.70.
Why are we
There.
bringing?
That's a 470 savings. right?
So that should be
We
it.
just have to reduce the roadside brushing. Minus 305, 126. Let's see if my math is right.
Do you understand the columns?
Yeah, look here.
I'm not
This is
quite
what they
getting it.
originally.
Okay, right.
And then they were talking about self-funding. But this is what they're saying, well, originally, like, we did all like a
Right.
but they were only budgeting 470. So when it came over, that's why we were short, because we were looking at, we should have been looking here.
Mhm.
So all the generators add up to this. But this is all there.
So adding 13.
So everyone watching, there's a heavy discussion about the math. So we'll,
So if you look at
At
column,
first, I thought those were different grant categories, not different,
different iterations,
math problems.
apologies.
We were looking at the column that says what we want and not the column that
So
says
if you
what we
look at
have.
column
that what we need.
F
Yeah.
now,
Are we balanced?
a column F is balanced. Yeah.
This is what we call common core math.
are we good to go? We're balanced.
Yeah, that should be right.
Oh, Dory.
Because it should be 190 plus 190 plus 90.
Hold on,
I know
And then
Dory's about to
subtract the-
I'm
line
about
item
ready
per position.
to, by doing that, we did not include the TPRD project.
Now, did we reduce the ambulance generators
Yes.
for, 280? Okay.
So we have 3 generators, 2 ambulance, not 2 fire and 1 behavioral health.
Do I need to get back
Right.
involved? So now we cut that?
3, if we're gonna leave this, let me show you where we're at.
Minus $387,000. I can tell you.
Yes.
I would still stand by the same thing is, I don't know that the fire station, I think the living quarters is a great thing to get done.
What's
And
happening
so
at Priest
having the
Coulterville? Is that
76
are we paving
generator,
that, or what are we doing with
to
that?
me is
Well,
just less,
same thing.
lower priority.
Treatments and
I'd rather get a switch installed for like 15,000 that they can kind of hook up, and we could use that to help with the TPRD, study or whatever.
So I'm to Jaren's point. We did talk about, or maybe I talked to Nathan about that, about getting, because they have lots of trucks floating around, about getting a portable generator, just having
Yeah.
both the switches, because it's rare that both stations have no power. Unless in.
They
you know,
said about
unless-
15,000 to install the switch, and a large generator would be enough to power very basic stuff. Not elegant, but it works enough.
Well, I mean, they can power a Taco Bell off a generator for months, right? So they should be able to easily drive it over there.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they have pickup trucks, so there's a chance we could just
So that's
do
what
a
that number
portable
would be.
one to go between the two if we had to.
Yeah.
I feel like they have some kind of generator over there already.
They said that there's not a way to hook it up. You can hook like a fridge and stuff directly into it, but it's not hooked up to directly power the station.
It's like a low special or something.
Okay, because 190,000 is like a full
A Generac, yeah.
system.
Right.
You know, I feel like they
So-
already have a generator.
The hour's getting late. What are we doing
Okay,
there?
so column F is now balanced. We have the generator at 51 and I'm sorry, now I've forgotten the other
Can
locations.
you call it 51/76?
And behavioral health,
Right, so we can do like the switch at 76.
the switch at 76,
So just call it
yes.
51/76, so it covers both of it.
Yeah, and then the generator at the Behavioral Health Enrichment Center. You've got just under 500,000 for roadside brushing, emergency evacuation signs, a little over 400,000 for culverts, the surface treatment for Priest Coulterville, 200,000 for Station 76 sleeping quarters, and the 387 for TPRD's planning study.
It's crazy for paperwork.
Okay.
Crazy.
So
I'll take a motion anytime.
490.
So moved on exactly that.
Excellent.
So hold on, 940.
Column F, right? As proposed in column F.
Minus.
And can you just bring up the slide on the mitigating ones when you guys are done? I just wanted.
This is it.
So
I'm sorry, what did you want to see again?
I just didn't see 56. I know we agreed on. I just didn't see if there was a column for 56.
Because that's on a different page.
That's why. Okay, that's why.
It's the infrastructure damage one.
That's why I just wanted.
So
It's an infrastructure.
I'm getting a different number for the generators. So if we are reducing, so it's 190, well, maybe, here, can you pull up generators one more time? So
It's 190 for Station 51 and 90 for the Behavioral Health Enrichment Center.
okay,
And
here we
then
go.
the 76 can, if it's really just 15,000,
So 190 times 3.
Yeah. The 190 is based on kind of what we've been paying for full building generators based on the load calcs.
60. So it should be. Okay, so that we should be saving, so that first number in generators where it's 940, should be 940 minus 660, right? Because we're saving 660 by cutting those, so. This is hard to do on a.
I think that 940 is
Yeah, because I get
it's supposed to be a million.
it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
280.
All right.
Okay. So we have a first by Supervisor Brandon, second by myself.
For column F.
For column F. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, 500. Okay, thank you. All right, let's not do that again. All right, item number 19. Item number 19.
Item number 19, discussion and direction on rescheduling the 2026 Board of Supervisors workshop.
You or me?
Us.
Okay.
We pushed back on the date for the board workshop, so we'd have the opportunity to meet with some facilitators and kind of revisit how we wanted to handle the board workshop. So we have met and interviewed with a handful of facilitators and have selected one that is I think going to be really, I don't even know what the word is. I think it's going to be a really successful engagement. I'm really excited about the opportunity. But we do have some dates that we need to work out. And so I wanted to have a discussion with the board about the dates that are available. And Heather Ryan is in the room because she's been helping coordinate with the facilitator. So if we have any questions about the dates, but I think right now we're targeting for March 17th and 18th.
Check your calendars. March 17th and 18th. Any discussion?
Have you checked your horoscope, Mike, just to make sure?
I can work with it. All right.
No, yeah.
So-
Normally I don't have too many things, but there is one local thing that I need to be at. It is not related to county business, but it's two organizations holding a forum, so.
Okay.
16th and 7th, did you say 17th and 18th or 16th and 17th?
17, 18.
16, 17 would be fine.
I thought there was a
Monday.
conflict on the 16th. Come on up.
If it's just me, I can be able to leave temporarily, so.
Based on preliminary viewing, the 16th is an option that would allow us 2 days together. I think check your personal calendars because I don't have visibility of that, but I don't see any conflicts on the 16th for the other board members at this time.
On my county calendar, there's no conflict, but Mondays are extremely packed with other calendars, so it's however you splice it. Tuesday, Wednesday works better for me, but,
Which is the bad day for you?
how long does
17th or
it,
the
Jaron, how long
18th?
are you tied up for on that Wednesday or Tuesday, whatever it is? How long?
It is a 2-hour block on Wednesday, the 18th, that is immovable. If it was anything that I can move, I
Wednesday,
would.
like late in the afternoon, morning?
It's between 11 to 1:30, 11:30 to 1:30.
That actually would work well because.
What if we just take a lunch?
That's fine. We
Well,
can do a long
I was
one.
going to say the second day is going to be kind of a review day.
Yeah.
And we'll be taking a lunch during that time. So realistically, probably only miss an hour.
All right. If I come back and it's like, all right, we did our priority stuff for the next.
And
2
we
days,
read,
I'm
and we read,
very-
you come back and we
Schedule the
redistricted
priority
your
session for
districts, yeah.
Pinecrest while he's gone. I'm joking.
All right, so let me go down the road. You
Joe?
good? I'm good. I know your conflict, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think I'm okay with either. I mean, we're all busy. You really want me to pick one?
No.
Okay. So whichever.
All right.
Did we settle on the 16th or
17th and 18th.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
17th and 18th.
All right.
Okay, we need one other.
Wait, let me get.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to do public comment, but we'll do it all at the same.
Before we go to public comment, because of the change, can we add 324 as a regular board meeting?
317 was scheduled to be a regular board meeting, so in order to not take
we
that
just
away
gotta
from
move
the
it out?
staff, we were hoping to add the 24th, which again looked like it might be a viable option for all of you, not
good.
seeing your personal calendars.
Good for me.
Fine.
Perfect.
I'm getting the pained face from Mike.
That's NACO week though.
It's NACO.
NACO, National Association of Counties.
Oh, is that the Western Region one?
No,
WIR?
it's legislative conference. It's in DC.
No, that's in February.
No,
No, there's one
Wait.
also.
It's RCRC. That's
March 24th.
Yeah. Also.
I think. I'm going to DC in
Okay.
10 days, so I hope it's there.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I was looking at February. Just
know
trying
what?
to scare you.
Well,
February and
yeah,
March
scare Heather,
actually
that's the
have
problem.
same exact date, so
Yeah.
it is very confusing.
That is, I just realized that.
All right, so I will accept a motion for the board workshop 17th and 18th, as well as establishing a special meeting on the 24th.
Regular meeting, please.
Regular meeting on the 24th.
You want to do public comment?
He just tells what to do.
Details. I was batting 1,000 until
Well,
that
certain
one.
things can be done at special meetings and certain things can be done at regular meetings, so it could be.
No, we'll do a regular meeting. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Public comment, ma'am? Oh, okay.
We're getting the whole crowd.
I don't know what your plan is for the facilitator, but I do not want to be paying somebody and then pay somebody to travel here and pay for a hotel and pay for meals when, we have a lot of other budgetary constraints. So I hope this is someone local that won't cost that much. And to Supervisor Brandon's conflict, this is your job and you were elected to do this job and this should be your priority.
I'm not that harsh. I want to thank Daniel Anaya Kirk, Ryan Campbell, Jaron, Brandon, Stephanie Grufer, and you, Mike Holden. You guys were a team today, and I appreciate what I watched. Thank you. I gotta go.
Thank you. Thank you
You're not
for
gonna
sticking it out.
You're not gonna stick around for the debrief, the big high fives and handshakes. All right, well, go take care of that. Do we want to talk about the facilitator?
I was gonna send out all the information.
Okay, we'll do that then. Okay. All right, so with that being said, now I'll accept the motion for the 17th and 18th as the workshop and a regular meeting on the 24th.
So moved. Second.
All right.
It's just direction.
I know. So, yes. Yeah. Yes, we all seconded it.
Who's your favorite?
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No opposed, I'm assuming. All right.
Actually, didn't want to hurt your feelings, Jim.
Yeah.
All right. Was item number 20 pulled?
Is it pulled or are we on?
Closed session?
No, we're still moving forward.
But we don't anticipate any report out after closed session.
All right. So our last item will be item number 20. So we'll have the clerk read it, please.
Item number 20, closed session, public employee appointment, Authority Government Code 54957B1, County Council.
Public comment. Seeing none. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Thank you for our fabulous access guys in the back. Meet in the law library in 10 minutes, please.
You're going to trust falls on day one. I promised Jaron I'd catch him in my arms.
Yeah, I see that happen. You.
Remember I told you trust falls day one.
Yeah. Hey, it might be a general meeting, but every meeting with friends.